A superstar veteran with one of the most illustrious broadcasting careers in esports history. He's known by gamers and fans the world over as Red Eye. In over a decade, he's worked with the biggest game publishers in the world and alongside heavyweights in almost every major tournament. From the Spottic Arena to Madison Square Garden, he has traversed the globe, shoutcasting the World Cyber Games in South Korea a record 6 times, and hosting the Intel Extreme Masters every year since 2012. In January 2016, he arrived in South Africa to serve as MC of the Telkom DJL Masters launch, and was recently host to the largest esports event of all time, the International 6, with a cash prize pool of over $20 million. One of the highest rated commentators and most award-winning hosts in the game. Put your hands together and join us in welcoming him to South Africa, a true esports legend of our time, Paul Challoner.
Yes, hello, good morning. Welcome to Johannesburg if you're joining us on the stream. We are here for the Telkom DJL Masters and it's Grand Finals Day. We haven't got all the crowd in just yet because they're still filtering in. Those queues outside are crazy. Someone that doesn't have to queue though is going to join me on stage, and that's Tech Girl. Come and join me, Sam. Good morning.
Good morning.
Very lovely, by the way. Very lovely. We're in Telkom Blue this morning.
Telkom Blue.
Synced
They
up.
did not pay us to do this. I had
Pay
so
us
many.
enough.
They paid us enough to wear blue, right? I had so many sports jokes lined up to just throw at you, and then the rugby happened.
Yeah, let's not talk about that at all.
You must be really happy being a foreigner in South Africa, but not being a Kiwi.
Yeah, well, kind of, yeah, because then I don't get beaten up. But yeah, yesterday I was kind of sitting around with you guys. I was like, can't really say too much because I'm English and we're rubbish at rugby as well. So it's fine. Finals day today. 2 massive finals. 20 players will experience probably their biggest game of their careers here in South Africa today.
We've been building up to this the entire year. They've been playing these tournaments. They've just been getting better and better. We have the best CS teams, the best Dota teams. It was the favorites. They're in the finals. It is going to be some crazy gameplay going on.
Can't wait, can't wait. Of course, we couldn't do this without our main sponsor, Telkom. They've been fantastic this year, putting record amounts of money into South African esports. So let's check out exactly what they're doing and how much money is on the line.
Get in on every kill streak. The first season of the new format of the Telkom Digital Gaming League comes to its conclusion with a Masters final tournament at the Rage Expo in Johannesburg from 7 to 9 October. While the stage has been set for gaming fans to amass for a live spectacle of unprecedented proportions, Telkom are here to hit home with an ultimate display of their superior technology, providing unparalleled live stream coverage across the planet of every play, every kill, every conquest. From the DGL, the multi-division training ground, where over 11,000 gamers craft their skills to ruthless perfection, and the DGC, where the nation's highest-seeded gamers vie for final victory. The Telkom DGL Masters Final Superstars have arrived. SA's top 16 teams pitted head-to-head in Dota 2 and Counter-Strike Global Offensive for the largest cash prize pool in South African esports history. 1 million rand. Pride and glory. Powered by Telkom.
There we go, 1 million rand on the line. Our grand finals are today for Dota and CSGO. We're going to head over to the panel right now to get the expert opinions of our panel. They've been fantastic for the last 2 days. Hope you guys enjoy the final day for the grand final. It's over to you.
And good morning, DGC Masters final time, Bravado Carbon. We all saw it happening. Well, that's what we wanted. They are the 2 top teams in the country. We've got with ourselves Parker here, APOC, and Z-Drag. Morning, guys.
Morning. Yeah, what's up?
So we've got what we expected. Z-Drag, how do you think the teams are feeling at the moment?
I think the teams are feeling it. Bravado has taken yesterday off, so you know they relaxed. They're very confident. They showed that by just hanging around yesterday, you know. But Carbon, on the other hand, coming through quite a few series that was neck to neck. Yesterday was quite a tough game with DC. Yes, they pulled it through, but I think the guys don't feel that comfortable. So I think Bravado's got the upper hand regarding that.
Okay. So before we carry on onto APOC and get more of that breakdown of the teams and that, let's have a look at the talent profiles and see what we've got happening here today. There he is, the man himself, Paul Red-Eye Challoner. I mean, he spent a lot of time with the guy. He is an absolute legend with regards to esports. Couldn't have anyone better here with us today. Then we've got Ryan Parker McKay. He's sitting on the panel with us. He has been around as well. He's done his stint in the professional gaming career. Chess coach?
Yeah, man. I've been playing chess since 6 years old. Eh?
That is impressive.
Yeah. Wow.
Well then, haven't you chatted to Colin about that? Anyway, so we got Sam Teckle, right, sitting here with us as well. Maybe she should make an intro onto the panel, give us some expert opinions about that.
I think that would be lovely.
She's got a lot to say.
Yeah.
I'm sure she can have something to say about the teams over here. Kamza, as I mentioned on Friday, you guys will remember him from KTV. Everybody gets that like, oh, that's where he's from. So Kamza's joined us. He works with Supersport now. He's an absolute legend on the stage, and it's always good to have him here with us. There he is.
Oh, look how handsome
there
you are.
he
Look how
is.
handsome
He's
you
that
are.
guy himself.
There he is. I mean, dude, you don't get any more beautiful. It's the industrial ballet. It keeps me looking fit. What do you say? I mean, what do you say?
Well,
about
I was going to
yourself?
say, if I were a girl, I'd totally date you.
I would.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of
Oh,
girls,
speaking of.
Burning Red coming up, one of
Red.
the top casters for CSGO. He is an absolute legend when it comes to that. He basically started his whole career doing casting for CS and that kind of stuff. He has played professional CSGO, yes.
Yeah.
He has played CSGO,
We've got his co-caster Axstreams, who has most definitely played. He played for SSG Shock. He is one of the guys that is going to be here calling the analytical side of things for the game. So if you want to get a little deeper understanding of how the CSGO side of things works, give a listen to him.
I wonder what's under his hat.
Okay. We did, before we broke away there, we were touching on the clans and that, and let's start with Bravado. APOC, talk to me about them and how they're going to move on to this thing. Just quickly before we break away to the profile.
So absolutely, we know that Bravado is now heading up to 2 overseas trips towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
They're going to ESWC and they are going overseas to China from their win in Dubai. Well, they're second place in Dubai, so they've qualified for the final. Incredibly strong lineup, and they're keeping the lineup all the way, obviously, through to the rest of the year. So
Okay, well let's jump over to their clan profile, and then we'll touch on the player profiles.
Through the ranks they've climbed, dominating and decimating everything in their way. As a team in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, they claimed their first Telkom Digital Gaming Championship in 2013, their second in 2014, and held the title for their third consecutive year in 2015, a record 5th time in their history. The success of their Counter-Strike division is unparalleled locally, and with leading teams in Call of Duty, Battlefield, and Dota 2. This is clan leader Andreas Sent Haji Pascali, and they are Bravado Gaming.
Right, so that's Bravado Gaming. Haji Pascali starting that, Andreas starting that up. I mean, here's the team. Have a look at that. Who there is going to stand out for us today, APOC?
I'm expecting Detrony to stand up today and really pull his team through.
In-game leader should need to have to stand up on
Absolutely,
that.
and especially with the new coaching rules, as we've been discussing through the weekend, the in-game leader is a bit more pressure now because you can't rely on the coach for tidbits of advice unless you call a tactical pause. So it's about him to really focus in and get zoned in on this game straight from the get-go.
Tell me how you see if anybody else is going to be able to stand up there for Bravado. I mean, it's a star-studded lineup.
Absolutely, and especially with the guys, I mean, there's quite a bit of pressure on them to perform going into this competition, especially because you don't want a second place then going into your international events. You really want to lay down the law early and say, okay, we are the best team. We're going to take it overseas and take it to the next level. So I think there's quite a bit of pressure on them and money on the line. There's 110,000 Rand at stake for this game.
Okay. Ryan, I'm going to ask you to touch on Carbon for us, but first let's look at their clan profile.
With a lethal combo of dexterity and determination, this newly formed clan is on a mission to ascend the ranks and do damage along the way. Formed in late 2015 by the former owner of Eternal Conflict, they arrived on the scene fully equipped with teams in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Dota 2, and Call of Duty on Xbox. Their aim, however, goes beyond victory, beyond reward. They are here to fortify their place in history. Clan leader is Daniel Spoof van Veek, and they are Carbon Esports.
So there it is. Ryan, you've got a team that's coming up to their 1-year anniversary, facing off against almost a 2-decade-old team. That's where they're moving towards. How do you see this happening?
Well, that's the point, right? I mean, these guys are young, they're fast, they have good leadership. I mean, with that said, I mean, you can pretty much do anything. I mean, these guys, they're able to follow instruction. They watch all the streams. They play 10 hours a day, maybe more. They're practicing what Bravado are practicing as well. So I think it's going to come down to, and they've made it to the final, which means that they have what it takes to obviously win the final, and they have beaten Bravado in the past. And
they beat them one map in this very competition.
They've taken maps, and it was close.
It was very close.
So you can't say, well, these guys have, Bravado's got the experience, yes, and they've also got the speed, and they've got young players. I mean,
but let's not detract from the fact that Bravado also have some good guns.
That's it.
Absolutely. I mean, a star-studded lineup all the way through on Bravado as well. Yeah.
So I say that though, but I mean, you've got Flexi, you've got Fady, you've got JT. These guys have been new to the scene. They want to prove a point here.
Absolutely. And you see the amount of work that JT particularly, let's just talk about him for a second, as IGL has put in. I mean, it is astonishing for a young up-and-coming player to take that role of IGL without the experience and actually get it right. I mean, his calling has been excellent. The structure is great on the team. And I think you have to credit Spoof for that. As a coach, especially when he was IGLing them as a coach, to just push that down to the players. And JT clocking onto it and still being able to top frag is really astonishing.
Cedric, I want to move away from this whole underdog preference here. These two teams are in the finals. They've got you for a reason. How do you feel this game is going to turn out?
I think it's going to be the same as all the previous clashes. It's going to be close. It's going to be a 16-14, 16-13 overtime. Definitely, these two teams are so neck and neck. And I actually wanted to add on what they said about Carbon. The interesting thing is about them being new to the scene, or newer players, younger players, is they don't have that, fear of Bravado that many of the old teams have. All the old teams know Bravado. They've lost to Bravado many times, so they kind of have this thing on their shoulder when it comes to Bravado, where Carbon, they don't really care about the name. They're confident, so they don't fear Bravado, and you can see it in their game. When they play against Bravado, they
taking arrogant steps and things and
they
taking
do
their
stuff
shots.
that's stupid, that nobody would ever risk doing against Bravado.
Yeah, no one's going to step against Black Poison or Orping their Carbon will. Macron will try it out.
and he gets it.
So before we go too far off, this isn't your typical best of 5 final that we're used to in CSGO.
With the 1 map advantage.
Let's talk about this. We've got a best of 3, and that's being followed up with Bravado, if I'm not mistaken, getting to pick 2 of those maps, Ryan?
Yeah, correct. So, look, it's going to come down to, I can go on, but I'm going to take it down to 2 things. So basically, all 5 players from both teams need to perform. If you're having one that isn't hitting that, if everyone else is on double-digit frags and there's one guy that's sitting on 6, 8, 9 kills, you need to have everyone performing, working as a unit. We were just discussing now that it's going to come down to that. The team that has the best preparation all round. I'm talking about from even down to sleep preparation, down to your smoke placement, your flashbang, your synergy between the team, how the team is working as a unit. It's going to come down to that. Second thing is going to come down to, again, it links to synergy. If they are wanting to breach an angle, that is a common angle for an AWPer, for example, to be holding, and that flashbang from another teammate is not on point, and that AWPer still has vision, you're going to get taken out and you will be on a deficit.
Especially at this level, guys are not going to miss their shots.
No.
But just going back to the map pool quickly, it's actually quite interesting. Both these guys, as we've discussed, have pretty much the same map pool. I don't expect to see Nuke or Train, so they'll be out of the bat. But that's a bit worrying for Carbon, especially yesterday losing to Damage Control and Mirage and losing 16-12, which is their biggest defeat in the Bravado series.
I want to ask you something, though. The map picks here, we're not used to this best of 3 winner picks.
No, we're not.
The winner bracket final picks 2
It's
of
the first time.
So how much of an advantage is that for Bravado?
I would say it is quite a big advantage.
So they pick the map and the side.
Absolutely, and then we know why not pick Mirage, because they've beaten them in Mirage 16-12, and then Damage Control went and beat them. So you're going to put Mirage in there straight away and put the pressure straight on Carbon. Now Carbon's going to think, oh well, we got to beat them on cash, right? So that's a Bravado map as well. So it's very, very tricky for them. Bravado being able to dictate the maps.
Okay, so I'm being handed the map picks here.
Right.
Cash. That is a map that Bravado lost to Carbon the first time they faced off.
16-14.
16-14.
Very close, yeah.
So that being followed up by Mirage.
Okay, there we go. That must
And
have
then Train.
Oh my goodness.
Train's cool.
Train is cool, but I mean, at the end of the day,
okay.
one of the maps you said would be eliminated.
To me, that means that Bravado have left it in, which is potentially a mistake, and they've taken out Nuke. Because Carbon does play Train. We know Bravado plays Train, but they haven't got that much game time on it recently, which could be a little bit worrying for me. So if Carbon take Cash and it goes to Train, it could be a very interesting series.
Alvain, this goes against what Apoc's saying now. Keep Mirage in, yes, because you just watched them lose to DC on that. But instead, Bravado went and picked the map that they lost to Carbon on Friday. What is going on there?
I think the thing is for them, their preparation on these maps. Well, they play these maps a lot. They know if you lose a map, it doesn't matter through the competition. Things happen. Like Carbon ran into a DC wall yesterday, but they know they're still really strong on Mirage, especially against DC. On the other side, yes, Bravado lost to Cash. Lost to Carbon on Cash, but it was 16-14. It doesn't really change your mind.
Maybe they feel they were in control of the game and just 1 or 2 lucky factors and saves and stuff tilted it. Sometimes you get that feeling where you're in control of the game and you just feel like you are stronger on the map and you shouldn't have lost it. But to me, for these stakes, I wouldn't have taken the risk. Personally, I wouldn't have taken that risk.
Ryan, do you reckon that Bravado has something under their sleeve, up their sleeve?
You're like reading my mind here, man.
Up their sleeve here for this cash pick.
Yeah. Look, I'm conscious of both. What Chris is saying here, that the fact that it could be a mistake, right? So, but then again, it comes down to their choice as well. And I think that because of the narrow games that they've had in the previous times that they've encountered, I think they've worked out the kinks. I think they know where they went wrong. And they've worked that out, they've ironed that out. And, small little mistakes can cost you around here, around there. And those rounds lead into maybe 3 or 4 rounds that you lose because of one. Now they're like, if we can just get that round, one round that we win doesn't just equal 1. It could equal the next 3 or 4 after that too. So I'm very excited to see Train in there. I love Train personally, and I think these guys will probably do a good job on it.
It's one of the first times we would have seen Train this weekend.
Yeah. I want to ask you something, though, particularly. You mentioned Macmoor and maybe not being so as astonishing as we've seen him in the past.
I'd say 1.5 good maps this tournament.
Okay.
Certainly didn't perform against Damage Control yesterday. Usually we see him dropping large numbers, particularly against Damage Control, just with that AWP speed. And we haven't really seen it this weekend, to be honest. So I know he was feeling a little bit uncomfortable. He swapped out his monitor this morning, and he said the colors were hurting his eyes for the BenQ, which means that something's getting to him. If you had an astonishing game, you're not going to go and switch out a monitor, So it'll be interesting to see. I think definitely he needs to rock up against Bravado. He has to perform to that level. He has to.
Okay, well, however it happens, the teams are ready, and gods or not, it is Bravado versus Carbon, and Bravado are going to have to work their little socks off if they're going to try and take on this young, energetic Carbon, and we know we're in for an absolute cracker. Over to the stage.
Welcome to the grand final, ladies and gentlemen. And well, we kind of expected it in a little sense, seeing Bravado and Carbon at the final. But it's going to be a cracker. Of course, my co-caster, Mr. Extremes, welcome once again.
Hello, Mr. Burning Red.
So, your take on this match? Let's get down and dirty.
Dirty? It's too early in the morning for that, man. But we're going to get there eventually. It's Carbon versus Bravado. Bravado are going to have the choice of sides. They went with T side because of you know, the advantage going to this map. I think we're just waiting for in-game audio to come in. But this is the pistol round.
Yeah, indeed. Pistol round it is. And let's have a quick look out for the T side and where they're actually moving. It looks like Bravado are actually moving up in towards the A-bomb side. There is 2 CT players actually in that mid side. They're going to pull back though. Obviously getting that intel now, and just having a look here, Bravado just spreading it out, looking at the bomb as well. The bomb is kind of more focused towards that B-bomb side. We have got 3 players though outside the A main, so we might see an intention towards that A-bomb side, give or take.
Yeah, it seems like that's maybe the final destination, but bomb still towards B. Some trades flying in now.
Very well played here though from Bravado, managing to actually drop the player there. Carbon though kicking it off there, getting the frag on Detrony, so also great for them, and it's going to be up to them to actually defend it off here. Now Bravado now moving that bomb slowly towards the A-bomb site. We have got 2 Carbon players there, and they're going to try and see if they can just stop them. They've got the gun advantage here, of course. The Glocks are a little bit of a close range pistol, but here they go. Bravado moving in. They get the first frag on JT, and it's up to Macmo now to defend him off. Trying his best here with a P2000. He's not really getting the shots in. Still sitting in the site. The bomb goes down at the moment, and Bravado looking pretty strong. Got the corners and get 2 frags, and it's up to Macmo. Still in the site here, trying to defend it off, but I don't think it's going to happen. And there we go. Team Bravado take the first round.
Yeah, the pistol round, the all-important pistol round here on Cash, Bravado's choice, and this is, of course, Telkom DGL Masters 2016 at Rage. We're excited to be here, and, of course, Bravado and Carbon both excited. Bravado maybe a little bit more excited after that round when they're going to buy up. Carbon, meanwhile, going for somewhat of a force buy, except on Macmo. Of course, he wants to come out with the AWP early on, so not going to invest anything into this round.
Yep, upgraded pistols here for Carbon, and a good couple of deagles, at least 3 of them. So it is a technical deco. Looking at the aggression here on the B-bomb side now from Carbon, they're just trying to see if they can spot any of them. Detrony, though, has got an angle here, so Macmo needs to be careful. Oh, he just gets out the way, but it is going to be Sonic that's going to kind of keep that angle. And they do spot him there. JT just trying to kind of harass him there, but Sonic's not going to have any of it. Now Bravado just slowing things down at the moment. You can see the aggression here from the CT side. They're obviously trying to get as much intel as possible to rotate quick enough to where the bomb potentially could be.
Yeah, just probing around. We saw this out of Carbon quite a bit yesterday on their CT side versus DC. You know, just going for early information and being quite aggressive on their CT sides. And of course, they don't want to give Bravado any room. Bravado going into this A side now, utility flying in, and the breach is imminent.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Fady here with the Eagle. He's going to try and get himself a good shot. He's managing to get out the way, but he's going to get taken down by Black Poison, and Bravado in the site once again. Macmo still stalking around with a P2000. He's going to try and go for Detrony, but he turns around and takes it down. Flexi coming in with a 5.7 and doesn't get anything right. Only Domster managing to respond here with a Deagle, but he's got a lot of T-side players to take care of. JT also chiming in here with these Deagles, so it's a 3-on-2 situation. Carbon could retake the site here. Let's see if they can. Unfortunately not, as we see Domster going down there. JT too far back. Black Poison picking up the 2K, and Bravado now with a 2-0 lead.
3K actually in the end. And well, those Deagles were looking dangerous for a little bit there, but shut down eventually. And Carbon going to be on a full save now. So Bravado with the 2-0 and just the start they needed on the terrorist side of this map. Of course, Cash tends to be sort of an 8-7 scoreline either way. I mean, it can sometimes veer towards terrorist sided or CT side. Lately more CT, but we'll see how it goes today. I mean, Bravado picked the map, so clearly they're feeling confident on it, despite a loss on it earlier in the tournament.
Yep. Well, just to give you guys some information, obviously Bravado, they got first pick on the map and sides, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And they get to pick the sides on the 3rd map as well.
Which is train, yes.
Because of the advantage.
And they've already picked CT side on that map, so they're obviously feeling good on it. They had a bit of trouble on it at ECL versus XTC. XTC, the only team to really give them a hard time there with that victory over them in overtime on Train. But they played Train again in, I think, the semi-final, if I recall correctly, and beat whoever it was, I can't remember. It was so long ago. 3 weeks or 4 weeks is a long time in esports. Since then, we've had ESEA, we've had more DGL, we've had, I think, what else was it? MWeb Masters as well. That was the other tournament that happened.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's been a lot of CS action since then. A bit hard to zero in on some of the match results, but Carbon now on the save, so you could expect this is in the bag for Bravado, but they got some P250s. You never know. They may do some damage with that.
Yeah, well, it is a pretty much straightforward eco here from Carbon, expecting Bravado to walk away with this. They got the 3 rifles and 2 SMGs, and that farming utensil you like to talk about in the hands of Sonic, of course. He's going to try and cash in on a couple of frags here, but just looking at the situation here, I think Carbon could potentially, you know, challenge Bravado, as we saw in the one winners bracket game on Friday. I mean, they challenged Bravado really, like, solidly on the maps there. I mean, the scorelines were very close. So we could potentially see a third and final here. We would like to see a third and final here,
or even
of
a
course.
2-0. How about that? What's D-Drake saying now? Is he still saying Carbon, or?
Not sure. But I mean, I think just for this game, a lot of the guys out there will be supporting the Carbon team, wanting the slight underdogs to win here. But that being said, Bravado now moving in towards the A-bomb site. They get the first 3 frags quite comfortably, and they'll be able to get the bomb down. And we see also Detrony just picking off Flexi there, quite an easy one. And Dom's the last one if here with the P250. He's going to try and maybe just retain a gun on the end.
Going for the fight, and he actually gets the kill there, so he drops Detrony down, and that's good for him, but he's being hunted down now. Close range though with that P250, he actually picks up the kill there, and he might recover the ZK.
He's done a pretty good job. He needs to be careful when he's right inside. Goals will take him though, but 3-0 here to Bravado.
Yeah, pretty much expected so far. After winning the pistol round, you're generally going to see a 3-0 out of the terrorist side. And, well, Carbon now going to come in with the buy-up. Macmo, since he hasn't spent any money, actually able to pick up the AWP and armor. So that's going to be interesting to see the AWP battle today. Of course, Bravado not upgrading it to the AWP yet. Not needing to, I don't think. I mean, T-sides, you do want to be dynamic. You don't always need the AWP, but if you're going to go for the mid-battle, then definitely pick it up. So probably not part of their strategy. We did see them, I think it was on Friday, foregoing the AWP quite a bit and just playing T-sides with AK. So seems to be part of their game plan, depending on how they're planning to play. So let's see what's going to happen in this round. 1 minute 30 on the clock, some spam being exchanged, but Bravado in typical Bravado style, taking their time.
And they like to slow things down here. I'm just having a quick look at the matchups here. I mean, we've got Sonic versus JT, in my opinion, and then of course Fady versus Detrony. So Fady and JT, I think they're going to be the impact players here for Carbon today. And Macmo, of course, with the AWP, and of course Flexi doing a great job yesterday. Domster, the new addition to the side, he's actually done a very good job. He's been a good inclusion for the Carbon team. And then of course we got Classic Bravado here that has been together for quite some time and really, really strong players. Of course, Black Poison back from overseas. Sonic, the kind of like the dream kid for the team. He's clutched at WESG and
Der Wunderkind.
Yeah, goals and Detrony elusive, and obviously, you know, as a combination, Bravado are an unstoppable force at the moment. So it's going to be up to Carbon here to actually challenge them and, you know, take this.
The only team that has stopped the unstoppable force so far has been Carbon this year on a couple of occasions. So,
yeah,
I mean, if this is their day to shine, of course, and well, with just under 30 seconds on the clock, you got to expect the Bravado breach any second.
Well, Bravado managing to get the first frag through the door there. Macmo going down, so that's a problem for Carbon. Are they going to be able to respond? No, they're not. Goals getting in there, getting hold of Fady, and JT responding finally here now for Carbon. He's going to pick up the AK-47, and he's going to make it. He's going to have to make it work. I mean, it's going to be tough.
2 players low on Bravado though, so it is doable, but it depends on whether Carbon want to fully commit to this. It looks like they are going to go for the retake, and Gold's going to be in quite an interesting position there in main. No flank coming in, but look at that, kills flying in.
Yeah, well, it is up to Domster and JT. 2 hot shots at the moment for Carbon, and Sonic quite low on the HP. Elusive. Oh, Sonic goes down, and it comes a 1. Well, there we go. All of a sudden, JT taking the last frag, and Carbon will pick up their first round. Well played.
Excellent out of Carp, great retake, and it was a 4v3 retake as well, so definitely good play out of them, and JT of course being the linchpin for his team. The heavy hitter, and of course as the IGL, well that's quite a feat. The only other people we see on the international stage able to do that is the wonder child himself, Nico from Mousesports, IGL and top fragger. But of course we need to see these teams against top teams like that to be able to measure them, but this is of course the top level of South African Counter-Strike, so we're going to see the buy-in from Bravado yet again. AKs all around. And the AWP still in the hands of Macmo.
Yeah, well, Macmo will pick up the AWP once again. Good round there for Carbon. He needs to be careful though. Doesn't get his shot on the mid side, but he has got support there. Goal's the first one to get the frag on Flexi, though, on that B side. Actually from mid, sorry, boost there. And yeah, Fady trying to charge in. Aggressive play. He's a very aggressive player and likes to catch the team off guard. Now, obviously, Bravado just moving their way towards that A-bomb site at this moment. They might change it up and go towards B. It's really dependent. Black Poison picking up another frag against Domster here. So it's a 3-on-5 situation. Carbon not looking too healthy, but JT does square things up a little bit towards Carbon's favor. Still a 4-on-3 here. Macma with the AWP is going to have to shoot pretty straight and get the shots if Carbon wants to walk away with the second round here.
Yeah, Bravado doing the usual slow play and actually just picking off Carbon guys one by one. And look at Fady actually pushing up here, but he gets punished by goals, and that's big advantage towards Bravado. Now Carbon in the situation, they're probably going to lose JT. Macma's going to have to hang on to that, or most likely, unless JT pulls off the miracle play. But you definitely can't discount this youngster.
Well, JT's been pretty good throughout this competition for Carbon. Very solid. And let's just have a look and see how it's going to work out. He tries to catch goals there, but Bravado are moving towards the B-bomb site now. Now he's rotated out, so it's going to be a retake scenario here for Carbon, or are they going to back off if that bomb goes down? It's a 2-on-4 situation. JT going in, gets the bomber. Now all of a sudden,
10 seconds.
That's applied pressure here now for Bravado. Elusive getting the frag on him, but there we go. Bravado jump back with the 2K and 4-1.
JT almost with the miracle play yet again, actually dropping the bomb there, and with 10 seconds on the clock, they needed a hustle. That Molly also could have caused them some consternation, but in the end, the players going down, and Bravado taking the round again. But Carbon, such skill on their line. I mean, looking at the scores right now, Black Poison leading the way for his team, 7-1. On the other side, JT and Domster looking good for Carbon, but the rest of the players, no kills just yet.
Yeah. So very, very great start here now for Bravado. 4-1 up. And, Carbon with a hard push on the B-bomb side. They'll pick up a gun. They need to be careful of Sonic. Does he get himself a bit of a lineup here? He gets himself one. Go for more. Sprays, gets two, and gets taken down. So that's 2 guns now for Carbon. They can respond back. It's a 3-on-3 situation, but no armor though, of course, for the Carbon team, so it's going to be tough. Are they going to keep the guns, or are they going to go for the retake? Looks like they're going to just back off and hold it.
Yeah, it's worthwhile hanging on to the value that they got. I mean, if they can get any more exits, great, but I don't think it's worthwhile going for it at this stage. So it's going to be another one in the bag for Bravado, and if they get another couple, they're already going to be feeling good about this half. But Carbon now need to start stringing some rounds together and building their economy, because it just keeps getting ruined by Bravado.
Yeah, that's the thing. Bravado just keeping on top of their game here, and obviously on top of Carbon's game, of course, economically. And I think these 2 AKs are going to help Carbon out quite a bit going forward. Score now 5-1, and well, early lead here for Bravado, of course. It is their map.
Yeah, that ADR of 16 on Flexi, not really contributing anything at this stage, and basically Flexi and Fady, they need to stand up and start contributing on this map, because it's just Domster and JT who've really been the heavy hitters so far for Carbon. And of course Carbon's thing is they do need their superstars to fire together to actually win against Bravado.
Yeah, let's see. Bravado now moving up towards the A-bomb side. They're split towards B as well. A lot of flashies coming in, but just taking their time. So it is a bit of it's a full buy now. A bit of a ropey one actually from Carbon. I mean, we've got a bit of half armor there, some FAMASs, and enough utility to take them through the round.
Not the greatest, but they're going to make it work. Fady getting aggressive yet again and gets punished by Black Poison.
Oh, he was sitting there waiting for that aggression, because I think they've definitely kind of marked Fady as an aggressive player in this sort of scenario.
Of course, Bravado would have extra information on Carbon after spectating their game yesterday, so they're going to have seen them and seen how they've been so aggressive on CT, pushing repeatedly, and clearly ready to punish that at any turn.
Yeah, let's see how this 7th round goes here now. Bravado got the advantage here. It's a 4-on-5 situation. Black Poison obviously throwing a bit of utility in towards the site. That bomb still waiting down on B. You need to be careful though, because if I'm not mistaken, that is Domster waiting in the B bomb site here. But Bravado now moving in on A. They're going to try and cause a bit of a flank maneuver here. And a decoy play, not really working out for them. Good play from Flexi though, picking up the 2K, but they know the bomb is sitting in the B-bomb site. Domster calling it out already, and Bravado are already in the site, trying to take him on, and he will go down just. And here's the retake now for Carbon. They need to jump in. JT doing well, taking down Black Poison. It is a 2-on-3 situation, looking good now for the Carbon team on the retake. Bomb goes down. Can Bravado jump back here? No, it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. They're going to move into the side. Sonic doing quite well. He can clutch, but he'll get taken down by Carbon. And Flexi with the last frag there. It is going to be 5-2.
And that's the 4K for Flexi. We were just saying at the start of the round he needs to stand up and be counted, and boy does he ever do it in this round.
Well, now it's Fady's turn.
We go through them one by one, eh?
Yeah, Fady's sitting on a 0-2-7 at the moment. Hasn't picked up a kill yet. I think it's a bit vital for him to do that, being that he's the aggressor, you know, kind of in the team.
Of course, still early days yet again, as I like to say. My favorite phrase, aside from chiming in. I think I got that one from you.
Early days. Or which one?
Yeah, some mid-play coming out here for Bravado. Taking some control here through the smoke. And Carbon ceding that control to them and allowing them the space to work. Just Macmo sitting towards the Z area, possibly going to take a confrontation now, but Bravado playing for the mid control, just trying to keep Carbon at arm's length and take a little bit more map control earlier in the round than they have prior. So mixing up their play well, and let's see if Carbon are able to deal with this, because of course Carbon in danger of having their economy reset should they lose this round. And they need to start stacking up the rounds quite desperately at the moment. In this, the 8th round, Telkom DGL Masters 2016.
Yeah, the grand final, best of 3, and looking at the situation now, it's going to be interesting though, because nothing really kind of happening except that bomb kind of more towards the A bomb site. There are 2 players of Carbon waiting in A there for them, but that's the thing. Bravado has been able to penetrate it quite well. Fady's got an angle, finally picks up his kill. Let's see if he can hold on to it. Detrony coming in from highway, so good flank play here from Bravado. Can Fady stop it off? Oh, he almost gets hold of Black Poison there, but Black Poison getting the better of him. JT's still alive. He picks up the 1 frag, picks up 2. He's going to go for the 3rd one. He doesn't get it. And Bravado now have got a slight advantage here in the site they are. So, but this might be a problem. Domster coming in. Gets the frag on Detrony. Now it's up to Black Poison, who's got 4 HP. Doesn't get the shot in. The bomb has been planted though, and Carbon will pick up their 3rd round.
Excellent retake there from Carbon. You got to say Fady with that first kill, stopping the momentum of Bravado and making it pretty well, more doable for his teammates. I was going to say easy. That wasn't easy. That was a tough retake. But I think Black Poison also dropped to 4 HP there by Fady, made it a lot easier for his team. So we're going to see the buy up again from Carbon. Bravado also forcing into it. Interestingly, so just the single AK with the Tech 9s all around, and then Elusive with the P250. So let's see what they can do going into this round. Possibly looking to play a bit quicker, considering they have the weapons to actually take those close range engagements. And of course it's Expo open time, so the crowd is suddenly going to filter in, and that's going to be great.
Indeed. Let's have a look at round 9 here. Oh, almost a possible spray there for Fady. Only gets the 1 goals though, trading him up. And that's all the intel that Carbon needs. They know that they're waiting on the A-bomb site. Maybe a bit of an over-rotation might actually be the problem here for them, because they don't exactly want to over-rotate everyone into towards that A-bomb site. Then the B site just becomes easily accessible for them.
We did see them over-rotate quite a bit in prior matches, and it's something that Bravado probably will be aware of. But, Carbon gonna have, Spoof the coach will have looked at that and probably told his guys to take it a little bit more easy with the rotation. JT just trying to see if he can find something through the door there.
Bravado desperately needs to get into the site here. They've got 2 rifles though. Macmo on the angle. He doesn't spot Detrony on his right. But will take him down. Sprays through, spots one of the other players, goes in for the knife, but look at this. Bravado responding back with 3 frags, and it's up to Domster now. Very good entrance play here from the BBD side.
3v1 now, but of course the HP does give him a possibility of making this work, but he's against rifles. He's going to need to find his angles. Bravado players need to play carefully now.
Oh, look at that. Cleverly done. Takes control of the situation and eliminates Black Poison. Comes around the corner. He's going to go for the spray down. Gets hold of goals. And now it's a 1-on-1 situation. Elusive low on the HP. And I think he knows where he's responsible about it. He, well, takes the nade out and gets taken down. And an increase in rounds here for Bravado.
So close there from Domster. Great try from him, and it could have so easily been one of those 3v1s that he would actually win. I mean, we saw him clutching yesterday a couple of times, and he's of course the player with the match temperament, despite his young years. Something you could say probably about all of these guys that on Carbon that can pull it through when you need it to. And unfortunately, now Carbon dropped down to pistols. They're gonna have to save. And Bravado very much in the driver's seat on this map so far.
Oh, we're looking at Carbon here. Eco round, upgraded pistols, like you said, and pretty much full rifles for the Bravado side. They'll take the first frag on JT. As you can see, they've kind of read the eco round here, and they are pushing quite aggressively into the A-bomb side. They haven't really changed up much. As you can see, frags flying all over the place. Macma, the last one left here for Carbon, so kind of regulation round is what we would expect. But I think Bravado's got a very good read on this game, if you know what I mean. Like they can kind of see, or at least know, that Carbon's on an eco round. That's why they're playing so aggressive. But what's quite interesting though is that they are focusing a lot more on the A-bomb site, and then from time to time they just switch it up and say, okay, cool, let's make it a little bit more, like, how do I say, quicker, like getting into the site.
Yeah, the change of pace is good. Of course, sometimes they can be questionable if you're running at pistols. Running at them fast isn't always a good idea, but Bravado feeling confident. And 7-3 at the moment. Bravado very much in control at the moment, and Carbon need this round. JT actually with the AWP now, so we've seen him pull out the AWP quite regularly, so sometimes I think maybe he takes the responsibility on himself as the leader of the team to actually take that weapon and see what he can do with it. And Lady now pushing up, gets the kill. Domster as well adds to his tally there, taking down Detrony, and that's 2 players extinguished early on for Bravado.
Yeah, well, it's a good start for Carbon here on the buy round, and Bravado now only got 3 players left. That bomb now moving its way towards the A main side, or at least the back. I think it's going to go through door. So we'll probably see Sonic actually move into A main now, just setting it up here for an A side breach. They have been quite successful here. What's really dependent though is the use of utility. They've got the utility to get into the site. Do they have enough utility to kind of keep the Carbon guys out?
And do they have the numbers? Well, not right now, but I mean, we've seen Bravado overturn these sort of 5v3 situations quite a few times, and we definitely can never count them out.
Yep, JT with the AWP. Here we go. Macma got the angle, takes down one. He's going to go for the second, and then gets dropped by Elusive. Elusive with a 2K, and will go down, and Carbon will pick up another round here. 4-7.
JT getting the final kill there with the glass cannon off, and very lucky that the players went down from Bravado early on, because in that sort of close range engagement situation, had it been all five Bravado players, the glass cannons were really hard to keep going. Looking at the scores, we got 14 and 5 on Black Poison. What a performance out of him, and JT and Domster leading the way on 11 and 10 respectively on the Carbon side.
Yeah, so we just have a quick Bravado technical pause, and score at the moment 7-4. I mean, look, nothing's being written off here. Let's be honest. I mean, Carbon has got they've got a very good chance of bouncing back and taking this map from Bravado. However, let's be honest. This is Bravado's map.
Yeah, Bravado still in the driving seat. I mean, 7 rounds on T side, that's already good enough. If they get anything more, they're going to feel really great about their chances in this particular round. And well, in this particular map, what am I saying? Round map. You were getting that confused the other day, now I'm pulling it out. But it is early, of course. We've only had one coffee this morning. So, yeah, looking at it at the moment, they're not looking overly concerned on the Carbon side, and I don't think they should be. It's still, in hand for them. They just need to chain a few rounds together and potentially break the economy of Bravado. The thing we did see at Bravado is on a force buy, they were able to punish Carbon quite comprehensively there. So to see Carbon with the early aggression, especially off that A main, they've been pulling out repeatedly. Seems like Bravado have their number on that, and it has worked for them off the B side, but they need to be a little bit more careful with those pushes, because giving away numbers early on in CT side, while it is a gamble, it's a high risk, high reward sort of scenario. You also don't want to give away those numbers to a team like Bravado. You want them to be in a disadvantage coming into the site, and not coming to the site, whatever site they pick with a numerical advantage. Because I mean, they have had a economical advantage for most of the half so far. But of course, we do have a crowd right now. You guys have finally showed up. I'm sorry, they've let you in. So it's good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. It's Telkom DGL Masters at Rage 2016. And this is the final Bravado versus Carbon. Thanks for joining us, guys. Could you give us a cheer for the stream? Oh, thank you, guys. That was beautiful.
Oh, we see Z-Dragon there. Look at him. Look at him.
Oh, nice dance, bro.
So it looks like we're ready to go live once again after the pause. And score at the moment 4-7. Buy up on both ends. Goals though with a Tech 9. So it'll be interesting if you can get up close against the Carbon guys. And what's going to be interesting is how are Carbon going to be able to defend it off now? I mean, already 7 rounds for Bravado looking pretty good. Domster though spotting someone and getting taken down. Bravado getting that entry. Now look at Flex. He's in an interesting position here. Just a little too aggressive. And he'll get taken out by Black Poison. I think he should have stayed behind that box just a little longer. That would have helped him a bit more.
Yeah, he was under a lot of pressure. He clearly felt pressured to make a play and try to make something happen to stop them. But as you said, it might have been better to hide. But Bravado now got the bomb site and they got the numbers as well. JT missing the shot there, so probably better considering how far away these players for Carbon are to actually back out and just save the weapons. It's going to be 8 rounds to Bravado most likely as Goals takes Magma down. Just 2 players for Carbon left alive.
Yeah, JT managing to hold the goals, but that's only a pistol. Fady dropping Sonic. But Black Poison and the rest of the Bravado side are just chasing them down. They don't want to give them the guns, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. Seeing that they are going to actually win the half here. So 8-4 Bravado, looking very good on the map now.
Yeah, JT going down there is quite crucial. They needed that AWP going to this round, and unfortunately they left with not much to work with. So they're probably going to eco here. Just going to upgrade some pistols on some of those players, and well, there's not too much they can do with it without armor, but you never know. Carbon, they do have the aim on their side.
They do. They're young and full of talent, basically. And I think just in the case of they need to kind of get things going, warm up a little bit here, as we see them pushing towards from B now. We have Tetrini here. He's going to try and line up, but he'll only get the one. Trades from Carbon. Domster will pick up the rifle there, of course.
It just seems like their eco strategy repeatedly is to rush at the opposition on one or other side, and that's a very sort of MM thing to do, actually. I mean, it does work in the sense that you can take away a weapon, but we've also seen them get sprayed down a few times. And it looks like we've dropped somebody off the server, actually, on the Bravado side. So are they going to actually play this round through? It looks like they are.
It's goals.
Still got 3 players alive, so Carbon actually possibly could take this retake, dropping a player as well, interestingly. So probably just trying to even it up so that it's not an unfair disadvantage, I would think. Look at that, Thompson goes and gets the kill there, and then it's taken down. Goals and Black Poison closing it out there for Bravado, 9-4.
Yeah, they're in a very good position, Bravado here, and I think
we should see the pause coming in, yeah, but the time is still going at the moment.
Yeah, I think the pause call will come in. There we go, technical pause. But I think what Carbon should have done there is potentially just they should have actually just taken the rifle and just kind of backed off with it, and then taken the pistols, send them in for the retake. Because I mean, from an economical point of view, that's what you want. You want to actually try and save as much as you can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, one would think. I mean, their money is in a terrible position at the moment. But that being said, it's they seem to back themselves in these situations. They go for retakes that other teams maybe wouldn't. So it's just part of the way they play. They're very confident players, and I mean, it's something that you'd see out of those aim-heavy teams on the international stage, like Envious in their heyday, or the old Fnatic lineup. They'll just take the aim duels regardless. They'll force up regardless if they want to. And I mean, we haven't seen as much forcing, force buys from them here as we maybe saw in prior matches. And it seems obviously maybe some input from the coach or something on that front, but. Yeah, at the moment they're just under the cosh. They're getting a bit of a whipping from Bravado, and maybe on their T side they've still got the possibility to come back. I think they've got enough rounds to maybe make it a possibility, but they need to pull out a couple more. Otherwise, this game is going to run away from them.
Yeah, well, it's looking pretty. I wouldn't say super one-sided at the moment. It's looking very positive for Bravado. From Carbon's perspective, I think you're right. I mean, maybe just putting a little extra thought into what they're doing, instead of going in trying to win the aim duels all the time. I mean, that's what they're kind of doing. They're not really thinking about saving a gun or anything like that.
It is the default play style, of course. I mean, for
Yeah.
Carbon, it's go for the aim battles, it's be confident in yourself and take the fight, and it generally works for them. But when you have a team that's similar in terms of skill to them, like Bravado are, who have a little bit more strategy and a little bit more structure, it's that much harder for them. And I think their sort of wild card ability, you know, their ability to pull out the crazy plays, especially JT and Flexi in the past, you know, that's been Bravado's kryptonite at times. When we're looking at the teams there, Bravado looking very relaxed, looking quite happy, as they should be. Carbon on the other hand looking quite focused. They're not, you know, they're not looking quite worried yesterday like they were against DC on that second map. But
No, not at all.
you know, it's the first map. But you know, clearly they're focused. They know they need to get back into it. Whereas Bravado's feeling quite at ease. And you know, you may have made the argument maybe Carbon coming into this with a bit more practice than Bravado. Maybe Bravado could be undercooked because they weren't. Because they weren't playing yesterday, but the chilling seems to have worked for them. You know, they're sitting around, you know, they're signing some autographs here yesterday, a big crowd and a big noise. It was quite difficult to cast next to the massive crowd that we have for autographs. And clearly Bravado very popular, and so they should be. They are the best in South Africa, and Carbon are going to need to stand up to the best in South Africa to be able to call themselves that.
Yep.
So we're going to be restarting that round, actually. So we'll be back into it shortly, just the admin sorting it out for us. And, well, I think the expo is starting to fill up as well. Stand's starting to fill up, so we'll get hyped and more hyped as the game goes on.
Well, indeed. I mean, I think all the spectators, of course, and the viewers out there on stream, they're all hoping for a really good result here, like specifically, you know, Carbon getting the second map and taking us into train, which is going to be I think that's going to be quite a close one. I mean, all the games thus far has been pretty close between Carbon and Bravado, let's be honest. And yeah, it's what we want to see. It's definitely going to build as, you know, the rounds come in. And obviously the technical issues puts a little bit of a down on things just for the time being. But once we get started now, hopefully in the next couple of seconds, we'll be able to take you guys through, you know,
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll
the
get
rest
there.
of the map.
It's also good to see so many pro players in the audience. It's actually great. I mean, F3 players, we got well, F3 players mostly. Hello.
Oh, there's a
And,
couple of DC guys
yeah,
there.
a couple of DC
I
guys
saw
as well.
Style.
Yeah, it's good to see them all here, supporting as well, and obviously looking at the opposition enviously. The guys are going to get the big money. Sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, guys, yeah, just waiting now actually for the technicalities to be sorted out. But otherwise, let's have a quick recap on this tournament. I mean, one of the big upsets, Flipside beating Aperture. That was great. I mean,
Yeah, well, not great for
unexpected.
Aperture, but
Well,
great
yeah,
for
of course.
Flipside.
But I mean, obviously for the supporters out there and the fans out there, you know, these upsets are awesome to see. And then obviously seeing Flipside play up against Carbon yesterday, that was a pretty good game. Flipside didn't do so great in the first map, but however, they had a lot of one-on-one engagements, which they could have potentially won. So score-wise, they didn't do so good, but the actual game, it was pretty close. Second map was fun to see. I mean, we saw Massacre actually taking on JT there and actually beating him in a lot of the aim duels, which is great for kind of future developments as well. Then moving into the game after that, Damage Control versus Carbon, that was also really great to watch. You know, DC beating Carbon on Mirage, and it was like the iron wall of Damage Control. You could not get into the side. What was it, 12-3 at the half, actually, for Damage Control?
Yeah, it was crazy, and I mean, Carbon just didn't seem to have any answers. They were just rushing at them, you know, like lemmings over the side of a cliff, basically. It didn't seem like they had any answer.
Yeah.
I mean, the panel was saying, you know, that DC had already mentally won the game, and somehow Carbon managed to come back in dust, and obviously it's a map that favors their aim-heavy style, and well, they squashed DC in the end, and looked very good in doing so. So, I mean, Carbon did show some weakness on Mirage, and they picked Mirage again, so against Bravado. So clearly they feel that they've got something there, but we didn't see it yesterday. So
Yeah.
let's hope that they're able to do that, because that's quite concerning. If Bravado take this map and it goes to Mirage and we see another performance out of Carbon on Mirage like they did yesterday versus DC, then I'd be pretty worried.
Yeah, so anyway, guys, we are back into the game now. Score now 8-4 to Bravado, of course. And looking at the buy-up here, Bravado obviously full stack of AK-47s with utility. And we got Carbon now on the upgraded pistols only. So eco here for them. And I think they're going to probably go for a hard B push once again. But Bravado, I think, spotting that out, and they're going to be moving in towards A.
Yeah, I mean, as I pointed out before, Carbon seeming to favor on these eco rounds, just rushing somewhere. So Bravado going to try to stick together with the players, leave the lurk out just to catch whoever's going to try to push. And Black Poison in position here, going to take these fights and going to actually be run down there with the USP. So it's a gun potentially recovered there in the hands of Flexi as the bomb goes down.
Yeah, well, nice recovery here for Carbon. Let's see if they can actually maybe capitalize off it, maybe get another gun. JT quite low in the HP, Macmo going down, so Bravado in a comfortable position once again here with the bomb plant. And, will probably end up getting the 9th round here. However, Flexi could go absolutely mental with that AK-47. We see though that he's actually parking now with the gun, and he's not going to engage.
He's going to try and get an exit or two, basically.
Pretty much. Maybe give JT a gun or two to choose from, but there we go. Bravado now picking up their 9th round. 9-4, pretty easy stuff.
9-4, of course, and well, if there's any Carbon fans in the stands, they definitely need your support now. They need those 6 rounds. Can we get a cheer for Carbon? Thanks, guys. Okay, so going into this, the 14th round, 9-4 at the moment, and well, Carbon going to come in with the buy-up. And they desperately need these last 2 rounds, without which it's going to be pretty tough going into the second half. So what can they do versus Bravado? Are they going to pull out something trickier?
Yeah, this is the vital round, and I think Carbon can do it. They've got the guns now. They've got a bit of utility. And then, of course, Domster and JT with half armor. So looking at the setup
Run boost time.
At the moment.
Oh, fail. If at first you don't succeed, well, fail again. So, not working out for them there. Setup ruined, unfortunately. But, well, they're still all alive. Nothing lost yet. And Flexi again sitting in that checkers area, just waiting behind the boxes there for some aggression. Going to see the dual smoke up here in middle so that Bravado can take the control. Sonic now taking the ground away and making some noise towards B. He's going to flush out Flexi.
Yeah, very well played here by Sonic. He'll get the frag on Flexi. Easy stuff. And Flexi just unfortunately under too much pressure. Now Goals moving in towards the A-bomb side. Starts looking towards the right and gets taken down. JT also picking off Elusive. So nicely played here. And once again, it's a 3-on-3 situation. Macmo under pressure. He's low on the HP. Gets taken down by Black Poison. Fady with the trade on Detrony. He's going to try and go for Black Poison here. It's a 2-on-2. Can Carbon pull up around here? Bomb will go down.
Domster's a long way away as well, on the long rotate, and he's going to run into this Sonic here, sitting at sandbag. Sonic's going to spot him out, but he gets the kill.
Well, very well played from Carbon. Domster there specifically. Fady's going to try and go, and he gets taken down, and it's Black Poison versus Domster. Who's going to take it? Is it going to be Bravado, or is it going to be Carbon? Domster quite close, and there we go. Bravado pick up another round. 10-4.
And that was a crucial clutch there. Domster needed that for his team, and so close there, but not able to pull it through. So Bravado in a commanding lead at the moment. And Carbon, if you're looking at the scoreline at the moment, I mean, Black Poison just towering above his team at the moment, 21-6. What a performance from him in this final. JT and Domster doing well for their team, but the rest of the guys are not really adding as much. And Carbon now, they have to get this round. It's non-negotiable for them at the moment, and they've bought everything they possibly can, but it's not a great buy.
No. Like you always say, it's a ropey buy. Pretty ropey.
A deficient buy, if we really want to be technically correct. But they can still make it work, of course. JT got that scout, trying to spam through that wall and find something.
He manages to knock Black Poison down to 60 HP, so good shot there from him, actually. And Bravado now once again aiming on this A-bomb side. They just seem to focus on this bomb side so much. And they've done a pretty good job at it. So right now Black Poison just waiting on the door side, obviously giving his position away, but that bomb is though kind of really far back warehouse side. It is moving now towards the A-bomb side, but there's still not really kind of a rotation here for Carbon either. It almost looks like they've stacked the B-bomb side more so. We have got 2 players though close in the close vicinity. We have got Flexi on the actual site. And here we go.
They're obviously unconvinced because it's just Black Poison that's been making noise, but now of course the side take is going to be coming in.
Well, it's going to be tough for Carbon yet to try and defend this one off. Lexi trying desperately here. Fady with the deagle. He's flashed out. He can't take them down. He gets taken down. And the same with Macmo, just falling all over the place. The Carbon guys, they just can't get anything. And it's up to Domster.
Not long for this world. He's going to get 1 kill. He might come in with 2, but I don't see it happening with the UMP at this distance. See what he can find here, and they're all peeking him one at a time. He gets another kill, but goes down to Elusive, and that's Bravado taking the half, 11-4. Excellent performance out of Bravado here, and Black Poison in particular. Carbon really up against it, backs up against the wall now going into the second half.
Oh, it's been a great half here for the Bravado guys and obviously the fans out there. And yeah.
So yeah, this is Telkom DGL Masters. I'm going to remind you, you can see the signs, but I'm going to tell you anyway. It's DGL Masters 2016 at Rage, and let's give a cheer for our teams, guys, going into the second half. This is fantastic. Fantastic crowd. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Well, into round 16 we go, and crucial round here for the Carbon team. They need to grab the pistol round win here, otherwise it's going to be a bit of a flop for them. They'll probably lose 1 or 2 rounds after that, unless they pull something out of the hat. And you can see JT under pressure already, 16 HP. He's going to try and get into the site with his Glock. It's going to be ultra tough for him, but it seems that the Carbon guys are going to move towards the A side, and it's a very good decoy play there from JT, allowing Carbon. But look at this, Detrony getting the 1 frag on Macma there, being dropped though to 10 HP, and it's up to Black Poison. He's got a full amount of health.
Flexi stuck in the corner there as well, but look at this. The rear guard action coming in here from Sonic, taking him down, using the decoy as a fake flash. And it's just the 2 players left alive for Carbon. They're going to need to do something crazy here. Flexi getting the first kill, but goes down to goals. Just Fady left alive. Going to be taking this fight 3v1, but he goes down. Detrony takes him, and that's another round for Bravado.
Oh, very, very well played by Bravado there on the retake. I mean, it's going to be very tough now for Carbon to actually bounce back from this specifically. I mean, they might be able to kind of do a bit of an upset on the 3rd round when they buy up. We would expect them to buy up on the 3rd round, of course.
Yeah, but by that point, it's already 13 to Bravado potentially, so that they're actually going to force up. Interesting. Clearly feeling that the game is already too far gone from them to allow it to go to 13. So they're going to force into this round Galil on Flexi, and they're going to give it their best shot. And while the Tech 9s can seriously do some damage against these SMGs, and Bravado might be expecting the AK buy in the 3rd round, so this may catch them off guard depending on where Carbon going. It looks like Carbon are actually going to put 2 towards that squeaky door area, so A is the intended target here. Perhaps we'll see somewhat of a fast play from them as soon as they let go of these smokes.
Well, let's see. Can Carbon do it? And maybe a bit of reverse psychology here from them. Smokes going into the site, and they are setting up now to come through the door side and A main. And here we go, JT, the first one out. He's flashed, but it's going to be tough here. Black Poison with the lineup. He gets 2. And then there's the response from Carbon. Detrony with a 2K as well. And Sonic chiming in on the end. And a good round for Bravado here, 13-4. Bit unfortunate for Carbon, though.
Yeah, actually with that lineup, it wasn't Black Poison that got both. Detrony stole 1 away from him, so he actually ended with a 3K there for Detrony.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looked like it. And well, that's almost hope lost there for Carbon, unfortunately for them. Good execute, but just unfortunate as they came in, they're lining up and taking a lot of damage from that SMG. Detrony finishing them off with the 3K. And at the moment, Carbon in a lot of trouble. Going to save up here. Potentially going to be 14 to Bravado, and almost gone away. Look at Sonic with the aggression going in, getting 2. Trying to go for more, but he goes down to Flexi.
Oh, good
Black Poison coming in, backing him up. And he goes down to Flexi as well, so it's a 3v2 at the moment, and that aggression out of Bravado reaping dividends, but losing 2 players there and potentially 2 guns as well.
Oh, Flexi here with the 2K, so he's at least in a good position there with the M4A4. JT, though, doesn't have a gun whatsoever.
Sure, he'll find one now, but unfortunately for these players, no armor, so if they're going to take these gun battles, aim punch is going to be a big factor in that. Just probing around, trying to see what they can find. Detrony ideally placed to actually deal with them should they come through that A main area. JT on the lurk, just trying to see if anybody's going to try to flank them. But Bravado playing very passively, not wanting to give anything away to Carbon here. And, well, the boost coming in now, trying to see what they can find towards mid. But again, the passive play from Bravado, not giving an inch.
Not at all. And Bravado quite well spread out here. But look at this, JT in a peculiar position. Might be able to help out Flexi quite a lot. Flexi's just going to keep them at bay, but JT coming in from the mid side gets the 1 trade, and Vital positioning for him here. Flexi's going to come out now and he's going to try and challenge Elusive. Look at this. JT coming in from behind. All of a sudden changing things up. It's a 1-on-1. And Destiny will get the 2K on the end. 14-4.
Excellent play from JT and Flexi. They're making it closer than they had any right to make it, showing their skills. And unfortunately for them, the aim punch was an issue in the end with the gun battle between Detrony and JT. So Detrony winning it, Bravado now taking it to 14-4. Going to see the buy-up coming from Carbon, and, well, Carbon desperately needs something to go right for them now.
Yeah, it's make or break right now here for Carbon. And on this first map, of course. And look at this. Detrony aggressive with the AWP. Doesn't get the shot, though. Gets flashed quite a bit. And there's great aggressive play from JT. Picks up the 2K, opens up the B-bomb side all of a sudden for Carbon here. Now they're in the good position.
Goals only with the CZ, so it's going to be a pretty tough retake for them.
Yeah, indeed, it will be.
So the bomb goes down now. They might actually want to just hang on to these weapons, considering they're in such a lead. They don't really need to gamble, and it looks like that might be the objective. Going to position themselves in such a way that they can maybe find an exit or two should they get hunted. But there we go, Carbon with the round in the bag. So Carbon fans, maybe give them your support, guys. There we go. There's a few of you here. There's a couple on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Carbon are the coming kings, possibly. They're the guys who going to be the stiffest challenge to Bravado this year. And with 5 on the board now, well, not proving to be a big challenge for Bravado yet on this map, but you know, anything can happen. We've seen the comebacks happen. ESWC finals, for instance, that first map, I think it was 11-4 after the half, and Carbon took it to overtime. So you never can count these guys out. They definitely have the temperament to just string rounds together, and of course it's going to require focus, and it's going to require repeatedly breaking the economy of Bravado.
Indeed it will. And looking at the setup here, Elusive quite close with this Mag 7. We saw him in action on Friday with this gun. And boy, oh boy, did he do the damage and cobble with it. So
That seems to be somewhat of a specialist with that gun, actually.
He is. I mean, those flick shots, I mean, they're crazy. But that being said, though, Fady trying to see if he can angle out one of the players here. And we've got 2 guys playing in checkers here for Bravado. Macmo with the AWP, just with that support on the side. He gets the shot, and this is an opening now for Carbon as they move in. And they take down the Mag 7 player, Elusive. And here we go. Carbon starting to gain a little bit of momentum going into round 20. And it's up to Sonic and Black Poison for the retake. It's going to be a little tough for them. Oh, and look at this. All of a sudden, Fady just wall bangs Black Poison there like it was nothing, like he saw him actually.
Ooh. Sonic spotting out Domster though and managing to drop him down. And he's going to try to keep this gun, but I think Carbon are going to want to take it off him. JT already on the hunt as the bomb is down and the round is potentially on the board here for Carbon. Don't see anything happening barring the server exploding or something, I guess. And Sonic there ripping Fady's head off, but he's going to go down. Flexi takes him out, and that's 6 to Carbon. 14 still on Bravado, and Bravado should be on a save here, so it should be 7 for Carbon. But Bravado famously on these eco rounds are able to eke something out and sometimes take the victory despite the odds. I just don't see it happening with the weapons they have at the moment, so this should be another one for Carbon.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is a very important round for Carbon, irrespective if it's just a regulation round. Like, they need to pick up every round going forward is going to be an important round for them. They need to pick up as much as they can to get close to that 14-round mark so that they can potentially, you know, just snatch it from Bravado. We would love to see that, but let's wait and see.
Yeah, Domster adding to his tally. They're taking down goals, and he's going to be working his way towards that A site from Squeaky. Meanwhile, the Bravado players mostly stacked towards B, so they're going to be coming in, trying to flank and maybe take a weapon or 2 away as the bomb goes down for Carbon. So Carbon now looking like, pretty likely on the 7th round, sorry. And well, Bravado going to just see what they can do on the exit side. So Carbon, what would you say they need to do now to continue this role? Because I mean, they've been against Ecos a couple times, yeah. Against the full buyers, how are they going to need to play this against the Bravado defense?
Well, it's very tough because, I mean, there's such a small margin for error, really. I mean, Bravado in 14 rounds. I think what basically Carbon's going to have to do is they're going to have to kind of focus on the area, capitalize off it. We see Bravado, they're picking off 2 guns there, but here's the response there from Carbon. What they need to do is, once they get into a bomb site and it works, you know, carry on doing it for quite a bit. And then, you know, if you're going to lose that one round, swing things up, change it completely, you know, do all sorts of strats all over the board. You know, try and confuse your opponent as best as possible to get to 15.
Yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much how they would want to approach it, of course, but no margin for error, as you mentioned. So,
or do it from the start, confuse them all the time.
Well, looks like they're going to actually go fast here towards the B side, so mixing it up a bit, getting the entry there on JT, gets the first player on the hunt here. JT hungry for kills, going to line up there for Elusive. He gets 2 goals, also gets another Elusive with a third and a fourth. 4K for Elusive.
What a great kind of lineup there for him. I mean, he did a phenomenal job, just kind of kept it cool, didn't like peek too much, get himself like too exposed in that sort of situation, and, you know, just took them down one by one. And that's exactly you know, something that Bravado needed, that particular kind of like lockdown.
It seemed like Carbon were listening to you. They were mixing it up, trying to confuse their opponents, but
No,
Elusive not confused at all. So,
nope.
Yeah, he proved elusive there, not taking much damage and just ripping heads off. So now Bravado actually going for some aggression here on Sonic and Black Poison, trying to see what they can spot out and taking the fight there. But look at Black Poison replies and gets taken down by Domster on the lurk through the squeaky door. So they've got the sight, but it's going to be oh so close. And Detrini ready for the cross. The smoke not quite blocking him off.
Oh, gets the AWP shot there. Macmo out of the picture. It's a 3-on-3 situation here, and Carbon are moving in towards that A-bomb site, so they managed to kind of regroup here. That's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to back off, though, maybe into that main side area, into door side, you know, just kind of keep out of harm's way as best as possible. Domster quite low in the HP. Detrini, Elusive, and Goals all full on the HP. Retake time here for Bravado. Can they take the map, or can Carbon defend? Bit of a boost here, working out for JT. He's going to try and go for the 2K. Backs off a little bit. Goals now trying to flush out his man, Domster. Domster is going to back off. Elusive takes the one. Elusive takes another one. It's up to Elusive. He's going to go for it, but JT keeping things alive here for Carbon. 15-8.
Hanging on by a thread, and Bravado got those map points in hand at the moment. Quite a few of them, 7 in fact. So Carbon going to have to keep bringing it to Bravado, and in that situation Bravado played it correctly, didn't pile into the A site and waited for the retake. The A site is a site that's very possible to retake. A lot of teams will actually just give that site up and play for the retakes on the international scene, so Bravado definitely up with the current meta, and they're going to be on a save at the moment, trying to see if they can do some damage toward middle. But Fady there with a 2K.
Detrini responding though here for the Bravado team.
So it's a 3v3 at the moment. Fady dropped pretty low, so I mean, is this going to be another one of those ridiculous Bravado save wins? Not if Fady has anything to do with it. He takes the one, but he's fully flashed now and goes down there to Sonic. So it's a 2-on-2 as the bomb goes down, and well, it's actually possibly doable for Bravado. No armor though, so that's going to be a bit of an issue for them. But Macmo and Domster, well, they're ready for this.
It is Sonky though. Easy for Sonky.
Yeah, HLTV memes.
Let's see if he can actually get into the site. Go for the retake here. Elusive is joining him on the highway side. It's going to be tough. Domster in a good position though. Macmo playing on the back. Going to go for the crossfire. Gets the double spray down, but Domster assisting there, and Carbon will pick up another just.
Yeah, just. I mean, and against an eco. It got so very close there. So they're going to come in with the buy now, and well, Bravado as well. No AWPs that we can see. And well, Bravado a little bit limited on the utility side, no money, and Carbon got the option of possibly resetting them here and setting them back. So Carbon desperately need this, and of course we can say that every single round because it of course is map point for Bravado.
Yeah, it's a buy up, but also a force up here from Bravado. They've taken pretty much every single penny and they've spent it on whatever possible. Utility, half armor.
Look what they did with pistols. What can they do with rifles?
Yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, it is round 25 here. Score 15-9. Carbon, all or nothing for them at the moment to try and bring this one back. Just having a look at the situation here. Carbon now have got that bomb sitting in warehouse. 2 guys on B, 3 guys on the A side. So they're obviously planning to do a little bit of a decoy move here.
Based on that molly that he's lining up there for Carbon, it looks like B might actually be the intended result here, but Bravado ready to go for this push, trying to find some information. We've seen them do this quite a bit, and they get the kill down. Black Poison takes Fady, going back for more, and Macmo desperate to trade it off, but he can't risk dying, so he backs away.
Now look at Domster at the door side. He's going to try and trade off Detrony. He gets it right, and now it's a 4-on-4. And they are trying to lock more Bravado players towards that A-bomb site, as you can see. Sorry, away from it. And it is Black Poison now on that main side. He's got the support though there from Sonic, who closes the door, and Macmo picks up another one. Black Poison out of the picture now. And now we see Carbon moving in towards the A-bomb site. They do find Sonic. Bomb will go down, and it is up to Goals and Elusive on this force up here from them to try and go for the retake and take the map.
You got to say the situation right now very difficult for Bravado, but Elusive coming in with the kill on Flexi, and Macmo in a pretty pivotal position. Yeah, he's going to be quite crucial on this retake, but it just depends on how much Bravado want to commit to this. Of course, they got the rounds in hand. They don't have a kit though, so if they don't find something now, it's probably best to back away, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. So there's going to be another round for Carbon, and Carbon on the comeback trail at the moment. It's going to be 15-10, and Carbon need to keep stringing this together, and it might also be something that they need to think about to try to hunt down these weapons and take them away from Bravado, because Bravado always dangerous with whatever weapons they have. But Carbon at the moment looking good on their T side, and they just need to keep this going, but they've got no margin for error.
No margin at all. There was a little margin for error when it was 14, but now there's no margin whatsoever.
No margin whatsoever, but they can do it. We've seen them do it before. And, well, if you're a Carbon fan, you've got to believe, right?
Indeed. And hopefully the guys on stream are cheering on for the Carbon team here. It is a full AK stack here though from Carbon, and a bit of a ropey buy from Bravado, but they are playing a slight aggressive game. Goals with the CZ. We've seen what he can do with it. And Carbon are moving this bomb towards that A-bomb site. Although, look at this cheeky little boost from Black Poison. Oh, gets taken down by Macmo. That didn't work out exactly as planned.
That's going to tell Bravado something, though, about where these players are. And, of course, the A-side take coming in. Flexi there, taking out Elusive. And Goals and Sonic taking mid-control. Mac already posted, waiting for the attempted backstab here. And, well, he's going to be the one to try to stop that. And it looks like he's going to do it. Detrony actually picking up a kill there. He's the only one left alive now for his team. And he goes down. JT takes him down. And that's another one for Carbon, so 11-15.
Yeah, things are starting to get pretty close here. Can Carbon make it all the way to 15 rounds?
Well, the answer is yes, of course, but Bravado not going to let them if they have anything to do with it. And looking at those scores, Black Poison just carrying on, just one away from the 30 bomb. And look at that KD. JT as well, just the pillar of strength for his team. Domster also doing really great on the 21 frag. So both teams are actually looking good at the moment. And well, Carbon, if they just gotten maybe another 2 rounds on their own CT side, they probably would have been a lot better placed going into this round.
Well, it's a buy-up now for Bravado. So
run boost win.
Yep. It's a buy-up here, though, from Bravado, as I said.
Look at this mid-control here towards Cat from Carbon Fady, the entry man, trying to see what he can find here, and they're going to be sneaking up, but Bravado will probably peek them, looking at where Black Poison is placed. He's ready to receive them. Detrony, meanwhile, taking the peek with a flash from his teammate, gets the one kill, and the Flames are going to take Domster down. Roast Domster.
Yeah, and wow, all of a sudden Carbon responding with 2. It's in a 3-on-3 situation. They love to do this. Now Flexi, JT and Macmo moving into the site. They get the frag on Sonic. He's out of the picture. And it's up to Goals and Elusive. Can they respond back? They do. They get hold of Flexi. And it's a 2-on-2 scenario now. JT under pressure on that main side. Needs to be careful. The crosses are on him. Oh, Goals getting the frag on Macmo. And now the spray down from JT. Just not good enough to get the frag. He's going to back off. The bomb is in a good position for him to kind of cover from the main side.
Spraying away, they know where he is. They're going to take him down.
It's not going to help, and there we go. Bravado taking the first map, 16-11.
Yeah, all Bravado in that first half, and in the second half doing just enough to take it away from Carbon. And you got to think Carbon, if they'd done a little bit more on their CT side, they would have been well placed to take this. But Bravado proving really strong, and of course we know them to be such, and they look pretty pleased with the results. So that's one for Bravado, and Carbon need to bring it back on the next map. That's Mirage.
So yeah, I think that's the thing. Carbon did a valiant effort there from them specifically. So like, you know, I think they're going to be able to challenge Bravado now on their map, and hopefully give us
Well,
a third.
if they give us a better performance than Mirage versus DC yesterday, but they've got the BMT, they've got the temperament, and of course the panel will tell us all about it. So myself, Axe Strings, and Burning Red, we're signing off and we're going over to the panel.
With the same panel, first half all in favour of Bravado. Carbon making a concerted effort to come back here. Parker, what did you see in that game?
Well, we had Macmur and Fady kind of slacking there in the beginning for majority.
And I'm still also 0 for 7.
Three quarters of the game. And only then, well into the second half, once they started actually picking up the frags, did they start actually accumulating rounds.
Yeah. To me, it was a little bit too little too late anyway. The game was lost. Bravado was in full control, and you have to say that a very, very poor performance by McMurray.
Apoc,
You know?
on Friday we saw Carbon take Bravado. This is Bravado's map.
Yeah.
We saw them take them 16-14, and at one point we thought, what's happening here? What did Bravado change up there for us?
I don't think Bravado changed it up so much as that Carbon were just throwing the game. I think it might have been nerves, because we saw the run boost missed 3 times, and Bravado hit A at the time when they should have got a guy on boost. Fady jumped, missed it, and lost HP on the way down, giving away his position. Black Poison was in the door and hurt him, so they lost that round. Then the next round they tried it 3 times awkwardly. I mean, this is the things guys do in their sleep, you know. Yeah. And then we saw Makmur not even picking up the AWP as a primary AWP and giving it to JT, obviously showing some nerves, and they just couldn't get things going, couldn't get on the board.
The interesting thing is, especially Fady, Carbon really banks on Fady getting, his aggression going. He pushes, he's really good on the push. Bravado very patient, showing no maturity.
Exactly, absolutely.
They shut him down. I mean, he went boost, got shut down everywhere. And I mean, but it's these long, patient waits. Like Black Poison was staring for a minute long onto drop. I mean, and Fady just couldn't do anything. He was 0 for 7, but it wasn't as if he was playing badly. He was
he was just being outread. Like exactly like you say, they boosted on the corner, and instead of just doing the patience thing and waiting, nothing had happened on the map. Nothing had happened. There is no reason for them not to be watching the counter boost. What does he do? Takes a step, and Robbie kills him. Black Poison killed him on an easy off angle. So
let's not harp too much on this last map. Bravado have taken it 1-0 up now in the grand final. We move on to Mirage. That's Carbon's pick, and Bravado beat them on this map on Friday.
And
so
we've got to beat them.
Yes. So this is going to be an interesting one to see. You mentioned the AWP and the scout going into the hands of JT.
Yeah.
Do you think Makmur is really under pressure here?
I'm not sure what's happening, because I mean usually Makmur, you've got to say when he's on form, he's the best AWP in the country on his massive flick shots, amazing speed, and he didn't AWP the whole game. Why? You know, there's something going on there. You know, swapping out the monitor. So I think what they got to do is give him the AWP back, let him play. And let them
play their game.
Yeah.
They can't change things last minute. They've made it this far.
Exactly.
It's a winning formula.
They're going to need.
Okay, the guys are getting ready on stage, but before we do that, we didn't get a chance to do this last map. Quickly, Parker, predictions for this map.
If Carbon work as a unit and they synergized, I think it'll be a close game, but I still think it's going to go towards Bravado.
Okay, Apoc?
Bravado 16-12.
Yeah, Bravado 16-10.
Okay, well, guys, there you've had it. It's all up to in the hands of Bravado. The only ones that can take this are Carbon, and I think they've got it in them. Let's see what happens. Over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Barry. And map 2, let's get all kind of like hyped for this one, really. I mean, I think it's going to be Carbon's map. I'm really hoping for a third and final.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we want to see. Well, we're going into the map pretty quickly, of course. Almost caught in the bathroom there. Had to run back. And, well, it's good to see we're ready to go. And, of course, we got a good crowd here. Everybody's ready. And it's Telkom DGL Masters 2016 Outrage Finals. So we're about to go Carbon versus Bravado into this knife round to decide who's going to pick what side. Bravado, of course, got the choice with the advantage from being first seed into the first map. And they'll get it potentially into the third map should it go there.
Yeah. So the third map, there's no knife round. I think Bravado have
They've picked CT already for train. So we see Bravado winning that. So they'll probably pick CT being a CT favored map. And, well, that's not going to help Carbon. Their T-side looked pretty ropey yesterday on this very map against DC, but they picked the map nonetheless, so therefore they are confident and, well, they feel they've got a good chance. And sometimes starting T-side on the map that you picked is what you want, because you want to keep warm and take those aim duels. Sometimes on CT side, when you're sitting holding an angle, you can get a little bit cold on the aim front. And, of course, both sides will be warm after that first map, but Carbon really need to bring the heat. So this is Bravado versus Carbon, and we going into the pistol round, guys.
Indeed we are. And second map, and well, Bravado leading 1-0. It's up to Carbon now to kind of throw it back at them and say, no, let's take this to a third. And here we go. Carbon now starting it off and moving that bomb towards the A bomb site now. Kind of very slow play coming out. I think it's just more of a utility setup. There we go. Smokes into the site. It's going to be a straightforward breach here from them. Standard stuff, and we see the smokes pretty much in the right place. As you can see, Bravado just struggling to find a gap here. Goals almost getting a frag. And there we go. Black Poison the first one to pick one up, and there's the response from Carbon. Now all of a sudden things get heated up in this A-bomb site here, with Black Poison still sitting in the CT bomb site, trying to get into the site. Detrony picks up one, Macma responds, and now Black Poison with the 2K. There we go, Domster with another 2K. And things are pretty tight right now. Elusive picking off JT here. Domster still alive, trying to keep it, and he picks up the third. And now Sonic gonna go for the defuse. Is he gonna go straight? Oh, he doesn't, and Carbon starts it off.
Domster with a 4K there and 6 HP, and somehow manages to clutch it in a 2v1. Excellent play out of Domster. And look at the replay there. Getting all tricky around the smoke. Smoke is his home, and he's just dancing around there, waiting for the opportunity. Goes in and takes Sonic's head off. Wins the round for his team, and that's the start Carbon needed.
Lovely start, and we'll see quite a number of rifles being purchased here on the second round, and upgraded pistols. A lot of deagles actually for Bravado here. Smoke up, and this cheeky little boost. Does it work? You see though, Black Poison trying to spam through, gets taken down by Fady, and now Carbon moving in towards the B-bomb site. Detrony managing to trade, and Sonic as well taking down Flexi. This is turning out to be a little bit of a problem here for Carbon, as they're dropping players all over the place. It's a 4-on-2 situation, and Macma now doesn't get it and gets taken down by Elusive. Look at Bravado here.
The force fire working out for Bravado so far, and it's all up to Domster. He's going to have to get a 4K yet again to actually win the round, and I don't think it's going to happen. He's getting players coming in from all sides. They take him down, and that's Bravado bringing it to 1-1. So great reply from the Bravado side.
Absolutely amazing stuff here. Great pistol play from Bravado, and I think that has, kind of stopped Carbon in their tracks now for the next 2 rounds. I mean, they're going to have to force up here, which we do see the force up come out.
Yeah, I hope for Carbon that they're not going to continue to rush with such speed into the bomb sites, because it really didn't work for them yesterday, and well, they need to try to get the early picks and find the way in, and we're going to see a rush just as I say that. So here they go. Black Poison ready to stop it, got the nade in hand, and he's getting really close. He's going to get run down here, and the entry's coming in for Carbon, so the speed actually working out for them in this occasion. And now retake down for Bravado.
Yeah, let's see if Detrony can do it. We got Detrony, Elusive, and Sonic still left with guns. Macma's got an AK-47. Detrony gets the one frag on JT. And now JT and his team needs to try and keep them at bay. There we go. Domster getting the shot. He's going in with a Tech 9. He gets the support from Fady with the 2K. And Carbon swing it back in their favor on the eco there.
What a great battle between these two teams at the moment, trading rounds. Let's see if they can carry on. Unfortunately, the wrong replay, but still a great replay. Domster with the pistol round, winning it for his team. So 2-1 at the moment for Carbon, and Carbon going to need to stand strong against this force buy from Bravado. Bravado going to keep the pressure on. They don't want to cede the beginning rounds to this Carbon side. And there, Domster going for the entry, gets the first spray down, and backside keeps alive. And they're going to press the issue on this A-bomb side by the look of it.
Producer's got a good angle here, gets the one. He's running out of bullets very, very rapidly. Gets himself 2, and then gets taken down. And Black Poison now moving in with the 5-7 here. He's going to try and see if he can get himself another shot at it. He's got goals with the support with the CZ, but he needs to get up close with that gun. Macma picks up the M4. One will go down here for the Carbon team, but it is only 2 Bravado players left.
Very low HP on a couple of the Carbon players though, so it's doable for Bravado, but they don't have a kit. And only armor and Black Poison and 24 HP on him, so it may just be that they'll set up for some exits, because at the moment they won't necessarily know what the HP on the Carbon players are. So looks like they're going to back away and just try to keep whatever value they have. Maybe get an exit or two, and looks like Carbon are on for this third round. So great play out of Domster going for the spawn-based pick, and that's something that you can do on this map. If you get a good spawn on T-side, you can go for that ramp pick, get there just as the CT is likely to be crossing, and he does catch him. Domster actually taking down Black Poison there, and a little bit a battle going down there. Macmo actually winning it, so nothing taken into the next round for Bravado.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a clean eco now here for the Bravado team. Carbon now in a good position. They've got a number of rifles and utility. They should, as per regulation, get this round and just increase their lead 4-1. But you never know. We've seen the upsets happen now in the last couple of rounds. These ecos seem to be more effective than the actual rifle buys.
Sometimes for Bravado, yeah, they do have a lot of strength in this, and they're actually stacking that A bomb site, and it looks like Carbon are going to actually force the issue here on this A site, so it could work out depending on how the crossfires go. But Domster with the entry.
Goal's not finding his man. Flexi and Domster picking up frags. And there, Elusive chiming in with a 2K. Very well played here from him. Black Poison the last one left. He tries to go for the bomber, but will go down. And Carbon dropping 2 guns. Not the end of the world, but 4-1 the score now.
Yeah, so Bravado going to buy back into this. Goals dropping the AWP there for Black Poison, so they're going to come in with the buy, and it's going to be a pretty strong one. Macmo likely to pick up the AWP now as well, so we're going to see that AWP battle between Black Poison, the master, and Macmo. Well, actually no, he didn't pick it up, so interesting. Might be part of their T-side strategy to stick with the rifles. But hopefully we will see that AWP battle a little bit later, because Macmo is much touted, and again the A site is the target. The smoke's flying, the utility flies in, and nobody can see anything.
Yeah, Sonic's got an interesting angle here. Some play from Palace side. Oh, Sonic just reloading in time. Gets the one frag. He's still in a good position here. He tries to get another one. Gets taken down. Elusive, though, actually the one to take him down with the team kill. And Goals already here in the rotation. Gets the one frag on Fady. It's a 3-on-3. Black Poison also managing to take down Domster. And Bravado on the retake looking pretty solid. But JT turning around, getting taken down by Elusive there. So he makes up for that TK. And Bravado get their second round. Good retake.
Yeah, the first proper buy for them after the repeated forces on both sides early on, and Bravado looking pretty good there in that situation, and very confusing site take there. Lots of flashes going off, and Sonic unfortunately getting taken down by his teammate, but redeeming himself as it were. And well, we're going to see the buy from both teams. Macmo now with the AWP, and Detchony actually on that Mag 7. Goals also on the CZ. They've taken a bit of damage to the economy because of losing so many players. And mid control coming out for Carbon at the moment.
Yeah, mid control. Ooh, Detchony already starting up there with the frag, but gets traded by Flexi. So it's a 4-on-4. And the Mag 7, I guess, did its job.
Yeah, one of the few angles on this map that you can take with the Mag 7 that's going to work out. So makes it work for himself. Probably had a good spawn for it as well. And Sonic holding down Connector at the moment. Goals actually does have a rifle, so wrong there, but elusive, not elusive enough. Domster takes him down.
What a good entry shot there from Domster. That's going to open up the B-bomb side. Goals under pressure, but he should be able to use some utility here just to get himself, or buy himself some time. You can see Domster moving in, and I think Goals did spot him. Come around the corner, gets the easy shot on them with the FAMAS. He's going to go for the 2K, gets it and drops the bomb. And now Bravado know where the bomb's sitting. JT, though, managing to get hold of Sonic here. Now Macmo with the Tech 9. Oh, what a shot. Takes him down. And we'll open it up here for the bomb plant. So it's up to Black Poison with the AWP. 2-on-1. Macmo with the AWP as well. JT very low in HP. Can Black Poison do it? Ooh, that's not going to help him at all. Trying to see if he can...
Going to be really difficult for him here on the retake. Pulls out the pistol. He needs to close the angles here. Finds some space and doesn't find it. JT shuts him down. 15 HP, and he manages to close it out for his team there with his teammate Macmo, and that's Carbon with another round on the board. And Bravado now in the situation that they're going to have to save.
Indeed. And let's have a look here now. Eco round for Bravado. 5 rounds here now for the Carbon team. So Macmo obviously with the AWP, full AK stack and utility here. now Bravado have decided to go for the box on the B-bomb site. The A-bomb side is left to Sonic alone. He's going to try and see if he can maybe squeeze out a frag or two here, maybe drop a gun. It's going to be really tough as we see Fady just be on the other side of the smoke. He doesn't spot him, gets flashed. And Fady will pick up the first frag here. And Carbon comfortably into the A-bomb site. Bit of a spray down now from Fady. He'll pick up his 2k there, although he's on half HP. We'll try and go for the 3k. Elusive just behind the smoke once more. Makmo close by. Goal's actually taking out Fady there, so on the angle. It looks like Bravado just they're managing to drop 2 guns here at the least. Detrony the last one left. So trying to like chip away at this economy of Carbons, but it's going to be tough. Makmo there with the last frag, and 6-2. Carbon looking strong, and a good number of rounds actually for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 6 is the objective generally. You'd see a 9-6 being an acceptable score if you're on the T side. You want those 6 rounds, and so far objective seems to be reached. It's a match pause at the moment. I didn't see if it was attack or tech.
I think this is attack pause because I mean 6-2 Bravado obviously deciding if they're going to go for the buy.
Tactical timeout, yeah. So.
Yeah. Or are they going to actually save those guns? I mean, sorry, save
the money.
Save the money. Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a weak buy if they buy, and I mean, if you look at that. Not too easy for them. At this stage, they're a little bit under the gun, so to speak, coming from Carbon. And well, Bravado were looking very dominant on the first map, but clearly Carbon do have their number on this map so far. But Bravado having a chat now, just trying to work out where they need to change up their setup and possibly maybe throw a little bit of aggression into the mix as well, because they've been a lot more passive on the CT side than they were on Cash.
Yeah.
So perhaps going to look to push somewhere. Maybe they'll push somewhere now, based if they decide to save. But clearly some discussion going in there. Very focused, as you can see, as they should be, the professionals that they are. And well, they're going to need to pull back a few, but still enough in hand at the moment. Still early enough in the half that they could potentially take the half if they manage to string some rounds together. But of course, Carbon so far looking quite dominant, and the fast play working out for them, whereas of course yesterday it really didn't. So maybe just tweaking the formula a little bit, using their utility a bit better as well. Because I mean, we saw a lot of dry pushes from them yesterday, whereas today on Mirage they are using their utility quite well. So
yeah. Well, look, I mean, they're looking a lot more calm and collected compared to, like you said, against DC last night. So I think for Carbon at this moment, they just need to carry on what they're doing. You know, Bravado is going to rework a couple of things, but I think, you know, they'll be able to counter it, because looking at the scoreline here, 6-2, they're in a good position right now. They just need to build up with more and more, you know, just going forward.
Yeah, so we're back into the game, guys. This is Bravado versus Carbon. Give us a shout if you like the CS. Fantastic, guys. So it looks like Carbon are destined to go towards this B site and playing fairly fast again. Going to try to take some control here and see what sort of entries they can get. Bravado on the save, just some upgraded pistols. You could almost call it a force buy based on what they have, pistols and armor, but it's the best that they can get without ruining the economy going into this round. So Makmo ready for the possible aggression from Detrony. He did it before with the Mag 7, but they're going into the site now.
Yeah, there we go. Carbon breaching in quite aggressively in the eco round, of course, from Bravado. So they're trying to box up a couple of things. Let's see if they can actually retake it with the pistols. It's going to be tough for them. And Detrony and Sonic though picking up 2 frags quickly. Fady with a response here, and all of a sudden the bomb's down. And look at this, Sonic doesn't get the hit. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. The goal's in the middle of things. He's going to have to get himself out of there. He tries to go for the gun, but gets dropped. And JT picks up a couple more. The same with Fady. And Carbon there, well, 7-2. Look at this. Takes the shot, but just doesn't get the frag. Unfortunate.
Ooh, so close. And I mean, it could have been so different, but those first 2 kills for Bravado were nearly making it possible for them. And what a hectic round that was. Look at that double orbs actually for Bravado in the hands of Detrony and Black Poison. So they're going to try to use these weapons' standoff ability to keep Carbon at arm's length, but it could be a bit of a liability on the retake. So Detrony actually going for the early aggression here in Palace, and he's going to try to see what he can do. Meanwhile, Black Poison doing the apps things, but Detrony gets the kill.
Yeah, we see the smoke coming in. Detrony's going to get busy. He got the first frag, gets himself another one. He's going to try and go for a third. He's got flashed a little bit here, but not the end of the world for him at this moment. He's got the support from his team. And there we go, a 3K for Detrony. Bravado picking up a 3rd round.
Detrony, the elder statesman of his team, and standing up for them. Of course, he was also a professional Quake player as well. Probably the fastest reactions of anyone you'd see in the scene, barring maybe JT now that he's the coming king, so to speak. And well, Bravado getting the third round on the board. There's still, the double AWP lives on as well, and they need to start chaining these rounds together, get the economy going that they can challenge Carbon for the half win.
Yeah, looks like we'll see a bit of a flank play coming in here. Black Poison getting the first shot on Flexi, and things are starting to heat up here on Mirage as the Carbon side moving in. Detrony also taking down JT, and Carbon managing to get themselves into the mid position here. They need to try and capitalize off this and getting a frag or two. They go in. Sonic under a lot of pressure, almost getting sprayed down there. Fady, though, still has got the HP. And Elusive in a good position here, maybe to try and assist Sonic there on the connector side. Fady, though, trying to see if he can pick through one. Gets taken down by Elusive. And there's no trade here from, well, Carbon losing all their guns there. 4-7 Bravado pull around back.
Detrony and Elusive with the 2Ks again, and well, Detrony with that AWP doing a lot of work. Double AWP setup working well for them. Black Poison with the early pick as well on Flexi. So double AWP seems to have changed the game, and well, we see the pause coming in. Carbon probably going to, oh, technical pause actually for Bravado, so some kind of issue for them. And meanwhile, Carbon going to use the opportunity. Spoof there, the coach. He's just busy talking them through maybe some changes they need to make to counter this double AWP, and trying to give his team some motivation. Not that they need it, because of course this is the biggest stage in South African CS, and well, they're going to be well aware of the stakes and how they have the opportunity to dethrone the Kings.
Yep, dethroning the Kings. Look at them. They're all a little bit nervous now on map 2.
Nervous but focused, I'd say.
Yeah, no, of course. There's always focus there, but it's great to see this. It's great to see the potential possibility
Say hey, crowd. You're on camera.
Look at Chris. Look at Chris going, oh, hello, hello.
This is the Queen of England, 2 of them. 2 queens in the crowd.
But like I was saying, it's great to see another team potentially being able to dethrone the Kings, like you said. I mean, Bravado are the Kings at the moment. Out of the, if I'm not mistaken, 5 tournaments this year, they have taken 4. And Carbon has taken 1.
Was that Gamers Fest that Carbon?
Correct, yes. So it'll be great to see them just upsetting, like, you know, the community once again, with coming in and, you know, beating the Bravado team at the Masters final.
Well, I won't be upset with it. It's always good to see that underdog win. And I mean, they've been hyped a little bit as the underdog, but I don't really think they're underdogs. I mean, they're the guys who've been the closest to Bravado throughout the year. And well, is this live? I don't know.
No,
or is it a replay? Oh, it is. It is actually live.
Well, here we go. Let's see how this one works out. Black Poison quite aggressively sitting in the apartments here. Well, the balcony here misses the shot, but will back off immediately. And Flexi trying to get the trade. Bravado, though, getting the first frag. Sonic doing quite well there. Black Poison picks up another one. He's got the support from Elusive, and Elusive picking up the second here. Black Poison, though, won't get the last frag. Elusive actually doing all the work there. Bravado pick up 5.
3K for Elusive, not losing a player as well, so looking quite easy for them so far, and that pause doesn't seem to have helped Carbon just yet. Bravado on the comeback trail in this half, and they got the potential now to take it to 6, considering Carbon's buy is quite weak.
Yeah.
And well, it's basically a save. They need a save going into the last couple of rounds. So at the moment, Bravado looking pretty good for equaling it potentially. Going to see 6 from them most likely.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a delayed push here from Carbon on this B-bomb site. Really dependent right now on how Bravado going to treat this. I mean, Goals has got an AK-47. He's got the support there, of course.
This B-side defense has been impenetrable, and yet again, Black Poison getting that kill. Goals with the backup, but he goes down. Black Poison also down, and now suddenly Carbon have the entry into the site. But Elusive, could he be the fly in the ointment?
Yeah, well, Carbon's got 3 guys in that bomb site now. It's a 3-on-3 situation. There's a couple of guns on both sides. And bomb goes down, so very well played here. Fady actually picking up the AWP. He's going to have to make it work on that short side. Does he get hold of one of the Bravado players? He's got an interesting angle. Sonic, though, taking down Macmo. Oh, a missed shot here from Fady. Not good enough, but he gets the one shot on Sonic. Flexi actually getting all of them, and Fady will get the last one. And there we go. Carbon increasing the lead, 8-5.
on the eco, somehow winning it. Incredible then. It looked like it was locked down for Bravado early on, but Carbon there with those pistols making it count, and well, Carbon taking the lead out to 8, so they've won the half, and I think that's the objective achieved for them. Meanwhile, Bravado now in the situation where they need to take the last couple, whilst they're in a little bit of trouble going into their T side. So double up now on both sides, which is interesting to see on Mirage.
Very, very interesting. I've actually not seen this in a very long time.
Fady got no armor by the look of it, actually, which may have been a bit of an oversight on him.
Well, let's see. It is quite a spread out setup here, though, from Carbon. Got 3 guys towards the B-bomb site, and then mainly more so 1. I think one of the players is actually going to pick up the bomb. So they're slowing things down here specifically. This is the penultimate round of the first half.
Black Poison getting aggressive yet again, and Domster's actually posted there to punish him, potentially misses the shot, lives to fight another day.
Domster getting one in the knee there, begged, as some would say. And there we go, Carbon are trying to take him down. He's on 57 HP. He's going to back off though. He's got the support of goals. As the utility come in, ooh, almost a bit of a roast there. But still, it looks like the Bravado guys are just going to kind of keep themselves composed in the site. Carbon are going to switch things up. They're potentially going to try and move that bomb maybe towards the mid side, maybe towards A. Switch things up. But they need to be careful. Daytrini's waiting. He's lurking there with his AWP, and that's where this dual AWP role can be super vital. JT the man trying to challenge, but has to back off now, being flashed there, and gets the shot on Daytrini. Good entry here for the Carbon guys. And let's see if Bravado can retake the site. Sonic in a good angle here, tries to go at Fady. Oh, Elusive picking up Fady there. Also Elusive with another one. And goals, and then Domster chiming in here, taking down Elusive. And Black Poison with the AWP is going to help out, and Sonic also doing the work there. Bravado managing to pick up another round here.
Excellent play out of Bravado, and Trini they're spotting out JT and waiting for him, but somehow with the duck peek from JT getting the entry, in the end Bravado triumphing there, and I think Goals' backstab through the smoke there in mid actually kept the reinforcements away and made it possible for Bravado.
Indeed, and Carbon still in a good position here. 8 rounds, they've won the half, so good for them. And here on Cold Zero Corner, or Zero Corner, I can't remember. Look at Black Poison, so aggressive, does spot one of them, but gets taken down by Flexi. And Carbon now just managing to counter the utility coming in. Elusive's got a good angle here. He's going to go for the 2K, gets up 1, gets up 3. Good play here from Elusive. He's going to try and go in for more. Needs to be careful though. Sonic helping out, taking down Macmur. Flexi though, what a good shot there from him. Gets himself the 2K. Can he clutch it out? Ooh.
So close.
So 1-on-1 against Daytrini at the moment. Daytrini keeping himself cool. Flexi won't get it. And Daytrini getting the last one there for Bravado. Very well played here.
So very close there, and I mean Elusive with incredible spray and doing the big damage to Carbon. Can't bring it back, but wow, Flexi doing his very best, but Daytrini just too good in that situation, and Bravado taking out that last round, setting themselves up well going into this round.
Yeah, and it is the second half now. Same thing really. Round 16.
So guys, we enter this again. Can we hear a cheer for the two teams? Of course, DGL Masters at Rage 2016, and we're all excited to be here, and Carbon looking good going into this pistol round, but Bravado with the early aggression towards that B-bomb site, and Carbon looking to secure the lead at the moment, while Bravado want to equal it up as soon as possible.
Flexi's got a good angle here, and here we go. Bravado now moving in towards that B-bomb side aggressively. Flexi's going to have to back off with Domster to try and defend the site. JT chiming in with the first frag here now for Carbon, and it's going to be important for them, but there we go. Bravado respond back with their first frag. They get 2, and they in the site now. They get 3, and all of a sudden, Carbon on the back foot right now. Fady managing to get the 1. Daytrini still close by on the door side. Fady trying to get another. Sonic getting the other one. And now it's up to Fady here for Carbon to get this pistol round. He won't! And Bravado take the pistol round.
Bravado looking very good. They're swarming all over the site and just taking the fight there to Carbon. Not a lot of finesse in it, but the brute force from Bravado, a match for what Carbon had to offer. And Bravado equalizing at 8 all, so actually going to come in with the 4 UMPs, which is an interesting buy. Sonic with the AK, and looks like Carbon actually electing to save as opposed to forcing up. So looking to play the long game here as opposed to trying to immediately take the initiative back.
Well, look at this interesting push here on Palace side now from Carbon. Black Poison going to be expecting someone soon. Gets the shot there, and Macmo goes around the corner, picks up the 2K. Goals also getting one. And now Bravado, clean entrance into the EA bomb site there for them. It's up to Flexi and Domster to try and retake here with the pistols, but it's highly unlikely. Challenging moments here, but Detrony will get the frag, and Domster the last one left, so I think he's going to try and maybe just get a gun.
Yeah, get an exit or two, but again, with no armor, it's going to be very difficult with nothing but a USP to actually work with. Maybe he might pick up a pistol from one of his teammates there. P250 can maybe do some damage with that, but at the moment, it looks like Bravado are odds on for this 9th round and taking the lead. Is it going to be the first time in the match?
I believe so, and Domster managing to get the one there on goals, but not good enough. He's just going to have to back off there with that P250 of his. But look at this, Black Poison coming in from behind. He's chasing him down. Oh! Takes one to the face, but will go down eventually. And there we go, Bravado taking the lead now, 9-8.
It's a double save for Carbon, of course. They're not going to invest much into this round either. They're going to want the AWP in the hands of Macmo going, or JT, depending on who they decide to give it to, going into the first buy round. So we'll see them on a save yet again, trying to maximize their weaponry and their utility going into the first buy round, which will be the next one. So this should be a Bravado round, as long as they don't do anything silly. But of course, they're Bravado, they're professional, they shouldn't do that.
Well, look at this hard B-side push here now from Carbon. They're going to loop around, and they're going to probably come in from behind to try and take on the Bravado team. That they're just strolling into the A-bomb side at the moment. Nothing really coming from it. And look at this. They've got the sights. So it's pretty simple stuff. Grenades are all there, placed in position. And it's up to Carbon now to try and come in and get at least the defuse on that bomb. And it's going to be really tough for them. They've only got pistols in hand. Trying to get a couple of shots, but here we go. Opening the score is Sonic with a 3K. And Black Poison will pick up the 1. And Sonic will end it off there with a nice 4K. Very well played there from him.
Great play from Sonic, showing the strength that we know he has. But now Carbon coming out with the double AWPs on JT and Macmo. And, well, they're going to need to show their strength. Macmo got plenty of strength IRL, Mr. Biceps. The nicest guy you'd possibly find in the game, I'd say. But, well, JT also taking a lot of responsibility, the IGL and also the hardest fragger for this Carbon side. Going to take the responsibility of the double AWP and see what they can do versus Bravado. Haven't actually picked up one just yet.
Yep, straight to the dual AWP they go. And for some of you guys out there that don't know CSGO, it is the sniper rifles on the right-hand side. You'll see there's 2 of them, AWP or AWP, that's what we call them. And JT, the first one to get a frag here actually for Carbon, so good start. And Bravado now under pressure here, numerical advantage for the Carbon team.
Yeah, posted up on that ticket box was JT and catching Bravado player Black Poison off guard there in middle. And Sonic going to try to see if he can find something, just sneaking up here. And the smoke, not a great one from the Carbon side. And it looks like they're going to probe towards that A site on Bravado. And they're going to be running into Macmo's AWP. He needs to be hitting his shots today, of course. He was quite patchy yesterday. Some good performances, and I'd say about 50-50.
Well, looking at the setup now, Bravado got that bomb on the A-side area. It looks like they're going to come in with a flank here, so Carbon needs to be careful. They've only got 2 players on that A-bomb side protecting it. Macmo, and that's a missed shot there from him. Detrony will get into the side. Fady under pressure downstairs. He's going to try and go, and it's not going to help out as Detrony gets the shot. Macmo missing again and being roasted out in that corner. Bravado take control of the A-bomb site here. A lot of smokes coming in, and well, the retake looking pretty difficult for Carbon at this moment. A couple of flashes moving in. And there we go. Finally, Carbon getting the 1. Elusive in a good position. Picks up the 2K. He's going to try and go for the 3K. Gets taken down by Macmo.
Oh, dinks him.
And a good pistol shot there, though, but not good enough. Bravado will pick up another round.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Carbon, they're losing the double AWP, but it's going to set them back quite a bit. They're just going to have upgraded pistols going into this round, and Macma missing quite a few shots there, unfortunately. I mean, he was flashed for half of the time, I would say, but at the same time, not really working out for them despite the early pick by JT. And looking at the scores there, Elusive really doing well. I mean, we saw some great 3Ks out of him, and sitting at 23 there for his team. So previous round map it was Black Poison, but this map Elusive really standing up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Carbon quite equal on the scores.
Now this eco round, not good for Carbon at the moment. I mean, 11-8 right now. 3-round advantage for Bravado here. They've done phenomenal on the second half and in the first half as well, managing to pick up a couple of rounds towards the end of it. Detrony taking down Fady. No response at the moment, and we'll pick up a 2K. Black Poison with another one. See Flexi moving in with the 5-7, but it's not going to help him out. Detrony just doing the cleanup work here for Bravado. 3K so far, and it's up to Domster, but we would expect this regulation type of round.
Yeah, business as usual for Bravado. Definitely being dropped to 16, but unless Domster finds a 1D here, it's going to be very difficult for him to stay alive. All these Bravado players chasing him, and he's going to go down to Sonic, so that's another round for Bravado, and Bravado edging ever closer to the map win and the match win, and that big section of the R1 million prize.
Indeed, and exciting times right now. Can Carbon come back? Let's hear a cheer for Carbon.
Yeah, Carbon. So Carbon now with the AWP again in the hands of Macma. Bravado again electing not to actually buy up on the AWP, preferring the AKs on the T side, and it seems to be a common theme from them that we've seen so far in this tournament. And looks like Black Poison is going to push that smoke, try to take some cat control. Does actually get given quite a bit of space here by Carbon.
Well, Bravado now moving more so towards that B bomb side area. The Fady getting the first frag here. Is there a trade from Bravado? Oh, there's two actually, and all of a sudden advantage Bravado once again. And now they're trying to close in. Macma getting the AWP shot there on Sonic. A good pick there for them. The danger man out of the picture, but at the moment Detrony, Elusive, and the rest of them all danger men.
Yeah, 3v3 at the moment, and it's really close. Carbon need this round to stay in this game, and Bravado want to snatch the initiative away from them. Of course, Bravado have all the momentum at the moment. Carbon need to find something here. Got two players on that B side. Meanwhile, that bomb is actually going back towards A, and Macma is going to have to hit a shot here at least to slow them down. They've managed to sneak in so far, but they haven't seen Macma just yet, and they take him down. Detrony with a long-range AK shot, an advantage to Bravado. Also going to come in for the retake attempt, but not finding anything just yet.
Bomb goes down, and Bravado in a good position now. Detrony just holding the angle here. Maybe he'll be a little aggressive. Goals also holding the angle on jungle side, and we've got the two players now moving in from Sniper's Nest and from the connector. Detrony under pressure. Goals gets the one and gets taken down by Flexi, but that burnout. Oh, missed shot there from Detrony, but still they've got the advantage here. It's a 2-on-1. Elusive just patiently waiting in that corner. Flexi knows he's not going to be able to do anything. He's going to back off, and Bravado's going to pick up their 13th round.
Yeah, Carbon in a lot of trouble right now, and Bravado showing why they are number one. Carbon the pretenders to the throne, and so far not able to dethrone the Bravado machine, and I think we're going to see a pause coming in here, most likely. Carbon really need to find something. They need to reset themselves and mentally just basically back away from this situation where they're staring down, the barrel of defeat. They need to put themselves in a positive frame of mind and find that strength that they've been showing in previous games, even against Bravado in other tournaments. So they need to find something now, and at the moment looking quite worried on the Carbon side.
Yeah, there's that worried look in their eyes that we saw last night when it was against DC.
Yeah, I mean, that result was unexpected on the second map after they showed so much dominance on the first map, and so far they haven't been able to find that dominance that they displayed on the first and the third map versus DC. Bravado being able to counter anything that the Carbon side has been able to throw at them, and I mean, Carbon have had good runs of rounds, but Bravado just seem to have that edge at the moment, and well, Spoof is gonna be instructing his side in some strategy to actually enable them to come back into this, but Bravado looking very focused.
So we back into game here, 13-8. Bravado have got a 5-round lead and a buy-up round though from Carbon. So The attack pause, let's see if it helps. I mean, at this moment, Bravado just seem unstoppable, you know, going for their fourth, if I'm not mistaken, their fourth DGL title at Rage.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but you would.
For CSGO, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. They are the defending champions, and they are the champions elect as well at the moment. And well, Carbon, they need to find something here. And well, they buy a little bit weak, but they're going to make it work. Fady getting aggressive early on, taking some ramp control. Goals, meanwhile, waiting for him along with Elusive, just trying to see if they see any aggression coming out of Carbon. And if Carbon choose to push this, they could get punished.
Well, the question is, can Carbon come back? I think they can. They've got all the skill, but do they have the BMT? And as we see Bravado now setting up on this A-bomb site, ready for the breach. Fady's in an interesting position. He's got the support from JT, and Macma also close by. Bravado now slowly moving in to this corner. Nothing happening as of yet, and we see them pushing a little bit on towards that ramp side. Just taking their time, slowing things down. This is quite interesting. And Fady's going to have to react very quickly. He's on an interesting corner here. They're going to check that corner though. He's going to go in. He's going to get taken down. But look at JT getting the 2K. And straight response from Bravado with another 2. Macwa's going to have to spray them down. He doesn't get it right. Sonic picking up a 2 kill there himself. And just not good enough. Domster, the last one left against 3 of them. Can he clutch it out here for Carbon? Spots the one man, gets him down, but will get taken down, and Bravado picking up the 14th round.
Bravado on the cusp of victory now, and well, this is going to be really difficult for Carbon. They need to show up here, they need to take the initiative back, and they need to destroy the economy of Bravado. But looking at the money on Bravado, that's going to take quite a few rounds to actually break. Carbon now need to find something here, and well, you could see the plan there in the last round. They were looking for somewhat of an unexpected play towards ramp, and it just didn't work out. Meanwhile, Bravado playing fast into this round. Fady getting killed, but the trade from Black Poison, they line up, but Sonic takes him down.
Very well played from Bravado here, but Carbon alive. JT in a good position. Look at this. He's going to go for one of them. He gets hold of Sonic. He's going to try and pick up the 2K, but backs off. Very, very clever play here from him. Domster on the angle here, so he'll be able to set up a little bit of a crossfire. He hasn't stepped in just yet. Black Poison, though, taking a bit of damage, but look at this. Oh, JT, there we go, and Carbon keep their hopes alive.
Just what Carbon needed, and that early aggression from JT to push Palace, finding nobody, and it actually left him in the situation that he could retake the initiative for his team there. You know, he wasn't spotted initially, gets the first kill, backs off, does the right thing, stays alive, and then comes in when needed to finish off the Bravado players. That's 9 for Carbon. Carbon still with a difficult buy because of losing so many players, and well, Bravado going to buy up with the AKs again, and still plenty of money in the bank.
Well, here we go, round 24. Like you said, Bravado have got all the guns, and so do Carbon. So important round here for Carbon, just to try and get forward and get going. This is their map. They need to try and close down on the Bravado team, something that DC did to them last night. And right now,
Fady and JT taking a lot of ground here towards A-ramp, finding nobody, and they're going to be relaying that information to their team. So B-side take is probable. Just depends on whether they're buying this or not, or maybe they think it's a fake, but they're gonna know it's true any second now with the utility flying in as the side take comes in.
Yeah, and there we go, lots of utility, counter utility all over the place, but there, Sonic getting the entry frag, and there's no response yet from Carbon. And Flexi managing to do the deed here. JT also picking up one, but wow, all these frags. And it is a 2-on-1 situation. Up to Sonic now to clutch it out for Bravado. Or can Macmoor and Fady just keep control of this bomb? Because they've got the bomb now. And it is up to Sonic here to try and see if he can squeeze in the angle and get the shots. Needs to be careful. Macmoor is downstairs. And I think
near time for Sonic.
He spotted him there. Tries to go for the hard one, but Fady is going to pull it off, and there we go. Double figures for the Carbon team.
Yeah, Carbon pulling it back, and well, keeping their hopes alive at the moment. Slim as they were, and every round that they take, they get closer to Bravado. Bravado going to come in with a buy-up yet again. Carbon as well, but Carbon's money still teetering on the edge because of losing so many players the last couple of rounds that they've won. So Bravado could possibly break the economy, but now Bravado in the situation for the first time this half where their economy could potentially be broken as well.
Well, Bravado now rushing in hard. Fady in a good position, gets himself one. There's the trade from Macmo, and well, advantage Carbon at the moment. Macmo backing off, Destiny and JT both getting frags all over the place. Looking good for Carbon here, 3-on-2. And Macmo now just backing off under. So now Domster and JT also still left. They've got the bomb, which is a problem for Bravado here. Another challenge from JT. He gets hold of Destiny, and it's up to Black Poison.
25 HP is going to be very difficult. Macmo's got a good angle, but meanwhile Domster actually gets him from the side, takes him down. That's 11 for Carbon, and Carbon inching ever closer. Yeah, we see the match pause come in, most likely tactical for Bravado, and well, they're going to be looking at things at the moment. They've got enough money on 2 players to potentially buy out. They may decide to go for this, otherwise, possibly looking to save to come in with a stronger buy, but no, they're actually going to buy up here. So decision early on in the tactical pause, and well, Carbon showing some real BMT to come back in this. It was looking dead and buried for them, and well, look at their spoof, the coach of Carbon just drumming in the instructions into them and helping to understand what he wants from them and how he wants them to shut things down. So far it seems to be working for them, and well, they just need to chain together another couple rounds, and Bravado will be in a bad situation from an economy point of view.
Well, look at TC. He's definitely thinking analytically, okay, cool. We're not doing very well doing X and Y. Let's move to Z now, and start doing, those sort of strats. So ultimately, I think Bravado just 2 rounds away of actually winning this grand final. But the Carbon guys are not going to give it to them. I can tell you that right now. They're looking super strong, and I think that tactical pause, the previous tactical pause, has definitely helped them out. And I think they've got their motion going now. They've got their kind of momentum, going forward. And I think, and I'm hoping really, we see that 3rd and final map.
Absolutely. Carbon definitely need to bring it out now and well, bring the best possible performance forward. And well, looks like Bravado are just about ready to come out of this tactical pause. Have reset themselves, thought about it, and well, TC given them the instructions, going back in game now. And, well, guys, give your energy to Carbon, give your energy to Bravado, give them a cheer, guys.
Take my energy! Anyway, round 26, 14-11, Bravado, 2 rounds away of taking this grand final. And Carbon, well, they won a 3rd and final, so let's see. Domster already starting it off with the frag on Elusive, good start. And Fady with another one, so under pressure Bravado. Only with 3 players left, not too sure. This aggression here from Carbon kind of paying off in their favor.
You can see that's the kind of thing that Spoof would have been telling to them during that pause. And clearly bringing out something that surprised Bravado. The aggression from Carbon on CT working out a lot better for them on this map than on the previous one. And their push has been well coordinated. We're going to see the side take now from Bravado with the 3 players. See what they can find as they go in.
Yeah, smokes, utility all over the place, and it's going to be up to Carbon to defend it off. Or Bravado just kind of backing off because of their Molotov. I don't think they had anything to counter it, but here we go. Breach shot, they get themselves 2 frags, and it's a 3-on-3. Can Flexi, Fady, and Domster stop them getting that bomb down? Lots of utility still being used here on the site breach. Flexi under a bit of pressure right now, and he's got the support, but look at this, Bravado getting 2, and Fady stopping in with a 1, but he's going to go down, and Bravado's going to pick up the 15th round.
Really smart play from Bravado there, the double peek on the last play, not giving him any opportunity for a 1v1 to take it into a clutch situation. And, well, Bravado bring it back from a 5v3, poised now to take this map, take this grand final, and, well, all the money home as well. And, well, let's not forget that part of it. But if Carbon have anything to say about it, they're going to try to stop them, but they don't have much to work with going into this round.
Not at all. Ropey by. And let's see, can Carbon do it? Can they prove, or actually kind of make the impossible happen?
Prove the impossible possible. And, well, it's going to be difficult with these pistols and the scout in the hands of JT, but, of course, JT, very strong player. also probably one of the better scout players in South Africa as well. He lands those headshots, and interesting setup where Macmo is actually standing. Fady there to back him up, but nobody from Bravado really towards that A site. It seems like B-bomb side is where they want to go, and well, playing it slowly, classic Bravado style. Carbon not pushing too aggressively at the moment because they can't really afford to give anything away, considering Bravado got those 4 map and match points in hand at the moment.
Slow play from Bravado. They've completely slowed down this game.
Actually switching back over to A site, so changing their mind there.
Yeah. Well, they did pretty well in the previous round on A side, so they would probably want to go for it again. But
Going in dry at the moment. Sneaking in.
Look at Fady. He gets taken out, and Bravado, well, 4 frags away of winning this final. And they're going to go in, and they're going to get themselves another one. That's Domsta out of the picture, and it's only JT and Flexi left. Flexi dropping. JT, the last one left here. He's going to have to clutch it out for his team to keep the hopes alive. But Bravado ain't giving him anything. Can he do it? He's trying to spam through. The bomb's down already. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Bravado wins the grand final and the Telkom DGL Masters 2016.
Bravado, your champions, showing why they are the kings elect and proving to be too strong for Carbon today. Thank you for joining us, guys. Excellent game out of the Bravado team, and you can see the elation on their faces.
Yeah, it's been a crazy competition. I mean, a lot of upsets, really great plays coming out here from the Bravado guys. They looked really solid in this final. It's a bit unfortunate for Carbon, but I think they've done once again a valiant effort. But anyway, guys, you know, from our point of view, thank you very much for tuning in on the stream. Thank you very much for watching these two teams battle it out today. And, well, I think we're going to be joining Sam shortly on the stage with one of the Bravado players.
We're going to have a big prize giving for the CS and the Dota champions after the Dota. But right now I've got Dechany on stage, the rest of the Bravado team. We talk a lot about 1 million rand, but let's be honest, this was far more than the money. This is it. I think it's time to go overseas and show them what South African CSGO can do.
Definitely. It was an incredible final. Carbon played really, really well. I hope we put on a good show for the spectators. And yeah, it's the sky's the limit from here. We got two international events coming up now. And our aim is just to put ourselves on the map and South Africa on the map.
There was a lot of talk building up into this tournament that there was a team that could potentially knock you off that mountain. It was Carbon. They played a good game, but where do you think that you just had the strength to take the victory?
Definitely. I mean, all along in the past few months, we knew Carbon are catching up. Our biggest strength, I think, was trying to stay one step ahead, practicing even harder, and even in game. Like, we know they're good. Like, we need to play our best game every single round. So when we lose rounds, it's not people getting negative. It's people always being positive and, like, motivating ourselves on, and I think that's how we kept it together and how we wanted it.
Your Telkom DGL Masters CSGO champions, is your blood blue? Bravado Gaming! We're now cutting to a true Bravado fangirl. Anthrax is probably screaming like a girl right there on the panel. He's going to take this over. Nicely done, guys.
Says the lady in blue. Anyway, guys, Bravado.
Yo. Very good clinical map. Second map, you have to say. Very few mistakes coming out, capitalized on any missed shots by the Carbon team and finishing it off really nicely.
Apok, I want to touch on something. I never really felt that Carbon were in there, but I also didn't feel Bravado were doing anything exceptional.
No, I think it was a good start by Carbon, certainly. I mean, picking up that fourth round and getting the economy a bit shaky on Bravado, and they used that. But as soon as Bravado got those double AWPs out of CTs, we see right from the get-go it worked immediately, getting 2 picks and making it 3-on-5. And they just rolled with that momentum, kept the economy high, and they closed it out that first half.
Zdrag, tell me, do you think that that game was won in the first map?
That game was definitely won in the first map. Carbon, after the first map, they looked exactly like they did yesterday after their loss against DC on Mirage. I don't think they have the maturity and the experience yet to pull themselves
to bring
back
up the energy level.
Yeah, after that, because on the camera you could see the players were frustrated. JT's hands was in his hair.
But APOC, they looked like they were coming back, surely.
They did, and you've got to say that JT, again, just showing what a superstar he is. Absolutely brilliant CS coming out from him, winning his duels, doing as much as he can, but you can't have other players missing and letting you down. I feel like individually, a bit of letdowns there. Their structure was reasonable and decent, and they were getting some good breaches and just missing shots after shots, easy ones.
Ryan, this is a big thing. R500,000 for this prize pool here that we've got.
Look,
I mean, we haven't seen that in South Africa before.
No, like, it's bigger than ever. And the teams that brought it to the final to take that have really shown pretty much all they have. And I think it's testament to Bravado winning, the fact that I think it's evident that they've definitely got that little bit more experience. And no doubt to Carbon, they're going to, I'm telling you now, they're going to bring it next year. All right, they just need a little bit more focus. I think from Spoof's side, he needs to spend a little bit more time with the in-game leader for those moments in such a place like a final to say, listen, man, you are the man to bring them. I can't talk to you unless it's a pause. You need to bring your team back. You need to lead.
Okay, so tell me something, Chris, quickly. How do you think JT, Carbon, IGL, how's he feeling?
I think he'll be devastated, especially because as IGL, I think he played well. They made some really good calls. They managed to split the Bravado defense, I think, and he played an exceptional game himself. I think he'll feel a little bit let down, but still proud nonetheless to get where they are.
Okay, well, talking about devastation, maybe Sam can ask JT for us on the stage. How's it going?
I'm standing here with Carbon's captain, JT. Only 17 years old. Let that sink in for a moment. We're watching the best CSGO players right here at the Telkom DGL Masters. He is 17. So many people on the stream, on social media, here in the crowd, had their hopes pinned on you. Walk us through that game. What went wrong?
I feel we just missed our shots. We're always choking versus Bravado. We're not scared of the other teams. We're scared of Bravado. I don't know why. We just need more practice to counter what they're doing. We know what they're doing. We just don't know how to stop what they're doing.
You're a young team. Also, just to interject there, the only team that chokes against Bravado is Aperture. You guys still did a damn good job. You're a young... Andreas likes some camera time. He's also just giving JT a handshake. You're a young team. You've just got together August. What can we expect from Carbon?
We're just going to practice harder. Try and just get better. We're just going to practice much harder now because we keep losing to Bravado. We just need to practice much harder just to get better than them. That's the plan.
JT from Carbon, what a superstar. We're going back to the panel for some final thoughts on this epic CSGO match. Well done, Bravado. Well done, Carbon. Anthrax, over to you.
Yeah, so I mean, nobody likes to lose. They still walk away with a fair chunk of cash in their pockets, but let's move on to Bravado. How's this win going to help them? Other than financially.
Yeah, but that's actually what I was going to go into. Not only financially, but yes, the win now shows Bravado is the best team in South Africa, and that's really important going into the overseas matches in China and earlier years. Teams would go overseas like Energy twice. Gone overseas, not really the best team, and then the country doesn't really have their back because we always felt like Bravado should be there. Bravado showed time and time again now they're all the best team. They're all representing the best 5 pack of players going overseas and competing there. And financially now you have to think about it. The amount of money they've won this year, last 2 months even gives them that backing where they can actually now invest in the team and make it better and
justify in your practice time. You can actually justify putting in 8 hours a day if you're getting financial returns on it.
Let's touch on something here. We talk about Bravado and Carbon, but there've been some big improvements. Flip side, DC. I mean,
Ecstasy even was, I'd say, the most improved over the whole DGC. I'd have to give it to Ecstasy as the most improved team.
So I mean, they also walk away with some money. We know as gamers where we've come here and walked away even after winning actually in the deficit. So this makes a difference to CSGO in South Africa as a whole. I mean, Ryan, we were chatting about that money. How can teams improve their situation?
Well, now they can. I think they need to take a look at what Bravado is doing. And they shouldn't be shy about it. They should speak to Andreas. And I'm pretty sure he had a very comfortable conversation with him and say, look, I get these guys mentally prepared weeks, months in advance to this tournament. Talking about this tournament, It's the first of its kind of this size. Bravado have won that. They have that on their belt now forever. They are now the first DGC Masters champions. They are the first to win that prize pool of $1 million. They'll have that forever now. Next year, another story. Now they need to continue that momentum, not just locally, but internationally as well, because that's where they'll be. And I think this is the confidence booster they need to take that mentally forward with them into the
yeah. Okay, so now it's done for us ultimately in South African CSGO. Is there anything else that you guys know of that's happening coming up? I mean, it's Telkom is done. It's just the international stuff now for Bravado.
People can join me online for MF.
No.
So basically, it's quite interesting. There's going to be a lull at the moment. So I'm expecting to see a bit of a traditional South African shuffle at the end of the year, where we have this quiet period, and it gives you time to build up new teams. So if teams want to form, change, and make replacements, now's a really good time because you're not weeks away from a tournament.
Yes.
So I think we expect to see a little bit of a shuffle as per normal, and then going straight back into it towards December, January, usually when the guys get back into it, start practicing, and the league start.
Okay, guys, there it is. Bravado Gaming CSGO champions at the DGC Masters here at Rage. 500,000 Rand prize pool for the CSGO teams. And there's nowhere to go, guys, but stay right here because there's some more Dota action. Bravado Gaming coming up against White Rabbit Gaming.
Oh, it's cracking.
It's going to be a little cracker. So stick around. Wilson and the gang will be on here shortly. From us here at the panel in the studio, thanks so much for watching and see you soon.
Usain, do you see yourself going into coaching?
Yeah, I'm actually working with someone at the moment, a real talent.
Hi, could I please get...
This call is being recorded. Can I take your order?
Could I please just get the large cheesy chicken wings?
This order includes 200 fries. It's how we've structured the meal.
I don't want fries, thanks.
We now offer ketchup bundles at prices to suit you.
No, I don't need ketchup.
Unfortunately, the fries don't work without ketchup. Would you like a reference number?
You wouldn't accept this madness here. Why accept it from your network? No more pushy networks. New Telkom Free Me. One plan, pick your data, set yourself free. Free WhatsApp calls, texts, and Wi-Fi from just $99 a month.
You are watching the Telkom DGL Masters, the biggest esports event in South Africa. This has been going on for an entire year, and it all ends today. On this stage, the grand finals for an incredible prize pool of 1 million Rand. We're waiting to get the Dota teams on stage because we have two teams, White Rabbit Gaming as well as Bravado Gaming, coming on to battle it out for their share of that incredible prize money. And while we're waiting to get those teams on stage, I see a lot of people here at the Rage Expo standing around, not quite sure what's going on. So I'm going to do something that I'm pretty sure might get you excited. I have a ton of free stuff to give away. So if you want freebies, you need to come into the Telkom stand. You need to get your bums in the seats. I may be giving away a console as well. Just dropping that down there. Oh, look, people start arriving. With that in mind, for those of you watching on the stream, we are giving away a PS4, so keep those cringe girl comments coming. You might just win something for them. See, don't say I don't care about you. Okay, here's what I need. I need 4 people in the stands who want to win something cool. Look at all of you. Okay, I'm not allowed to throw stuff, which I thought was a little bit unfair because I quite like the idea of a mosh pit, but I get it. So 4 people. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, come. There's more giveaways. If you want to win something, maybe a console, get your bums into these seats here on the Telkom DGL stand. And look at my incredibly good-looking co-host, Ryan. He's coming in here.
Sam, so good to share a stage with you. How are you all doing?
It's been a while, since like the whole of last night.
How's everyone doing? Pretty damn good, right? Sam, you look amazing, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I have 2 dresses, someone pointed out, and you only ever see me wear them at esports events.
So we got these guys for some giveaways.
I have a great idea here.
Yeah?
Production crew gave me this idea. A dabbing dance-off. Who can dab the best?
Genius.
I thought it was pretty impressive. You don't have to dance, you just have to dab.
Are you guys ready to dab? Are you guys ready to judge the dab? All right. Okay, so we're going to go...
There's a lot of old people in this audience that are like, I have no idea what they're talking about.
Well, good for you old people for being here. Good to have you. All right, so dabbing. We're about to get through to this. Are you guys ready to? All right. We don't really have any music, so we're just going to cue 3, 2, 1 and dab. And you guys are going to judge. And 3, 2, 1. Dab away, boys.
The things people do for free stuff.
Have you guys seen enough? Are you ready to judge? All right. I'm going to come right behind you guys. Number 1.
That was awkward.
All right, clear cut. Clear cut. One more time? Yeah? All right, guys, I think there we have it.
There are a stack of people standing along the sides of the stage here.
Thanks,
if you're not
guys.
quite sure what's going on, this is the build-up to the Telkom DGL Masters Dota 2 Grand Final. R500,000 up for grabs just in Dota 2. You just saw Bravado, of course, take their share of that R500,000 in the CS.
Oh, man, it's a lot of money, eh? It's a lot of money. What are we doing here? We should actually be playing. Let's start a team.
We could start a team, but I'm just very, very good at CSGO.
Well, we need to be
even
good to
better
win.
at Dota, and I just don't know if you can come up to my level.
Oh, okay. Well,
That
damn
good,
that.
really.
All right, guys. So I think we've got a couple more giveaways. I think, do we have any keen participants maybe out here in the crowd? Okay, let's do this. Okay, we got a couple of minutes here. Let's go. You, 1, 2, 3, Superman, and 4, Little Man. Come on up on stage, bro. Okay, can we do the air?
I like this. The
You like
air
that one?
gamer.
Can we do
I
that?
think that works.
You
For
guys
those of
know
you
air
standing
guitaring,
around
right?
the
Who's
stage,
familiar with air guitar?
You want to win some stuff? Get your bums in these chairs.
But we're gonna do it air, keyboard, and mouse, pure ownage style. Any of you familiar with that? Doesn't matter. Your best keyboard and mouse impression. All right? As if you're at home, you're in the intense battle. How do you guys look? Show the crowd. 3, 2, 1, air it.
I believe in love.
I just watched a lot of the professional gamers in the crowd here cringe because they've just realized what they look like in these boots.
Okay, this guy looks like he's at about 60 APM right now. That's 120. Okay, you've already broken your mouse, Superman. All right, I think we're ready to judge. All right, we have it here. Okay. All right, it's clear cut. Superman takes it. Well done, man. I think can we give out a cap to maybe each guy? Maybe, yeah. All right, guys, you each get a cap. And Superman, you get something else. Just hold on one, and you're gonna get a bag here. Dry Mac here, sorry. Enjoy. Thanks for participating, guys. Excellent. Take a seat. That was pretty cool.
I just love the way they think gamers look when they're playing.
Wait a second. All right, guys, I think we're going to be wrapping it up from our side. We're going to be taking it over to the experts.
I think we're actually just having an ad break because
Oh,
the
we're gonna add
experts,
it?
they have to do their
That's
hair.
fine.
And also we have that circus performer, so he has to do his makeup beforehand.
Yeah, no, we need an advert before that. All right, cool. So we'll be back just in a minute. Let's go to a few ads, and we'll see you guys in just a sec.
of my destiny. In war, I am the instrument of my fate. I am precise. I am driven. I am a fanatic. In war, I am neither your neighbor nor your friend. I am your ally, or I am your enemy. And once the trenches have been filled, the fog has cleared, and the rumble of warfare has turned to whispers. I will be here, risen above the rest. And you will know me by my rightful name, for I shall be victorious. A superstar veteran with one of the most illustrious broadcasting careers in esports history. He's known by gamers and fans the world over as Red Eye. In over a decade, he's worked with the biggest game publishers in the world and alongside heavyweights in almost every major tournament. From the Spodek Arena to Madison Square Garden, he has traversed the globe, shoutcasting the World Cyber Games in South Korea a record 6 times, and hosting the Intel Extreme Masters every year since 2012. In January 2016, he arrived in South Africa to serve as MC of the Telkom DJL Masters launch, and was recently host to the largest esports event of all time, the International 6, with a cash prize pool of over $20 million. One of the highest rated commentators and most award-winning hosts in the game. Put your hands together and join us in welcoming him to South Africa, a true esports legend of our time, Paul Challoner.
How you doing, South Africa? How you doing? You all right? Is everyone okay? Is everyone pumped for this final? That was horrible. That was terrible. I'm confused now. Are you excited for the grand final? Yeah, that's more like it. I thought you were. We are getting ready now for our final of the day. It is the crowning of a champion in Dota 2 here at the Telkom DJL Masters. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here. I've also got a man that's going to come up who's fast becoming the face of South African gaming. Please welcome Mr. Parker himself.
Love those introductions. Thank you.
Are you good? Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
I know you're suffering from a bit of withdrawal symptoms, having been a pro player for so long, and then you picked a brilliant time to retire, right?
You know, you brought this up yesterday, and I'm still thinking about it in my mind, and I just read that, and I'm like, what am I doing up here with you?
I know, right?
I'm kidding. It's actually worth more than that.
We should form a team.
We should. Really? For reals?
Maybe not. Maybe you're too old for it. We are moving very, very quickly towards our grand final, of course. And Ryan, I know you're excited about this. We've already seen Bravado win one. We've got Bravado in the other final now, and they've got a big heritage in Dota 2. Are they gonna clean up here?
You know, I saw the guys. I interviewed them last night as well in that loser bracket final, and then I saw them after the game. They are super focused. Super focused. They know exactly why they're here. Their CS team has won. They want to follow suit. It'll be kind of awkward if they didn't. But WRG are here, and they are also to some people, the favorites to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We are going to, as we say, get more information from our experts very shortly. But before we do that, this is a record-breaking tournament in South Africa. Let's check out exactly what Telkom are doing and the incredible prize money.
Get in on every kill streak. the first season of the new format of the Telkom Digital Gaming League comes to its conclusion with a Masters final tournament at the Rage Expo in Johannesburg from 7 to 9 October. While the stage has been set for gaming fans to amass for a live spectacle of unprecedented proportions, Telkom are here to hit home with an ultimate display of their superior technology, providing unparalleled live stream coverage across the planet of every play, every kill, every conquest. From the DGL, the multi-division training ground, where over 11,000 gamers craft their skills to ruthless perfection, and the DGC, where the nation's highest-seeded gamers vie for final victory. The Telkom DGL Masters Final Superstars have arrived. SA's top 16 teams pitted head-to-head in Dota 2 and Counter-Strike Global Offensive for the largest cash prize pool in South African esports history. 1 million rand. Pride and glory. Powered by Telkom.
Every time I see that, I'm like, that's amazing. It's so good for national esports here in South Africa.
You said it. I mean, it's the largest ever. It can only go forward from here. At least we're hoping. I mean, hopefully everyone else there watching, you guys here watching today, see this, that this stuff is real. It is here today in our country. I'm going to go play. I need to start practicing.
All right, you go and play. We're going to head over to some experts right now who are going to take you through all the finer details of the two teams in the grand final.
Good afternoon, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Dota 2 panel. Before we get into the nitty-gritties, as Paul does suggest we will, we're just going to quickly walk you through the broadcast lineup of the Dota 2 team here at the DGL Masters. The man himself on stage. Give a warm welcome to the big boy, Red Eye. What a champion for esports globally, and now he's brought his magic touch here to South Africa.
I don't know about you, but he called us experts. I'm so happy right now. Next we have Ryan Parker McKay. He started as a gamer, played chess at the age of 6 years old. Now that's really, really young, and he's right now the MC of the DGL Masters.
Yeah, and he of course boasts a degree in live performance from AFTA and a higher certificate in business management as well. So, a very experienced man we're glad to have on the team. But to balance it out, Tech Girl will be coming on, and she's a lover of games and a very giant geek by her own admission, a fantastic core member of SSG Shark, and she's just a great bucket of fun.
What a great person. I mean, she's just focused on our games as well. Next we have Kamza, who was the television host for KTV and is also a pro gamer for FIFA and PES. I love those games, by the way.
And he has the experience from 5FM and Radio 2000, and we are so glad to have him on board. I myself, I am Wilson XXL. I started out as a circus performer working at Madame Zingara's. Have my own little bachelor's degree in philosophy as well. And I'm just ecstatic about esports and want to see it grow here in South Africa. And I couldn't be happier for what Telkom is doing here today.
Interesting move from a circus performer to a expert down here. Well, why didn't you swap with each other? I'm introducing myself right now, but I'm Reigns, born in Guangzhou, China. As I keep saying, we breed the best Dota 2 players, and I'm also casting for 3 years now. Great stuff.
Yeah, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you here on board as one of the experts. But here's a man who's an expert in his own right, the voice of SA Esports. Please welcome the man behind the mic. It's Hellbird, and he will be walking you through each and every game with all of the hottest action toe to toe.
There you go, casting Mortal Kombat X and as well as Hero of the Storm.
Yes.
Big achievement, mini games. Next, we have Prophecy, Sean Murrell, casting 2013 with me, and one of the best. needs to get around there, get their visions in a map, and then last but not least is Flares, who also transitions into the Darkseer offlaner and still manages perfectly at it.
Let's be honest. I mean, in that lineup, who's the most terrifying out of all of them? It's hard to tell. I mean, you got that mid-player seam that's terrifying. Odu, who I believe is the playmaker.
I feel like at different stages of the game, you have different terrifying figures. In the early game, you're like, "Where's Odu? Where's Odu? Please, no, don't be here."
The Odu treatment.
I think it depends on where you are and who you are. You know, if you're the mid laner, I think you're terrified at all times of the match.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, they're up against the boys who have tried to take them down not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times in the past year, and they've come ever so close. They are keen, they are hungry. Let's get to know the boys from White Rabbit Gaming.
From a casual MMORPG to a clan with over 100 members, their objective in the arena remains singular: to seek, engage, and destroy. Since their competitive start in 2012, in StarCraft 2 and Dota 2, they've upped the ante and charged through all challenges, with successful divisions in League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Hearthstone, and Heroes of the Storm. Their vision? To be a top 3 competitive clan in all titles, while continuing to reshape the landscape of local gaming. This is clan leader Alvain Switch Venter, and they are White Rabbit Gaming.
Right, and almost needing no introduction themselves, these are the other big boys on the field. White Rabbit Gaming fielding out some of the best players out there. They've recently had that roster change in the form of Welp, but he's doing a fantastic job, although this is often called the Castaway Show.
Yeah, Welp is definitely suiting the team really well. I mean, Castaway and them, they said it themselves. They did make a change. They lost Doms, and I think that is a bit unfortunate. I mean, he's got his own stuff to do, but otherwise, that addition of Welp is also changing the team for their own benefits. And yeah, we used to say the past year, it's Castaway Gaming, but it really isn't anymore. We've seen it in this tournament, and they really proved it. It's just the whole team working together. Santo as well. Wow, what a player, right? Turning into the carry.
Absolutely, and a single player does not a team make in the end. And this is the very definition of a team sport. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you were playing against White Rabbit Gaming, what would you be most terrified of?
Well, I think it's a difficult one to say, really. I think one of the scary things about White Rabbit Gaming, and it's something that we've seen in this tournament so far, but it's something that BVD can do as well, is they can role switch. You know, Charles Welp has been playing mostly the support role, but he has played a carry a couple of times in this tournament as well. So you know, they can switch things out, and they're pretty comfortable in almost every role. Santo was a support player while Doms was still in the side, and is very proficient. I mean, his Ricky and Bounty Hunter are known on the same level, sort of Odie, for that kind of devastation that they can bring to a game. So I think both of these sides are very hard to actually strategize against, since they're so fluid and can change things up basically on the fly. So pretty much, and I know for a fact that WOG, having spoken to some of their members, have specifically prepared for Bravado Gaming and this matchup.
Well, yeah, the guys are ready and waiting for us on stage. The teams are lined up. I bet they are staring each other down at the moment. Can't wait to see the fireworks as they supposedly handshake. Let's take a look back on stage.
Yes, thank you very much, Wilson. We are ready, ladies and gents, to introduce you to our 2 grand final teams. Who will be the champion? We're about to find out over the next few hours in Dota 2. Ryan, let's bring on our first team.
So the team that a lot of you have all been waiting for, they need no introduction. They are fast, they are young, they are hungry, and they've had quite a cool sail to the finals. Let's give it up for White Rabbit Gaming!
Okay, their opponents also need no introduction, so we'll just bring them up. No, I'm joking. They do need an introduction. They are the legends of South African Dota. They've been champions here for the last 5 years, attempted to become the inaugural DGL Telkom Masters champions. Please give it up for Bravado Gaming! Okay, gents, we have both teams on stage. Very best of luck to both of you. I hope for a great final. Hope you enjoy it. Hope we enjoy it as well. Gents, time to shake hands and make your way to the booth. Okay. There was a little bit
that
of
just happen?
That was a little bit of BM in there. I like that. It's a bit spicy as we head into the grand final. Let's get our final thoughts from our panel members.
Well, I did put shake of the hands in inverted commas there for a damn good reason. And I know that both teams are very, very keen to take this fight on. But, I mean, ultimately it's going to come down to the performance of this day. How do we see this panning out?
Well, I think WRG is definitely, let's say, twice as confident as they were last year, DGC 2015. They also brought in Scant, who is actually sitting behind them right now, and I think he is such a brilliant, he was a brilliant captain, and now also starting off as a coach as well. And I heard from the background that he is doing a pretty good job, and I think a lot of teams would want to have him, but fortunately for WRG, he's got him sitting behind them, and yeah, he's going to work a lot with the team.
Look, this is a story as old as mankind. WRG has been trying to take down the big blue dragon of BVD forever. And they've always gone in high hopes, high everything, high self-esteem, everything. They go in it with all of their hearts. And every time they get to the grand finals, and BVD just manages to sneak it away from them. Are we going to see a repeat of that kind of performance again?
I feel situations have changed.
What's the difference?
Since the last time they've actually, I mean, BVD are not a team that enjoy losing very much. And as we saw in the BVD versus APG, I'm not sure if it was, I think it was on stream at some point, but I was actually standing behind the Bravado Gaming team. And as soon as things start going badly, communication can shut down on that side. People start to sort of play their own game. And I feel, and they don't have a coach, which I feel is actually worth talking about, because they don't have that person standing behind. But if things start to go wrong, they could say, listen, guys, let's keep focused, let's keep things together. And I think that's where WRG has improved considerably over the past couple of months, especially with Anthony Scant in that coach role. You know, he's having spoken to Santo about it. He said, Scant has really been doing an amazing job so far, and has really not made them sort of push themselves as out of their comfort zone, but rather to improve their playstyle to their own playstyle and make sure that what they're doing is in their own comfort zone. So I think they're going to be coming in super comfortable today. And if there's a chance that if WRG are actually going to do it, I think today is the day.
Today is the day. Well, maybe. Although on the other hand of the equation, do you think that maybe the fact that WRG had pretty easy sailings to the grand finals has an effect on this particular matchup?
I would say that
they sailed right through. They didn't even play a single game yesterday.
So they didn't play yesterday. I mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean,
that's the question.
I think you looked at APG, right? The games that they played on Friday, and they played a lot of games. You clearly got burnt out, absolutely destroyed. Yesterday they had a nice long break before the next game, but when they came in, it looked like everything that had happened the previous day was still, BVD were wearing the loss on their sleeves, and I think APG were wearing the victory on their sleeves, but they still looked a little tired.
Yeah.
I think it could be a positive thing. I think, WG have had the whole day to prepare just for BVD, and this is, BVD have lost, to 3 teams this year? If there's any time to take it, it's now.
That's a strong possibility, although the other side of the equation possibly is that they've got more practice in just before the big match, right?
Yeah, not only for the tournament, but they've been playing together for a while. We can't cancel out BVD, but at the same time, I think that if WRG finishes this tournament unbeaten, not dropping off one game, that's history made, right? That is for WRG supporters to be looking forward to, but for the BVD guys, no, it's one of these teams. BVD is one of the teams that's able to take down WRG, right?
Yeah.
So it's difficult to call who's going to win, but it's definitely going to be close. All 3, if possible. It's best of 3. So if it's going to be a 1-1, that game 3 will be the decider, and it's going to be one of the most exciting games this year.
It will certainly give me a heart attack, so please don't expect a host at the end of that. If it does go to 1-1 and that last game is tight, I will really, really die. But let's get a little bit more technical here. What kind of draft have we been seeing out of BVD, and do you think WRG have managed to figure it out?
I'm actually not sure. BVD changed roles up yesterday for one of the first times that I've seen in quite a while. I mean, it's they picked up a Darkseer, for example, which is pretty much Donnie's signature hero. If there's one hero that he's really known for, it's that Darkseer, and then they put it onto Flares.
Yeah.
And put Donnie onto the Faceless Void. So for me, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not sure if they're trying to change things up in the hope that perhaps something's not working internally or something like that, or if they feel maybe Donnie should be back onto that carry role or playing something maybe a little bit more impactful in that game. But Bravado, I think, just have to try and stick to their comfort zone and play what they play well. It's won them multiple tournaments in the past, and they know that they can beat WRG and have done so before. So I think for them, they just need to focus and just pick what they know that they can play.
On the other hand, though, WRG have played silly buggers with their drafts as well. If you were sitting in the shoes of BVD, how would you be approaching this upcoming draft?
If I was as a BVD player?
As a BVDer.
Well, look, if I was playing as BVD, I would be hoping that as you said, like the BVD of old comes to the show. I would not. Looking at the way they drafted when they were switching roles, I think that's when they looked at their weakest. Donnie can play Tinker, right? He can, but put him in a competitive match against a good team, and that Tinker gets caught out a lot more than you would like. Donnie doesn't usually get caught out of position, 4 or 5 times a game. So if I was a BVD, I'd stick to what I know, stick to what works, as you said. I mean, that's going to get you. You're going to win it then. I think. If that BVD shows up, they're looking really strong. However.
They're prepped for that.
Yeah, exactly. But they have been playing this other BVD. This other BVD has shown up where they're mixing up the roles and they're switching things and they don't look as strong. If that BVD shows up, WRG are going to be smiling.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to cut to a short break. We'll be right back.
How do you achieve your greatness?
There's no margin for error, no room for mistakes.
You need total control.
Your success is determined by your grit.
It takes thousands of hours perfecting your moves.
And only the strong survive.
You think you've paid your dues?
You think you're ready to enter the arena?
Think again.
This is the Telkom Digital Gaming League.
This is where legends fight till the last second.
Where the action explodes straight through your system.
Only a true master of the craft can claim the glory.
1 million rands of glory. Become the master.
Skill doesn't hide in the dark, and neither do these guys. I guess it just means that they're the most skilled amongst us, and quite rightly so. Now, we focused a little bit on BVD. Let's take a walk down the lane of WRG. Reigns, we've seen a lot of different kind of WRGs here at this tournament. In the previous matchup, they played a fairly disciplined game. But are we more likely to see an aggressive lineup coming out from them for this particular matchup?
I think they will start off more technical than aggressive. I think they want to see what BVD wants to bring out. I mean, I agree absolutely with Demonic saying that they did make some changes, like they played Darkseer on Flares, for example, but sometimes it works. I think Flares is actually 2-on-2, 2 wins for the Darkseer when they played PA mid on Seam. There are changes that works for BVD, but I don't think that WRG wants to be too risky about it. I don't think they would want let's say Donny carry, for example. I'm just saying it out of the blues. But I think they want to see what's happening first game first, be more technical, counter, whatever they pick, stay in the meta. Like, I'm pretty sure that they'll ban out the Drow, they'll ban OD. It's always been there.
Yeah.
And Shadow Demon as well, especially. I think they don't want it on either side of the teams. And then there's still if they pick out the Shadow Demon, there is still the Santo Axe to worry about as well. Unless Donny picks it. We saw that how he played it yesterday, which is pretty amazing. But otherwise, it's pretty unpredictable now, especially in the first game. So I think both teams are just going to see what each other are going to do.
Well, psychologically, I mean, we spoke about the history of WRG trying to take down BVD. They never have.
Yeah.
Well, not at a LAN event like this. And psychologically, that must have a huge effect on your team, where you've bashed against this wall 1,000,000 times, and every time you've fallen short. Do you think the guys in WRG possibly have to try and push that back to the back of their brains? Do you think they're going to struggle to do so?
I don't think they're going to struggle to do so. I think the addition of the coach has done so much psychologically for that team as well. Having someone behind them to be able to just say, keep it together, guys. Get focus back. Because I think that's was one of the problems that WRG sort of fell short on a lot of the time, was that they would start to get a little bit flustered and then quickly fall apart. Now that they have someone in the background saying, trying to keep that ship, that tight ship in check, I think that they've got a much better chance. And that psychological issue, obviously big match temperament is a huge thing. But I feel, having spoken to the players, over the course of this weekend, they are more confident than ever. So I feel like they are ready to go.
Right. Well, it sounds like they're ready to go out there. So be prepared for what is the biggest match of this year at this Masters. It's going to be WRG up against BVD for the big kahuna, the grand final. Let's cut straight on through. And welcome back with the first few seconds of draft already well underway. We carry on without any further ado. White Rabbit Gaming going out for the count and taking out both the Drow and the Outworld Devourer. Bravado instead opting to take out that axe. So everything more or less on track for a pretty standard technical game here.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Bravado Emotion second banning a Shadow Demon here. Donny used multiple expletives when describing that hero downstairs, and the fact that the BVD don't really want to play against it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a first phase Shadow Demon ban here. But other than that, pretty much standard so far.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff. Well, I mean, the playing field is absolutely open. Sargon, you've been in a similar situation, and nope, it's not going to be a mid-kunka as we were joking last night.
Double dataless mid-kunka. Not happening.
Oh, there's the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, Chelsea's dreams are not coming to fruition, but there's your Shadow Demon. And like you were saying, Bravado not happy with the Shadow Demon in the hands of the opponents.
It's weird that they let that go through.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think they're ready for it? Do you think they got a plan?
Well, I mean, having overheard some of their conversations yesterday, I'm not entirely sure, because they didn't really know how to deal with the Shadow Demon. That's why they decided just to ban it out in the first place, because they didn't really know what to do. Obviously, integral hero in the win, APG's win versus them was the Shadow Demon. So Faces Void, do we think that's actually going to be a Donny hero?
Well, they've been picking this particular pair of heroes in the first moments of the draft each and every time they could. Void and Skywrath, I mean, they combo up beautifully. But explain to us just how that combo works.
Well, Chronosphere into the Skywrath Mage's ulti, right? That's how we play it in a pub game, obviously. But I think that Bravado is obviously 10 times smarter than that. They know exactly who to bring out, put in the Chronosphere, and then have the Skywrath Mage, silence the backlines with the support all. But yep, I see you guys are quite excited about this hero.
We're going to get a
Tinker pick. Yep.
for the entire event last time at the Kinnickle headquarters, we were talking about the Castaway Tinker, and it never came to fruition. Finally, here in the grand finals, we get to see a Castaway Tinker, and what a frightful thing it is.
Yeah, that's one thing as well, because whenever BVD plays WRG, I think majority of the times they ban out their Faceless Void for Chidawi, and then they invoke it for Castaway. This is not happening right now. They ban the Axe. They're like, whoa, Santo is brilliant on the Axe. Let's ban that out. And then they ban out the Kunkka. Well, I think that's a personal choice just to, I think, get Castaway mad.
They seem to prioritize it over the Shadow Demon, which we know they don't exactly enjoy playing against.
Yeah, this is pretty weird for us as well. I don't know from a player's perspective, I'm doing that again, but otherwise, letting through a hero, like, you could have banned the hero, but instead you ban the Kunkka, and then you let a Shadow Demon out. This is pretty weird, right? And also a Tinker, like, these are Castaways, and then the supports heroes. Like, Shadow Demon is really powerful in this meta. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sometimes when you're in that draft, I think, you know, you're drafting against the enemy team. You know them so well. I mean, these guys meet so often. You're drafting against the team. Sometimes your pet hates, they fall away because they're more impactful heroes on impactful players that will destroy you more, and you accept the risk. I think of the Shadow Demon.
Well, it is a bit risky with the Tinker out.
Yeah.
You guys were so excited. I wish the camera was on you guys just for a bit there. Like, this is so nice to watch.
Yeah. Well, the three of us dancing in our chairs. Nonetheless, Sargon, from your side, I mean, you see the Tinker coming down. We all know who most likely will be playing him. But the point is, what do you do against a Castaway Tinker? You've got 3 picks left.
For me, the answer to that is I don't know. Against the Castaway Tinker, isn't that the reason that it gets banned so often, right? Because Castaway and Tinker is supposed to be this legendary, Titan. It's going to be interesting to see what BVD do. I suppose they could get Void, once he's got his early 6, and they just try and take out the Tinker a good few times and keep him down. I mean, that's what you have to do.
Yeah, this is great for BVD to think about what to draft for the next 3 picks. I mean, you've got your Faceless Void to obviously have your Time Walk ready for the Tinker if he blinks into the side of the map.
Yeah.
And there's also the wards, you just place it on the side. I think Tinker is bound to be there within BVD's vision to take care of the rest of the team. But otherwise, the Tinker, I don't know, for spectators, for us, it's so interesting. I mean, Castaway Tinker, who don't want to watch it? But at the meantime, BVD is obviously prepared for it. They have a plan. It's just for us to watch right now what we expect from them.
All right. Well, a little bit of insight that Castaway shared with me, I think it was yesterday, and we were having a fat chat about drafts and so on and so forth. And his mentality was, don't worry about who's playing it. You've got to play against what you're playing.
Yeah.
And by that rationale, I mean, let's ignore the fact that Castaway is playing that Tinker. What do you do about it? You go for a silence. I mean, you've already got the Skywrath Mage, and now here comes the Odu treatment.
Yeah. This is I think a really, really good way of dealing with Tinker. I mean, Odu's now going to make Castaway's life absolute misery. You got 2 silencers. If Tinker is even sniffed out of position, I think that's him deleted.
Do you think he's going to get off to a really slow start if the Riki is going to just park himself in mid?
I actually think this mid lane is going to be very busy. With the way things currently look, I feel like...
I mean, a slow start for the Tinker because he can't get anywhere.
Well, it remains to be seen. I mean, they've got the Shadow Demon. They might think of picking up a secondary support here that might be able to help them out in that mid lane with, keeping the Tinker safe. But on the same hand, Riki, Odu's known for being just an absolute monster on this Riki. And 2 silences in the Skywrath Mage and Riki, as Simon mentioned, just really good at sorting out that Tinker. And we see the Sven pick up, and I believe that's going to be Santo's hero, most likely.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it dangerous to pick up your cause quite so early in your draft?
It really depends on the situation right now. I think now releasing Odu's Riki, for example, you're going to need someone that's able to, just maybe go to the back line, blink Sven, for example, get that Echo Saber up, and try to take the fight from the back. Because you'd want Riki on BVD's side to play aggressive, get those early gangs in, like mid, he will be, Castaway will be very busy, and then, I don't know, it's just going to be so split up right now. And then since your supports, as we see right now, are going to be roaming, maybe helping them around a mid with Seam playing there, for example. Yeah. You're creating space for the Sven to free farm, and this is great news for WRG. Meanwhile, I think Castaway has to play more to what he usually does right now in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that point, I think, you just about the draft in general, picking your 2 supports quite early generally cements what your general game plan is going to be as a strategy. You know, the Scarif Mage, Ricky, absolutely, because, and I'll just to go into a little bit of detail, because they've picked the Scarif Mage and the Mickey, we know that those are going to be 2 roaming supports, and we know exactly what those supports want to do in the early game. So, but you know, White Rabbit Gaming said, cool, you actually don't have that much pushing power at the moment. You've got Faces Void, Marana, but in terms of creep clear, Ricky and Scarif Mage are no good at creep clear whatsoever. So they said, cool, we're going to take an early advantage of that. Once Sven hits 6, we can start taking towers, begin pushing. I wouldn't be surprised if they even pick up something here that I'm not exactly sure what it could be, but maybe even an offlane hero or something, maybe like a Tide, just to force them forward and be able to take those towers early.
Sargon, what do you think about this Marana pick? What does it contribute to the fight of BVD here? I kind of feel like it's a bit of a, I don't know, like a salami pick. It's not much.
Well, I mean, we've seen the Marana. I mean, okay, we saw the arrow yesterday against RPG, right? So we
that
know
was a what the hell just happened moment.
So we know he knows what he's doing, right?
Absolutely.
He absolutely can land 5 stun these massive long arrows, and you know, even though Marana did see a nerf in the previous patch, I think that the double starfall is still absolutely devastating if you get it early enough and you get a bit of an advantage. I think it's a good pick. You also got that invisibility for initiation, or to, you know, just to get out if things go wrong. Tinker, you know, if he's in lanes and you want to jump on him, a quick invis, and he's not going to know what hit him if you know, it gives him options.
I'm fairly certain that the boys from White Rabbit Gaming will be prepared for invis since the Riki is out on the field. I don't know, but I mean, I saw hands go up as the second the Oracle got picked up. So what happened there, buddy?
Yeah, we would think that Oracle would be the first choice or the second to pick up. And now here's WRG thinking, okay, let's pick up our cores first, or we discussed that. We thought that situation was time to pick up a Sven, for example. And then here comes the Oracle, right? Granted, there will be sentry wards for the Riki, but nonetheless, it's going to be pretty hard. We've got 2 invis heroes on BBD side, so if Marana calls for that ulti, it is going to be pretty dangerous for, let's say, Sven, for example, because there's no escape. So Oracle, perfect pick. You know, just get your carry away. You could die if you need to, like we saw last game, or the last match, where Oracle dies like 13 times. But you're a support for the team. Dying is what you're meant for, and just leave your carries be.
Well, we see the bans come out, the final bans being the Darkseer and the Sand King from the side of BVD.
Yeah.
My question to you is, why not pick up the Sand King
instead
of the Marana?
I think that's pretty much saying that their Faces Void will most likely be their offlane hero, in that they might want to pick up a Flares hero of some kind at the moment. But I think they're also just a bit worried about the amount of burst and disable coming out of White Rabbit Gaming in general. The Sand King, for them, would have been absolutely devastating. You know, I don't think he's going to have too hard a time. And so we finally see the Slardar pick up. And Oracle, just to add, he's personally one of my favorite heroes to pick against the Marana since she got that Argonum Scepter. His W absolutely negates 100% of that, of the magical damage coming out from Starfall. And his Q can also take off the silence. So if Tinker happens to get silenced by the Skywrath Mage, he can Purifying Flames and get that off and make sure that Tinker can begin casting his spells.
So we're expecting the Oracle to play the babysitter role for perhaps the Tinker here?
Definitely. I think that Oracle is going to be instrumental in keeping those lanes safe, pushing. And we see Juggernaut.
Yeah, that's the final pick coming out for the side of Bravado Motion. So there's your lineup. And actually, Seam is going to be picking up that Juggernaut.
That's a
pretty decent idea, I figure. And the Slardar is the final pick for White Rabbit Gaming. Good, strong initiation if he does manage to land it just right.
I think Donny is going to be pushed to the safe lane, don't you guys think? I mean, he played that yesterday, got that Lincoln Sphere up early, and, you know, what an item to pick up. We saw at TI as well. It negates, gives Time Walk, you know, more of an option, more than a necessity to use to escape as well.
So, nice and quick. We see the draft. The game's about to kick off. I need predictions. Who's going to win game 1? Reigns?
I'll go with BVD.
You're going with BVD?
Yeah.
I'm going with White Rabbit Gaming.
Nice. And who's next?
Oh, my gut says that the BVD draft is better, but I'm going to go with WRG, yeah. They look nice and aggressive.
Well, that's the opinion from the experts. We're going to hand it right over to the big boy himself, Hellbird. Take it away with Prophecy in tow.
Oh, hell yeah. This is what it's all about. SA Gaming at its absolute finest. BVD versus WRG. Prophecy, can you feel the hype?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hype. I mean, top 2 teams in the country have been for the better part of this year meeting each other in numerous finals, but this is the one. This is the one you want to win. It's the biggest prize pool in South African history, and it comes with a hell of a lot of pride as well as some swag at the end of it.
Well, what about you out there? Can you in the audience feel this hype? Give us a big shout if you can. There we go. I tell you what, man, it really doesn't get any better than this. But I guess we have to focus and not let our own fan joy get in the way. Let's chat a little bit about these lanes, Prophecy. Where do you think we're going to see some big plays? Who's it going to be? And what lanes might be in a little bit of trouble?
Well, I mean, it depends on how BVD is going to lane this. It does look as though they're going to run Donnie in the safe lane just to try and force out Chidawi there. You don't really want Chidawi in a 1v1 with the Slaughter up against the Faceless Void. It's going to be much easier for Chidawi to farm in that respect. So they'd rather sack Flares off lane, maybe have Odu hang around there on that lane just to help him out a little bit there. But the big match is in the mid lane. If Castaway gets a hit on his Tinker, I mean, we've seen his Tinker numerous times.
Oh, he's been caught up by the arrow, and Odu's there to drop the sentry, actually, and catch him out. Odu in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to get smashed apart here, and this is not the stop Bravado want. It's not a huge deal, because it is just a support hero. But I tell you what, Bravado will WG, they'll take it in this kind of environment.
Yeah, and I mean, that's actually a bigger win than getting the bounty rune there. I mean, they used to try and stun Castaway to prevent him from getting the rune, but he gets the first blood, so a massive win there for WRG, and well played by them. I mean, they prepped that whole situation, they knew what was coming for them, and early ward drop gets them the first blood.
And they're going to put another one down as well, just to make sure Odu can't get up to any Tomfulu towards the mid lane. Castaway on this Tinker. I mean, okay, we got some great heroes here. Some really, really class heroes from both these teams. Arrow is going to fly wide, though, towards the mid lane, though, as a Whelp and Odu. Do you have a little tussle for these sentry wards once more? I mean, this is critical, right? As I was saying, Castaway's Tinker is something of legends. If he can get ahead in this game, it will be fantastic for Bravado. If they can shut him down, it'll be such a bonus.
Yeah, and Flares is already doing this very, very rotation-oriented Mirana. It's sort of like a jungle Mirana, sort of a support Mirana, and it can be quite annoying to, you know, you're always just worried about where that arrow is coming from. Flares taking quite a bit of stacks from the Shadow Poison. They will avoid the fourth one. And we'll probably drop low, but in the end, should be fine.
Well, they're already are spending a lot of time towards mid. We can see how important it is to both these sides. There are so many heroes around mid, considering we're not even 2 minutes into the game at the moment. It's a tri-lane, Prof. Yeah. I mean, hey, why not? If you're going to have to commit, and this is the environment to do it in, right? But let's chat a little bit about these other lanes. Donnie picking up the safe lane, Void again. How do you feel about that one?
I mean, he's done very, very well on it at the event thus far. He's swapping into the more carry role of late, so I'm very, very interested to see whether Donnie is going to continue towards this in future. But right now, they have put him on the Faceless Void. They're using Flares, much more rotation-oriented, as I said, and much more utility these days.
Want him, he's going to start tipping away. Can they find him in time? Not quite. That could have been your first blood towards the mid lane, though. Castaway is a little bit less safe. And Odu, he gets a couple of hits off there, and we will have Seam also blade throwing away. Castaway, he could be your first blood. He's trying to get to the bushes. Will be able to survive it, but quite a bit of damage received there. Odu also takes a couple of shots from the tower, but in the end, it was something that will keep our friend Castaway on his feet, on his toes rather.
Yeah, very, very well played there by Castaway to change the direction at the last moment. And with the Ricky not quite yet at level 2, doesn't have any additional slow and no blink strike to try and catch the last hit there on Castaway. So Tinker survives for the moment, and at the moment he's not looking too shabby in the mid lane there, as we are going to expect him to come out ahead here. He has a natural advantage.
Getting very low. Does have a friend coming in the form of Welt. Can they turn this around? Probably no detection to deal with Odu, but he is being quite a menace.
Yeah, he definitely is there. I mean, the one thing about Castaway is that they have forced him to use a lot of the regen that he came into the lane with. So if they can continue this, maybe he is forced either back to the base itself, or he could actually end up dying, as Odu is just doing Odu things, spotting all these rotations and allowing Flares to push the absolute limit of where he is on that lane.
I mean, as you mentioned, it is Odu things. He's giving so much vision around, and when two support heroes are just trying to get something done, and there's just a Ricky giving all that information away, it's really, really difficult to deal with. But Flair's also now, he's starting to rotate towards the middle lane as well. He's just looking for that big arrow, and maybe we're going to see it.
Yeah, well, he's got to time it correctly though. They have a very, very good ward placement there as Castaway is going to move away as it is about ward time, so he'll hang around there. Maybe BVD getting the timings slightly off as it seems White Rabbit, just the nature of the movement will save them. Bounty rune goes the way of Seam, but Castaway gets probably the best rune for him at this time of the game. Regen is certainly nothing to be sniffed at for a Tinker at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Seam can evade some of these rockets, but Blaze are very, very difficult to deal with. He can literally just pop that regen rune once he's used it up a couple times, and that'll put a lot of pressure on Seam in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the one problem Seam does have here is that Castaway is going for the full burst build, which means he could likely kill Seam off if he's got any sort of help. And, well, Odoo's hanging in the area. Do they have anything to spot him? Doesn't appear to be. They're going to start things on. And,
get the arrow! Castaway in a world of trouble. Schlinks, he's been silenced up. He can't do anything. It's going to be your first blood. It goes the way of the... In fact, it wasn't. There was a kill in the Scarf made before that to a neutral creep. But okay, that's neutral. Fine, it was your first blood. I'm just getting overly excited.
No, it wasn't the first blood. The first blood went on the Ricky. Ricky died at the...
oh, of course, of course. Oh, there we go. Now things make more sense.
Well, I mean, Donnie's been left here for the moment all by his lonesome. He's going to be up against Chidawi, and this is going to allow Chidawi just to find a little bit more farm. And he's up at level 4 now, so not looking too shabby. Should be building into the blink in a relatively quick time, but Habibi has arrived now, and they're going to try and get the kill into Chidawi. Very, very slow is Chidawi. He might very well go off. And Donnie, the RNG is with this man, and... what a way for Chidawi to go down there. Lucky bash on the Faceless Void ends up getting the kill in the end.
Yeah, now Flair's once again harassing Castaway in this mid lane, just tossing through those arrows. It's so difficult to play against, right? You're trying to focus on creeps. You have a man like Seam against you on the other side of the river, and Flair's are just tossing arrows at you, which pretty much seals the fate of your life if you do connect with one. So it is tough going, but at the moment, let's take a little peek at the last set. It's going to be the Sven at the moment leading the charge. Really, with quite a bit of space actually, 5 CS or even more. Pretty decent work from there, as we have the Faceless Void in second place. Donnie also pretty reasonable at 6 minutes, but he'll probably want to get a little bit more out of the lane before it does come to a close. And then Tinker sitting at 26 ahead of Seam's 20. So I guess other than that, Death Castaway will feel okay with this. He also has quite a few denies, which is always positive.
Yeah, Castaway is very much favoured in the lane, as we can see, is fairly far ahead of Seam, but Seam does have the kill to help him out, or the assist at least to help him out there, so it's not quite as heavily in Castaway's favour as one would expect.
Oh, I just want some more action. Flair's going to Sacred Arrow someone. There's a lot of Bravado players though in the bottom lane at the moment. We'll see what they're up to. BB making use of the stack, well not, yeah, it is actually a stack. Got two Hell Bear Smasher and the Central Conqueror, so obviously doing a little bit of work here, just bring down these creepways, which has forced Chidawi into his own jungle. He's going to be able to farm with Cape. He doesn't have the ideal jungling items just yet. Does pick up the Hatchet as well on base, so probably moving towards that. Yeah. Santo though, once again, just pretty much unchecked here for the time being.
Well, I mean, for right now, I like what BBD's doing. Flair's being moved down to the bot lane is, I think, useful. You can send Odo up to the top lane. They don't really want to contest up on top. They'd rather just give Santo his farm as best they can and place the pressure on Castaway. They know that Castaway is going to be the engine for the White Rabbit team and the linchpin around which the whole team works. I think I do prefer the way White Rabbit has run themselves at this tournament. Santo.
Oh, the bottom lane, Chidawi gets caught by a Crows. He does get the disruption on to save his life. But for how long is the question? He gets off the Slithering Crush. Flair's getting very, very low here. Should be brought down. Jumps over Chidawi. Will finally be picked off though. Now Donnie trying to run out from underneath the tower. It is effectively a 2-kill actually, as they did pick up the Scarf Mage as well. So WG strike back quite nicely and take the lead here.
Yeah, great play there by White Rabbit Gaming, and Chidawi, I think, is not going to go down there without that much assist again. And fantastic plays by the WRG support. Schlinks with a perfect time.
Oh no.
Perfect time save.
In trouble, Schlinks. Hasted up Odu. Starts going down. He doesn't actually have enough money for the disruption. Just needs some help from the Tinker though, who is glad to provide it. As Odu with haste sounds pretty terrifying to me.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for somebody else for the moment, but for right now, not going to find anything, so he'll wander back into his side of the jungle as Donnie looks to get up that first item of his, which should be the Lincoln Sphere.
Now we were actually speaking about this a little bit between games. Oh, sorry, Castaway. He might be between lines at the moment. Seam charging down to him. He's got some help from Chidawi though. It tosses out the Omni Slash though. Will pick up Castaway. And now Seam gets though. Is brought down for the cross kill. At the moment, Habibi trying to get out of him. Does have the amplified damage. The arrow flies through. Does connect just wide. And WG probably going to have to be happy with that and back off. There's a mid for a mid. But I guess Seam getting the kill himself is probably a little bit more handy.
Yeah, Seam getting the kill on himself is great because he gets the experience out of it, whereas unfortunately for Chidawi, sorry, not Chidawi, for Castaway, he actually loses out on that trade.
Oh, Odu's caught out underneath that ward, gets the amplified damage up as well. There's nowhere to go, but Donny does come to help him out. In fact, Chidawi's pretty low, he gets bashed up as well. Can Donny bring him down? Fortunately, just nothing to follow up with, so he's going to have to back that one off. In the top lane, though, Flair's stalking Santo. He's got no mana. The arrow's going to fly. It should connect. Does connect. Santo in a little bit of trouble here. There is support coming from Seam as well, but do they have the damage to bring him down? Santo, using the Warcry, starts steeping away immediately. It's agonizingly close. Will they get it? The crit is there! Are you kidding me? It's amazing. Well, RNG for Seam right now, favored. And
for BVD is favored.
I was going to say, I recall a bash earlier from Donny, so apparently the Dota gods might have a favorite in this game.
Yeah, that seems almost cruel to see BVD, to see White Rabbit Gaming lose 2 players like that to some very, very lucky RNG going in their favor for the BVD boys. Donny does have himself the Chronosphere up again, so White Rabbit Gaming does have to be a little bit careful about what kind of fights they take. And we could very well see Donny actually rotate early. We've seen this from BVD before, where Donny will rotate earlier than expected, even when he's playing this farming role on the Faceless Void. And it can often catch you with your pants down when a Faceless Void, rotates early, and all of a sudden you're like, oh wait, why is there a 3-man chrono in the mid lane when we just saw him bot?
Oh, they found out Odu again though. He's going to use the tricks of the trade to buy himself some time. Whoops, I'll tank it. You're going to drop down the cloud as well. Once again, just trying to find a way out, but between so many WG players, there wasn't much of an opportunity though. But actually picking up the slaughter as well as a cross kill in the bottom lane. So it's, once again, probably more in Bravado's favor. And they've picked up that tower as well, so a little bit of extra gold. At the moment, things are actually looking almost dead even as far as the score and tower situation goes.
I will say one thing though, White Rabbit Gaming is doing a fantastic job here on the counter warding. They know, Seam.
Oh, he's found himself an angry Santo. Going to go into the Blade Fury and try to just get out of this one, but are you crazy? This is just unreasonable. One hit away, he was in the attack swing, and he gets out. All I can imagine was saying as well, explain this one to me. How is this fair?
Yeah, I mean, they did actually pop the Mirana ulti there, so it might have been that the last attack was prevented by the invis, but still, I mean, you really got to feel for White Rabbit Gaming at that point. 13 HP as he escapes.
Oh, the arrow is going to connect. It's 5 seconds, but there's probably not much they can use to follow up on it. They are going to put a little bit of extra damage onto Wolf though. It looks like Chidawi still wants a piece of this. Flair's going to keep you out in the end. As Odu picks up a couple of fake friends.
Donny actually burnt the Chronosphere there. I think that might have been the kill on the slaughter earlier then.
Yeah, some fair comment. So, okay, let's take a look at the grass. Hopefully we'll have a second before any more arrows come flying through the screen. It's about 1,000 gold lead to WG at the moment. Sorry, experience lead. And about 1,000 gold lead to Bravado. So, which would you prefer to have?
I think at this stage, experience is a lot more worthwhile. You get the bigger spells, particularly Sven is about to hit level 11 here. You've got Slaughter. He's currently sitting at level 7, which is somewhat problematic, and Shadow Demon is about to hit his level 6 as well. So for the early stages of the game, experience is a lot more important, since your spells mean a hell of a lot more when there's fewer items to deflect the brunt of your damage.
I actually totally agree with you. I mean, it also almost feels like that number isn't bad, like 1,000 gold. It just feels like it's a couple of hero kills, or something, not like a massive deficit. The 1,000 gold is literally what allows you to get those hero kills.
Yeah. Odu, once again, very, very good warding here, as he's got some extraordinarily deep warding. But sorry, like I was saying earlier, White Rabbit Gaming has done a fantastic job at countering Odu. He hasn't been as effective as usual. He's been caught out a number of times, and it always seems as though White Rabbit Gaming just seems to, they have some form of detection for Odu on hand, and his normal tricky plays haven't worked out as well for him this game thus far.
Castaway and the top lane being stalked by some of the Bravado squad. Not going to find him as he does keep up, but they haven't quite shown themselves just yet, so they might still be interested to see if he makes a return. But he's actually heading towards the middle lane for the time being. We'll be joined up by Wolp as well. He's got 4 into March the Machines now, so we can expect he'll spend a lot of time just split pushing, getting up his farm, and it'll be interesting to see what he goes for. I think he mentioned something before about, he likes Agnes first or something to that effect, so we'll see if he does indeed go for that. But he will, of course, get the sort of standard starting items for Tinker, travel, as well as the Soul Ring. We can expect to see a Blink Tag anytime now as well.
Well, Odu once again on his questing there. Schlinks is also got himself a set of wards, and what is he looking for now? I mean, these deep wards from Bravado are giving him a lot of movement, a lot of information on the White Trap gaming movement. Castaway back at the top lane as he does continue his farming quest. Should be getting his first big item up in probably the next 5 minutes or so. I don't think he's going to start out with the...
So mid lane, Shling's caught out here. They do actually manage to get the blind off onto Odu with a couple of marching machines. Makes him not want any more of a piece of this. Also dropping down a sentry ward, but he's already far out of range of that. But they are going to set up potentially for this tier 1 tower. They do once again have Castaway tossing through those marches just to provide a secure barrier for the WOG players to fight. But they might come at the expense of their own safe lane tower at the moment, as players and Seam are indeed pegging away at it. These are both two very important towers. I'd probably give the edge to the mid tower though. Santo is...
Well, I mean, it's past the laning stage, so White Rabbit Game doesn't really care about the tier 1 up on top lane. It's something that they're willing to concede, whereas BBD does not appear to be willing to...
goes in, he gets a Chrono onto 2. Going on to after Whelp first, but he gets defensively disruption. Santo is taking quite a bit of damage. The Omni Slash doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but there's a great crush coming in from Chidawi. They're going to pick up Donny first. There's a lot of damage going both ways. Lots of players low for the time being. They're going to pick up flares as well. Odu charging in after Chidawi, who's very, very low in HP, but is able to sprint out of it for the time being. And it looks like that'll be the end of it. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade, but it's a 2-for-1 that is for a support. Just the Oracle. It doesn't get a lot better than that, considering you pick up the Faceless Void. Although the tier 1 tower still stands, WG certainly would have had their hearts in their throats for a little while there. It got pretty close at times, but in the end, a miss is as much as a mile here.
Yeah, I mean, White Rabbit Gaming, that fight you chalk down to their two supports. Firstly, a fantastic time disruption there by Schlinks, and then, I mean, an even better follow-up as the Oracle is saved. He uses the false promise to keep his hard carry alive in this form of Sven. And, I mean, White Rabbit Gaming, that's the kind of plays you need from your sports this series. If BVD's, I mean, I think that's the second Chrono that's failed now and hasn't succeeded, so it's going to be a big
Bear has picked up more than he could chew here. Do see the Omni Slash going wild as Seam tries to back off. True to the trades, also used at the moment. They're trying to find any sort of entrance. Shidawi does find it. He gets in with the stomp. They're going to pick up Odi on the sides as well, as they do try desperately just catch any of the Bravado squad. But they're going to have to settle for the Ricky. It's, once again, quite a bit of time used here, but the edge still going WRG's way. They're having these micro victories that are, I imagine, starting to add up.
Yeah, they definitely are starting to add up now. BVD is not really... Alright, Arrow comes through, he's going to catch Whelp, but with that much company in the area, I don't think BVD's all that keen on crashing the party, so they'll leave it at that. White Rabbit Gaming continue to, I mean, look fairly impressive in this, to say the least. Blink Dagger on Slaughter, well-timed, and great play there by Chidawi to set up that fight for his team.
Yeah, I think there's just... I feel like this is at like a knife edge though, right? As soon as somebody can just find that little bit of extra damage, and then, hey, maybe that comes out from like the Mirana and Flares when he does look to find out something that's a little bit... You know, he's got the point booster, right? So eventually, we can imagine he looks for that...
he's definitely going for the Axe, yeah.
And then there's a little bit of extra damage that might turn the table, but at the moment, it really still can go either way. Bottom lane, they're going to try to get their hands on Donny, but he manages to back off in time. Does have the support from Habibi as well in the Skywrath Mage. And, well, that's the combination you want. Do you think they have the damage output to pick up something like Santo at the moment, between the two of them?
I mean, I think between only those two, probably they don't have enough damage. I mean, Santo's got 18 armor, and he has assistance. You can see Whelp shadowing him there constantly. So Santo will almost never be alone. If you're going to get a kill, I think the Chrono's going to need to probably catch at least one support, and then you'd have to have Odu working on the other. There's no way you can try jump Santo inside a Chrono if the supports are available to protect him.
Well, I think in this little lull, maybe our production team can help us out and give us a little bit of a replay of that last fight, just while the guys are farming. And we'll check out how that went down again, just to see how close some of those deaths really were. And yeah, there you have it. A lot of the players heading towards the middle lane at the time. And the Chrono comes out, was absolutely great, got two, and also it really kept players away from the rest of the fight. And then players all around getting very, very low, a lot of great engagements. Prophecy, what do you think the most critical moment was? Well, hold on, just real time, it's happening again. Castaway, he's caught up by the Mystic Flare, and he will be brought down. It's a very decent pick-off as well, but might come at the cost of Habibi. They'll definitely take it. Crush is going to be enough, but Yeah, we're just in time, guys.
Yeah, just in time. Faces Void, again, Chrono expended, but this time they get the kill, and that's the kind of thing that BVD is going to need to keep up. You know, single kills at this point are worthwhile, but you have to get the big ticket heroes. And they got that. They got it that time. But I mean, White Rabbit Gaming, I still think well in control of this game. As the Tinker is still building his items. He's not slowed down as much as we saw Donnie get caught out yesterday. He was really stuck at a certain level for quite a while.
Yeah, Roshan now under heavy pressure from WG will be picked up. And obviously using the God Strength, so they likely will just want to wait a little bit longer before they make use of it. But at the same time, they are getting some information from OD from the direction they're traveling. Bravado trying to put a little pressure on this tier 1 tower mid. They will pop the Moonlight Shadow as well. A little bit defensive, really, as this illusion probably going to time out, and does get a chase from Shidawi, but I think he'll realize it's not real. As once again, Odu giving a lot of information while heading up toe by toe, and they're going to commit to him. The arrow connects. He did actually get off some spells there to help him out, though. But Flair's sitting inside the sidelines here. He's getting smashed apart by Sando. Can they finish the job? Yes, they can. Tudawi, he still wants a piece of Odu, but on the back lines as well, we have Seam. He used the he's still holding onto it. Now commits the Omni Slash. It does quite a bit of damage. Schlink's still staying there. There's the Blade Storm, and he goes through onto Tudawi. Not able to catch him though. Tries to TP out. He won't be able to in time. They're going to drop 3 here for 2, but the fight. Is it over? Yes, it is. Everyone's gone. But once again, micro victories. It's 2 supports. No, that's not a micro victory. That's 2 supports for 2 cores in a sport. WG once again come out ahead.
Yeah, fantastic play there by White Rabbit Gaming. Castaway with the Tinker knowing that he can't really contribute much outside of the marching machines, but that just did so much damage to the BVD boys. Couldn't really get enough damage in time, only getting the 2 supports, and Santo yet again walks away. I mean, even if they kill him, he's still got the Aegis, so it would have been a hard sell for BVD to win that game. Win that fight.
Well, if it keeps going this way, you might be right, Prof. It might be a hard sell for them to win the game entirely, because this is surely starting to add up. XP at the moment looking at over 4,000, and gold sitting at about 2,000 in favor of WG. I mean, it's not huge. The XP is the problem. They do find out Donnie here again. Santo propping the God Strength. Doesn't actually find enough damage out to bring down Donnie. He's able to get away for the time being. They've changed their targets to a BB in the top lane now, but there are quite a few Bravado heroes in this round. Do they want to regroup and try to take a shot at this?
Donnie does have Chrono, so if White Gaming dives this too far, this could end very, very badly for them.
Well, Habibi is going to potentially be fine. Chidori actually decides it's better off for him to get out of here, start finding a little bit of farm towards the bottom lane. He's picked up quite a fair items already at the 21-minute mark. Blink Dagger as well as 4-star complete. With a bit of extra money in the bank.
Odu doesn't see. Yeah, I mean, that would have been a horrible kill for Santo to give up, with Odu just wandering by and getting him as he times or mistimes, should I say, the Harmlet.
Oh, he is getting a little bit of help from Whelp at the moment, just healing up under what is, literally one of my favorite spells of the game, is Purifying Flames. It hurts, man, and it heals, man, so it's good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been keeping Santo alive in some of these fights pretty heavily. BVD just doesn't have a lot of...
Oh, they catch out Odu once more. There's no way out of this one, but the arrow flight does connect on Santo. Does he want it? Donnie says yes, gets both of them on the edge. We'll see the defensive disruption coming out as Castaway on the sideline tries to help his friends, tossing out a lot of the marching machine, but Seam's on top of him. They're going to use the false promise as well, but Santo trying to help out here. They're going to go after Seam now. He drops the little kitty, but I don't think that's going to survive all of that. Arrow flies through again, does not connect, but once again, it's 2 supports for a support and a core. And Shidawi, he wants more. He catches out Flares here. This is going to be his death. Take that, says Santo, and it's getting even worse. WRG every single time just come out ahead, and it's just starting to rack up.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 supports, I think right now Schlinks might very well be the MVP of the game, because every single time whoever Donnie decides to choose, decides to jump on in the Chronosphere, that guy gets bubbled. So then Donnie's like, okay, well, I'm going to have to go for the other guy. But then Chronosphere ends, and sorry, and then Whelp basically gets off the Oracle ulti. It's a horrible situation for BVD, because they essentially have to land a 3-man Chrono with both supports in to have any hope of winning them.
They catch him. He gets caught out. He thought maybe he had a freebie there, but he was actually the prey.
Yeah, White Rabbit Gaming just completely styling on Odu this game. Wards everywhere, 2, 7, and 2 for the Ricky this game. It is just not what Odu was expecting at all.
I mean, can we just appreciate that for a second? Because it's not like we're talking about somebody here who maybe not too familiar on Hero. This is probably the best Ricky player in South Africa, and he is getting given a really hard time here. WG have obviously shown a lot of respect in the way that they've played, and they're punishing him for it.
Yeah, they definitely have studied how Odu's movement patterns in the game, And you can see any sort of multiple path area has been warded up to make certain that Odoo is being watched at all times.
I also want to say, is it just me or has Santo just been running around on 300 HP for the last sort of 5 minutes?
It feels like it. Every time I look at Santo, it feels as though he's basically wandering every fight with, or starts every fight with about half HP and somehow gets out of it with a quarter.
I mean, because it's not like he should go back to heal and back to base and heal, considering he's, you know, playing against, well, the Bravado Gaming. That is some courage, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he also recognizes that BVD's burst potential is very, very low at the moment. Seam can obviously get off the Omni Slash, but there are ways around it. And outside of the Scarlet Mage, for which they have an answer, I mean, you just hit the disruption and Mystic Flare is doing almost no damage. And it's a horrible situation for the White Rabbit game, also the BVD guys right now, because, I mean, how do you take a fight? White Rabbit Gaming is basically just going to protect whoever you get, catch into the chrono, and whoever else you choose in the chrono, you get saved by the other support.
I mean, I gotta say on that note, Donnie has been making the absolute most of these chronospheres. He's catching people just on the edge, and often it's not a case of catching on the edge to deal damage, but just to stop them from doing anything, because the options aren't being presented to him in a very easy way. WG are very cautious of where they're standing. They're not giving somebody who I could call almost like a master of the chronosphere an opportunity to really make use of it. But mid lane, they're going to catch out flares here, and it's just he just gets thwarted. There's no way of putting it. He was stunned and out. Santo destroys him. Yeah. I mean, this man is rich. This man is rich. He has a Salt Cuirass, an Armlet, an Echo Saber, and a Blink Dagger. 14, almost called 15k net worth at the moment. And we're 25 minutes into the game. It's a good day at the office for him.
Yeah, I mean, Santo's living the dream now as a primary carry. I mean, he gets saved in every single team fight, even though he's been
top lane, Donnie gets caught up by Chidari. I don't think there's going to be much more into this, actually, but can Donnie turn it around? He does have some support in the form of a BB. He's smoked up, but finding nothing for his efforts. Towards the bottom lane, that's probably where the action will be, though. Which way do you think it's going to go here? Do you think we're going to get a Bravado, like a nice, I don't know, there's no arrow available. How do they potentially win this one?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for BVD. They don't really have any heroes in the vicinity, and White Rabbit Gaming knows exactly where Donnie is, so they won't take the chance. Well, never mind, Donnie's not spotted anymore by the amplified damage, so White Rabbit Gaming could be in a bit of trouble here if they misplay this.
Oh, they do go under the cover of the smoke, Seam and Odoo, trying to find any sort of victims. There's, of course, that Omni Slash available, almost level 16 as well. Gone for the Man style early, no Battle Fury, so obviously wasn't too keen on farming this one out. But towards the bottom lane, they're going to drop this T1 tower pretty much uncontested in the end. I guess they're just going to accept that they got a little space elsewhere. I mean, Bravado are one of those sides that we just really have a lot of respect for in the way they move around the map. So it's almost a little curious to see them getting, no sort of obvious trade on what was a pretty significant push at the moment, with WG still going down to that tier 2 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, BFD's going to try and push out the top tower. They do still have the mid tower on very, very low HP, so they could just try and trade that. They'll get a 2-for-2 trade in the end, though, although multiple TPs to the top lane by White Rabbit Gaming will force BVD away from that section.
Yeah, going to be the end of that. But Wally got the most damage of top lane, the tower sitting at about 1,000, and the bottom it's sitting at about 500. So certainly WG, once again, this is what we keep talking about. It's these micro wins. They're just a little bit further ahead each time. And, that gap just becomes greater and greater. As the margin increases, it's just getting worse and worse. And Donnie does get caught out here, has the Lincoln Sphere, but will actually get the amplified damage to break it. But of course, that means under the Midnight Shadow, he's not actually visible just yet. But they could be killed. I feel Odoo sneaking around at the background. Can he find something lingering, something that he can help his teammates set up? Any sort of pickup right now would be good. Shrinkso, he thinks better of it. He's going to TP back, and that means that all the WG players managed to escape here. But something that I think isn't going to escape for too much longer is the notice of Roshan from WRG's Gaze, as they do have a fantastic lineup to bring him down.
Yeah, it's going to be so easy for White Rabbit Gaming to just consistently walk into Rosh, kill him very, very quickly, and BVD's going to be left a little bit flat-footed. Although they can take Rosh fairly quickly themselves, they do have a faces forward that can do some damage, and Juggernaut obviously well known with the healing ward being able to take out the big man.
Well, familiar sounds of Castaway. Cancelled at the last minute. He's going to actually bait out an arrow for his efforts. Does he go and does? Blinks back. That's brave. That's very brave. Maybe too brave. Castaway caught out. He does get some help. Chidawi doesn't quite connect with the stun. WG are just surviving through everything. That's a Chronosphere on pretty much a commit for one hero that hasn't worked out. They use the smoke well. Odu's potentially going to pop here. Should be brought down. They're caught between Santo and a Chidawi. That's worse than a rock and a half place at the moment. And they lose another 2. WG played beautifully there under what was, I mean, I thought 2 brave Castaway, but I guess you knew better. Your friends had your back, and that certainly worked out once more.
Yeah, that was actually a very, very average chrono there from Donny. He tried to get something done, jump on Castaway, but I mean, there's no way you can take a fight that near to the base and not expect the White Drive Gaming supports to be there. So, an easy save for White Drive Gaming. Donny ends up dying as well as Odu, as BVD just commits way, way too hard behind that tier 2 tower there.
Right, so let's break this down a little bit for you now. So WG, they obviously got to be feeling, I mean, really, really good right about now, and they must be feeling the momentum in their favor. How do they abuse it? Where do they go to here? What's the next step?
Well, I mean, they have the Aegis, so I think what they should do right now is just push out all these tier 2s. BVD's definitely not going to be looking to have a fight right now. They don't have the chrono available for the next 50 seconds, so push out bot lane, push out mid lane, and once you've done that, you can start placing pressure on the tier 3s. You'll probably have the Aegis until about the first tier 3 push, so if you can get a tier 3, I think White Drive Gaming will be happy with that sequence of events.
And now from the other side of the river, your Bravado right now is starting to feel the pressure, certainly. White Drive Gaming, they're just clawing at you, and they're clawing hard. What's your next step? How do you prepare for the oncoming storm that you're so used to delivering yourself?
For BVD, I mean, they're going to push out the top lane tower now. I think that's a very, very good idea. Just keep White Drive Gaming, you know, keep them entertained, sort of thing. You don't want them to be able to just Santo catches a 5-second arrow there. But no way BVD is taking advantage of that. So team's going to push out the top lane here. Maybe you try keep the mid lane pushed out as well. And if you can force White Drive Gaming off, perhaps you can get up to those lanes quickly and then make something happen.
Well, Chidawi once again looking for the intro. But the arrow, it connects again. Santo does have the Aegis, but it looks like he's going to get a little bit of support from his teammates as well. They're trying to heal him up, trying to keep him alive. Either way, though, he's, as mentioned, got that Aegis available to him. But what this has done is created a little bit of pressure. They're going to actually send a couple people back. They're trying to find Donny. He's darting every way he can. Uses the time dilation as well, trying to find a way out. Will time walk up? Fancy footwork. Is it fancy enough, though? Is it fancy? No, it's not. Chidawi finds him with the Force Staff. Oh, man. It was beautiful in all ways, but in the end, WG had his number.
Yeah, Donny just getting a little bit too clever for his own good there and getting caught out. But very, very well-timed rotations from White Drive Gaming. It does keep them away from the tier 3. So in a tiny way, maybe BVD's won something, but you're not trading Donny. I mean, that I think the end result is a horrible result for BVD. White Drive Gaming comes out ahead once again as Donny in the grave for a 3rd time this game.
I think we need a little bit. I mean, you hear the crowd every now and then getting into this. I think this is a good time call. If you're a Bravado fan right now, you got to be a little bit worried. So give these guys a cheer them on, and help them come back. Give us a roar, guys. Ready? Oh, thanks. Now we get one. Oh, I guess that means we've got a lot of WRG fans in the house. So let's cheer for WRG.
Yeah, definitely sounds more WRG favored this event. So maybe WRG finally breaks their second place curse, and they certainly are on course for this right now, as they are going hell for leather in this mid lane, taking out the tier 2 tower. BVD not really in the position to contest at the moment. Their players are still attempting to get back to the base in time.
Oh, some other good fortune going WG's way. Santo actually managed to miss an arrow this time.
Oh, I mean, that's fantastic, Santo. I think he's like, done, boys. I've dodged an arrow this game. I think
you can handle the rest of this, right?
Yeah.
I think we need you. You hang on to that Aegis, and Flares once again goes back in. Chidawi thinks about going in, does force himself away in the end, though. That does actually remove the leap option.
Oh, Chidawi catches the long range arrow this time, as he stares at the sky while the creeps give him a bit of damage.
I literally just imagine a troll face on Marana right now.
Well, knowing Flares, that wouldn't, I think, be too far from the truth.
Okay, well, there you go. Chidawi caught out here, and they're going to commit the tricks of trade and everything to him, but Chidawi still hasn't fallen. They get the Chronosphere only onto Whelp. That's not what they need right now. Chidawi even bailing him out of this. Donny, this is just not enough. Whelp should be brought down, and is, but on the background, Santo's angry. He's going to try to avenge his friend at the moment. Does get hit by the Purge, but Seam now trying to back himself away. Cast away with the Aghanim Scepter up. He's tossing out rockets like it's hot. And at the moment, they will get that Aegis down, but it's going to come once again the cost of a couple. 2 down, this time just the support, but it's actually technically a better trade for Bravado, even with the Chronosphere. Were there any buybacks? Did I miss anything there?
Well, I mean, Santo did lose the Aegis, so it is a bit of a bigger win there for White Rabbit Gaming, or for BVD than I think White Rabbit Gaming would have liked. Only the 2 supports going down. They did expend a lot of the big ultis though. Faceless Void, no Chrono, no Omni Slash, and Mirana also out of the Moonlight Shadow. So White Rabbit Gaming, they do have a timing window right now, and if they can just cause a bit more pressure on this tier 3, I think they'd be a little bit more pleased with the result of that. But as it stands, that was not the kind of fight that they wanted to take outside their base.
So, do you think that would have given Bravado a little bit more confidence? Like, hey guys, look, we can still do this. This didn't go to plan, really, but we still managed to hold on? Or do you think they would be like, oh, we've got to get this right, guys. This isn't good enough?
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't say it's so much Bravado. Bravado, you know, they've done it many times before. I think it's more about White Rabbit Gaming. Are they in the right state of mind? You know, it's always that feeling like, are Bravado going to come back again? Because remember, there was a stage where White Rabbit Gaming was 2-0 up against BVD earlier this year and ended up losing 3-2. So, do those
they don't have the privilege here.
Yeah.
2-0 is enough for them to go down here. So WG are looking really good, but you can never count them out. You just, you know, you always have to know that Bravado have that capability to just destroy you from behind. And they probably are behind right now. Let's check out the XP and gold graph. XP at the moment, oh man, that is 10,000. That is not pretty sight for Bravado fans right now. And the gold graph sitting at about 7.5k. Probably a little bit friendlier, but that 10k XP difference, man, that has got to be hurting.
Yeah, it really is hurting. And White Rabbit Gaming, this is exactly what they need. They've got a massive gold lead for the time of the game, and a significant experience lead as well. They need to play like they're ahead, because I've often seen White Rabbit Gaming sometimes play like they're behind. They struggle to beat a team, but they've looked a lot better at this event. They're going to try and prep Donnie in the mid lane here, as Donnie does dodge the rockets with the Manta, and that'll be that. He's going to move away. The rockets come through once again.
Well, once again, a lot of the players from WG surrounding the mid lane. No Aegis up this time. He's not too far away, actually, but do they hang on? Do they just wait this out? WG have shown a lot of patience in the past, or do you think that the event gets the better of them and they start looking to push it?
I would hope they don't push it. White Rabbit Gaming, like I said, have always had very, very good shot calling. They know what to do for the most part. It just seems sometimes that they you know, here and there have a mistake or two. Santo, though, is extraordinarily stacked. I don't think anyone on BVD wants to tangle with this guy. And right now, White Rabbit Gaming in the driving seat. If Santo can get stuck onto Donnie in a fight, or he can get stuck onto Seam, those guys are not surviving at all. He's going to absolutely eviscerate them in 2 or 3 shots, is Santo, as he's building towards the...
Oh, Flares, that might have been a little... Oh, that was not the right move. Flares gets caught out. He's going to get punished for that one. And Santo, well, he's godlike now. And that is not something that BVD wanted to see.
Yeah, Flares trying to be way too cute there. Trying to cut the creep wave, but that's just too far or too near to the White Rabbit Gaming players, and punished accordingly as White Rabbit Gaming look to prep for the second siege on this bot lane tower for BVD.
This is scary times right now. Mirana back on the benches. Let's take a look at the buyback status. She does have it available, but they're going to commit deep. Santo, he is not scared at all. Charging into the Bravado lineup right now. And the tier 3s have fallen. The bottom racks are exposed, but it's a pretty good chronosphere onto Santo. The disruption comes out onto the support, then they're going to commit a lot to try and bring down Santo. He doesn't have an Aegis system, but Chadawi comes back in. Santo sends Donnie packing. Do they want more? Are they going to back off? They do lose the Shadow Shaman. Odie on the front lines, trying to get something out of it. He just gets blown up, and they're going to start going to work on this ranged racks. Chadawi on the front lines, he's trying to create a wall for Bravado to try just defend at the moment, and he's done enough to pick up that range racks now. The meaty racks on a heavy fire. No buybacks available for them just yet, but there's a buyback from the Shadow Demon, and that's because some pressure has been placed on the tier 3 in the top lane. They're trying to get whatever they can, but that is not enough. Advantage heavily towards WG right now.
And yet again, White Rabbit Gaming, these 2 supports are just doing an absolute number on BVD. Slightly mistimed by the boy, Odo. I think he needed to jump the Shadow Demon before that fight actually began. And in the end, Schlinks is able to save that team fight. I mean, if he doesn't save Whelp there, it's almost certainly a very, very dead Sven. But as it is, Santo able to survive once again. 10, 1, and 7 on this Sven. He is just absolutely rocking it at the moment. And it's almost an afterthought. And who would have said that about a castaway Tinker?
That's very scary, actually. And I mean, it's not like he doesn't have things. He's got the Aghanim 7 up, which we can see being very, very effective. There's 4 times rockets hurt. The blind on the laser at the extra range with this Aether lens. It's rough. It's really rough going now for Bravado Gaming. But can they come back? I mean, we've seen them come back before. They've seemed unbeatable so many times in the past. APG early in this tournament proved that it could be done. But can Bravado prove that they're still the team that is going to come out on top here? Can they be the guys who, from this... I mean, that's what champions need to do, right? They need to come from behind when it counts. And Odu, well, he's getting just destroyed now once more by Chidawi. It just seems so effortless for WG right now.
Yeah, it is far, far too easy for WRG in these fights right now. I mean, BVD really struggling under the weight of this massive lead that White Rabbit Gaming has amassed. And like I said, these 2 supports from White Rabbit Gaming, the drafting has been fantastic. And I mean, they've used one of the best drafters in South Africa in Scant to help them on that aspect, amongst others. And you can clearly see White Rabbit Gaming has BVD, I think, by the short and curlies at the moment, because BVD just does not seem to know what to do. Every time Donnie gets a 2-man chrono, I mean, 2-man chronos they're not great, but they're certainly not bad. And White Rabbit Gaming is like, okay, well, we'll raise you a 2-man chrono with just a save on both of them inside there.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? And it's just going to get harder because Roshan once again is up. And I guess, I mean, this is where you could potentially get it back, but they're just not in a position to do anything about Santo. Just smash. Look at this man. He's picked up the full Daedalus as well. Look at the damage he does to Roshan. That thing is supposed to be tanky, guys. The only time it doesn't get crushed is when it stuns you.
No, well, Santo is certainly doing a very, very good impression of, I think, Roshan himself. As that was quite a beating he laid down there on the giant rock.
Agreed. Santo, new Roshan. I think that's more fair. Put
well,
WG
it's certainly
on the...
more scary. I don't know if it's more fair.
I think if we put Roshan on the other side, right, when we replace Santo with it, then BVD have a, you know, it's one less
right
you have to worry
now,
about.
yeah, I mean, if Roshan's on up against BVD, I think BVD has a better chance of winning than against Santo.
Yeah. Which is its own special little credit to the man. But once again, you can't count out Bravado. They have been here before. They have been able to come back. And you know, you spoke about it before. You said WG, they need to play like they're winning when they're behind, or when they are, I guess. Yeah. But BVD, they do that when they are behind. They often just say, okay, we're just going to play as if we have the 10,000 advantage, and we'll just outplay you. And that's what they're going to have to do here. But they are, in fact, going to find a very tasty morsel potential. Scene, he's walked into it. He's going to get caught out by Chidawi as well. And once again, gets obliterated by Schlings. Sorry, Santo. Schlings wishes that he obliterated him. He did do his job. He helped. He was there.
Very good play by White Rabbit Gaming, though, knowing that BVD is going to have at least one of their cores farming in a far distant, you know, in a distant area. They've also got a ward here on the high ground, which is surprising since BVD does have vision of this ward, so they must have known that something was up. White Rabbit Gaming probably just expecting Seam to be in that area.
I gotta say, this to me is a very good idea. I mean, WG now heading towards the top lane together. I really doubt Bravado are going to take any attempt at defending this tier 2 tower. So it's money in the bank for fortification use for tier 2.
Trying to buy time. Let me just check Donnie. Okay, that's weird. I think maybe just a miscommunication there.
Oh, that's a little bit of a scary miscommunication.
Oh, no, wait. Seam is down, so he doesn't have buyback. It's just buying time for that.
Gotcha. Well, Santo goes to work on this tier 3. Will go in now, and they're going to fight flares, and they're going to destroy flares. And now, Bravado, can they get a Chronosphere off? It's just onto Whelp. That's not good enough to get saved anyways. And WRG just run over the Bravado players here. Odu, he picks a fight with Shari. The rocket's going to connect from Castaway though, and that'll be enough. 4 down from Bravado, and it could be 5. Donnie running for the hills. He's buying time, if anything. But is he going to buy enough time? WRG say enough of this. They're going to head back. Seam and Donnie versus WRG minus Slings. It's going to be a very hard sell. And if they drop this Rax in the top lane, they're in a lot of trouble. The on their slash comes through. It does a world of damage, but it starts connecting with the creeps. Not good enough for the backlines. Donnie still wants a piece of Whelp. He isn't able to do enough, though. The lasers coming up. Seam will desperately try to defend. Uses the Blade Fury, but forced back in the end anyways. Chidawi, he still wants more. Goes and doesn't quite catch him. But now these racks exposed, but there's been so much good work that Donnie now will try time walk out of. He goes straight onto Chidawi though. He's going to get off the stomp as well. Donnie catches the Stormhammer as well. He's brought down. Now, Bravado, they've bought a little bit of time. They're going to buy back onto Donnie as well. He still doesn't have Chronosphere for a very long time. Seam desperately trying to defend. They might catch out Welp here. Not enough damage to do so. And Castaway, he's going to start rearming and try to bring down Seam. Getting very low. Santo wants to piece him. Donnie, though, turns his attention to Santo. They're going to bring him down. It's a big kill for them. And now Castaway also limping away. Habibi says, come here. That's an Aegis, but he is completely isolated. They've got to be careful of that blink, though. Can he get out? He does manage to blink into the bushes. And Castaway rearms. He's out of there, boys. He's just going to find that TBOA, and they will have to just be satisfied with that Aegis in the end.
Yeah, White Rabbit Gaming, though, a slight misplay in the end, hanging around far too long. BVD able to get a full death timer off, and in the end, somehow Donnie and Seam pull off what can only be described as, I think, something like 300 there, because that was the defensive Thermopylae, 2 guys against 5, and somehow in the end they pull it through.
What other team in the country pulls that off?
Well, we don't know yet, but BVD certainly somehow made that one work. Welp is going to be pushed off right now, and Castaway and the rest of them are going to jump on here. Flares, once again, is not much longer for this world, as he's going to try to juke into the trees. Welp is in the...
Who gets out of there? For the time being, but now... Odu could be the expensive Seam. He wants a piece Castaway. They're going to come with the armor slash wall, but a great disruption from Slinks. There's an arrow flying through, won't connect now. Chidawi, he's running for the hills. He does have a lot of pressure on him at the time being. They picked up this thing earlier, so he's not there to help. There's not a huge amount of damage. Volp will be brought down. Castaway's the only damage dealer. He's back in base, so Bravado picked this one up. What is going on?
Yeah, this is the problem. Is like BVD is able to exploit these tiny little gaps, and White Rabbit Gaming has given them one here with Sven not being able to. Surely he should have a buyback. Yeah, he's had a buyback. It's just I don't really know what happened there. White Rabbit Gaming just feeding a lot more than they were expecting, and they've now lost a tower and a number of kills. As you can see, that net worth graph spiking back towards the BVD side, and White Rabbit Gaming. That's not how you want to play. You don't want to hang around too long and give BVD those potential chances back into the game. You know, cool, calm, and collected. Wait until you've now got the Aegis again, and you can play from there, because White Rabbit Gaming, that fight, I think, took far too long for them, and just not being able to shut down Donnie in time was very critical.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at the scoreboard, 70-33, I would not have expected Bravado to be able to defend like that. I mean, they didn't just defend, they punished off the back of a great defense. And that, I mean, I say great defense, but initially it was horrible. They were down, you know, a player. They ended up being a 2 versus 4, and somehow we're on the other side of the map looking at WG players sort of regrouping.
Yeah, that was a very odd sequence of events, and White Rabbit Gaming will be... I think more than a little bit upset with themselves that they allowed that kind of thing to happen. So, you know, reset, calm yourselves down, and realize that that was a bit of a misplay, but you guys are well in control of this game, and BVD still has the same issues that they had before. Donnie has to land magnificent chronos in order to win the fights, and if White Rabbit Game clumps up as 5 and just starts to push, you know, have that set piece down there up in the top lane, not a whole lot that BVD's going to be able to slow it down by.
The thing is, I think Wolp said something pretty mean to Donnie over the weekend, because he keeps catching him, but not a lot else. And that is a massive problem. And he's just being bailed out by Schlinks anyways. I mean, you're literally seeing a 1-position faceless Void, tossing out Chronospheres for a support and not getting the kill. I mean, don't misunderstand this. Donnie is a fantastic Void. He's just not getting any chances here.
Well, I mean, the thing is, his Chronos have been okay, but there have been a couple that I think have been distinctly average. Particularly the one on Castaway top. There's the other one where he only got the Oracle, but I suppose he felt like the Oracle's worth it. You could immediately see, as soon as the Oracle gets saved by Schlinks, he then targets Schlinks. But, you know, it's your position 1, trying to take out the position 4 and 5 for White Rabbit Gaming. Not really a circumstance that BVD wants to be in to win this game.
Pretty much. Well, WG, they're going to try to see if they can put another nail in the coffin here. They are starting to move down this top lane. Roshan at the moment is actually not too far off, so I'm a little interested that they didn't wait that out. But they will in fact start going to work on this range racks at the moment. They're going to send in a couple of illusions, try to buy it all the time, trying to drag them off, but Sven able to bring them down. Fortification used, but now Flares will seal the rest of the job by just bringing down the entire creeper. Tosses on arrow, I bet this hits somebody. Santos, surprise? Yeah. The sidelines though, Bravado are trying to find some sort of way in to just get that angle or something to just force WG back. But I think they can willingly go back, because as mentioned, there's the entire map for them to exploit at this point. Do you agree? Do you think that they should go back for the Roshan, or do they just keep pressuring top lane.
Well, you definitely want to keep the lanes pressured so that BVD, it's going to be difficult. You know, BVD will have to smoke in their base and run all the way to Roshan. So White Rabbit Gaming basically just doing the prep at the moment, keeping the lanes pushed in. The chip damage will continue to pile up on certainly the ranged racks, and BVD will be kept trapped in the base. They won't be able to move out as freely as they would like.
Well, Bravado are going to take a little bit of a move it. They're going to smoke up and start heading back around the little rope-a-dope. Can they catch anybody else, though? Do have no Moonlight Shadow available for them, and if they're going to walk straight into Jadawi, he gets off a stun onto 3, and it's showing everything away. The Omni Slash goes onto him as well, though, but he gets saved by the false promise for the time being. There's no way out of that one. You're definitely going to pop. But on the sidelines, the Chronosphere does connect with a couple, and Santo trying to find something to just right-click at the moment. There's an arrow connecting to him again. See, spinning through the middle. They want to bring down Castaway. They do manage to do so. 3 of Bravado are down. Excuse me, White Rabbit Gaming are down. What am I saying? And now Jadawi back in the fray. Once seen, they're going to pick up C with 1,000 crit, and Flair's now running for the heals because just those two are doing so much damage. They were all going to pick up the Sven all the same, though. It's just Jadawi standing. He wants a piece of Flair's. They get the buyback, though, on that Sven. He's keeping in. It's a buyback galore at the moment. Everyone ding as were in this case. And now WRG still on the front foot. The fight rages on, and the Rack's still under a lot of pressure. The great Sarsum comes. Odu, though, he's caught out there. Seam in the middle of things. He's getting just butchered. Will be able to get out for the time being once again, thanks to a well-timed Moonlight Shadow, I believe it was. But Odu now, he's caught out, gets a stomp. Once more Flares goes into the fray. Santo looking for that crit, doesn't get it. Odu even wants pizza him. Are you sure about that? He's going to get brought down. Flair still hunting the gems on the deck. You might want to drop, yeah, there we go, drop that deep scroll. Right, your turn.
I don't know anymore. White Rabbit Gaming and BVD just seem to be two heavyweights slugging at each other. And it's like full-on face shots, but somehow they're still standing at the moment. BVD teetering a bit with almost no buybacks left. White Rabbit Gaming also spending an excessive amount of buybacks to try and win that fight. And in the end, a couple of losses going their way. Sven also not looking great, but Santo at the moment is just an absolute beast. Standing in these fights, any sort of 2-second gap that he gets, he's killing at least one of the BVD cores. And it's a horrible situation for BVD since they have to basically kite him around the entire fight and then try and take him on in a 3 or 4 versus 1 before he actually does eventually go down.
Well, I mean, okay, let's look at the XP graph and the gold graph, see how this reflects, because that is pretty significant. 5,000 lead in the XP going the way of WRG. Considering they had 15,000, that's not so great. Gold graph at the moment back down to 10k, but it's 50 minutes in. Ladies and gentlemen, Bravado are still very in this game.
Yeah, it really is just magnificent how these guys are able to defend for so long. White Rabbit Gaming is still in the lead for now, but they have to be very, very cautious. As I said, don't panic. You guys are still ahead. It still takes BVD an enormous amount of time and effort to actually kill you guys off. So make certain you have the Rosh. I think if they'd had Rosh and the Aegis and Cheese there, that fight goes a lot more in their favor. They don't have buybacks though, and that's my one concerning thing. White Rabbit Gaming, I am a bit worried that they expended that many buybacks to try and get back into that fight, and ended up getting nothing for it.
I mean, that's a very good point. In fact, it just seemed to work out so much better for the side of BVD. But now, we'll see another tent on the Roche pit here. Roshan, poor guy, this is 4th death now. WG should take this uncontested just because Bravado aren't in a great place to defend, and well, they take it that fast. So, once again, in a very good position. They're actually going to drop the Blink Dagger in the time being to give Santo that Aegis. I feel like we've seen this go wrong in the past before.
Yeah, it has gone wrong in the past, but Santo is still an absolute monster. So BVD doesn't really want to deal with Santo at any point in time right now. White Rabbit Gaming have done an extraordinary job at protecting Santo with 2 supports and protecting the supports with the supports protecting each other. I think ideally they'd love to have Schlinks available in a fight for a little bit longer. Donnie's done a very good job of late of specifically targeting Schlinks, waiting for him to save the Oracle and then immediately jumping the Shadow Demon. And it's made life slightly difficult for White Rabbit Gaming since they don't have the additional protection for something like the Sven, because Odu has stuck on the Sven. He's just constantly burning his diffusal charges to keep Santo, at a snail's pace in his fights, and Santo taking a while to be able to, just sit on top of an opponent and kill him off.
So you were speaking about Donnie a moment ago, but I also want to point out he's the only guy in the game right now that has a buyback. Now I'm sure that'll change, but how significant do you think that is?
For a Faceless Void, it's extraordinarily significant if he has a Chronosphere. If he doesn't have the Chrono, it's not worth as much as you know. He's worth probably about half as much without the chrono. So, you know, if he dies and he does have buyback, I don't think he's probably gonna. If he dies without the chrono being used, definitely buys back. If he dies with the chrono,
Chudawi managed to get this on the flares, even though he leaped, and they're gonna start beating into him. Flares, he's down for 2 minutes. That's not great news for Bravado Gaming. And there's no way out of that. Even his buyback is on more than a 2-minute cooldown, so he's going to have to wait that out the hard way. And hands off keyboard, root for your friends, because that's what it's going to require right now. 1 down, 4 to go.
Yeah, BVD have a monumental task on their hands now, as White Rabbit Gaming is getting ready to go top lane yet again. So they don't even want to give BVD the option to try and trade towers, as BVD pinned in the base and certainly considering what to do in the next team fight.
8 seconds. Bravado, they don't have much to deal with this. That
Donnie's
was their wave
bored
clear.
out. Donnie's bored out. He realizes that this is like a game-changing fight. If he dies with the chrono down, then you know, it's GG anyway. So he knows
they have
that
to
he
fight.
has to.
There's no wave clear. They have to go for this. Bravado Gaming might be making their last stand here in game 1. They've just dropped the first racks. Looks like they're going to drop the melee as well by the looks of things. And WG said, thanks, we're heading over towards mid now, and they're going to have to fight. They're going to have to do something. Santo just connects with this tower, doesn't care. They're going to use the fortification to buy a little bit of time here. But 41 seconds, that's way too long. Still going in, rockets flying from the backline from Castaway as well. Just one man standing up there, and that's the man with the Aegis. Goodbye, Creep Wave. Goodbye, Range Racks. And now Simi goes in with that Omni Slash. The BKB, the Santa will be brought down. He's whiffed it. Donnie caught nothing. He has separated the side, though, from that Santos Fen, but now he just turns his attention once again to that Rax. He's going to bring it down. It's Mega Creeps up against Bravado. Chudawi, he's going to turn his attention to Donnie. There's no way out of this one. He's brought down. That crits there. Seam doing what he can, but he's hexed up. He's stunned up. He's brought down. Bravado call the GG. WRG take the first map here and are 1 game away. But I tell you what, it's 1 game away against a monster, and they still have some teeth. Woo, guys. Stick around, because there is still going to be a lot of great action. Where are we going now?
That was just crazy from White Rabbit Gaming there, and they hold their nerve. Had a couple of rough moments there in the middle game, but in the end, more than enough of a lead to actually pull through. And yeah, great play by White Rabbit Gaming. BVD, they're going to have to go and sit down and rethink about what they've just been doing in that game, because those 2 support picks have absolutely neutered their entire draft.
I feel like we hold Wilson and Friends ransom because we should go to panel now, but we could just not let them talk about it, you know, be mean or something. Nah. Okay, guys, give us your thoughts, because I'm sure you were as blown away as we were by that matchup.
Well, Albert, you know my thoughts on what just happened, and the silver dollar's sitting right over there. Joining me in the panel, once again, Sargon and Demonic. Guys, what a game. That Sven got absolutely out of control.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, they switched to us 5 minutes later. We were celebrating. What's going on? Wow, what a game. Well, it was very exciting. I think BVD did hold it for a while.
Yeah.
Well, they did pretty nicely as well, but as soon as they lost Flares at the bottom fight, man, 2 Rexes in a row.
Honestly, I mean, what the hell happened to BVD?
Pretty much what I suspected from the draft going in. The 2 defensive supports pretty much nullified any effect that Chronosphere had. The mid lane was extremely busy, and once again, defensive supports keeping Castaway at least in the game, you know, comparatively in farm with the mid counterpart in the form of Seam. And then that because of those rotations, Santo and Chudawi on the other 2 lanes just were allowed to get absolutely bonkers huge for no reason. And then once again, that pushing power started to show.
Yeah.
You know, it pretty much played out the way I expected it to.
I mean, they expended so much time focusing on, which we all would, right? I mean, if you play against that Castaway Tinker, you're going, oh, we've got to send everything. And they did. I mean, that mid lane was what, for 5-6 minutes? That was a tri lane. I mean, that's what Halbert said as well. He said, this is a tri lane.
Well, do you think that all that pressure actually paid off in terms of just keeping Castaway down?
No.
Only Castaway. No. I mean only Castaway, not the whole side of WRG. I think again, Castaway got away with it anyway.
Again, I don't think so, no, because, I mean, he might have been slightly behind where he would have usually wanted to be, but by no means falling behind, you know, and struggling to catch up. I mean, he got his booster travel in pretty good time. He got, the Blink Dagger Soul booster in pretty good time, and he was just, starting to go on and do what Tinkers do best,
Yeah, Demonic is totally right there. Tinker is not a hero that falls behind.
Yeah.
You can't, look, 10 minutes, all right? Okay, you struggle, but later you're just going to split farm. And that's where Chidawi came in as a slaughter, right? He made those team fights happen. The Shadow Demon as well. We were wondering why they let through Shadow Demon and the Oracle.
Yeah.
So what a great combo they were in this game.
Speaking of which, there must be a myriad of moments that I personally count amongst my favorites. Some of them coming from the big man himself, Chidawi. Any particular favorite moments of yours?
That Juggernaut crush. When Juggernaut spinning, pops the TP, everybody knows. If you're a Juggernaut, you want to get out, you pop your TP while you're spinning, you're out. There must have been a split second, a tenth of a second left, and Chidawi timed that crush to absolute perfection. Goodbye, Juggernaut.
Chidawi had a fantastic effect on this game. Now let's take a look at the side of BVD for a moment. Now, obviously, things didn't quite work out for them. Let's talk about the impact of the Mirana on this game. The invis was available. It did pay off once or twice as a method of escape, perhaps, but then the gem came out. What could the Mirana have done differently here?
I'm not exactly sure what she could have done differently. Maybe instead of going for the Lincoln Sphere, go for an Blade. I think it would have been pretty good against the Sven, so that you can, Blade the Sven, so that he can at least stop hitting things for a while, and then hopefully get at least a little bit done. But at the same time, you've got Oracle who can sort of purge that off your Sven instantly. So it's a tough situation for the Mirana to be in. I think Seam did extremely well and used the Mirana to good effect to try and keep the waves out of the base as often as possible. But unfortunately, I just don't think that was the hero that Seam needed to be on in that game.
Absolutely. Well, before we continue, I know that Sam is ready to rock and roll on stage, and she's got a nice little something for you boys watching at home from the stream. So without any further ado, Sam, take it away.
Wow, Wilson, that didn't sound dirty at all. I am so excited about this game. White Rabbit Gaming taking that one. Bravado undefeated for 5 years. Do you think White Rabbit can take that second game? Or do you think Bravado's going to pull it back? It's the 3 Bravado players in the background. I get it. It's okay. This is pretty exciting. We have a PS4 that we are giving away on the live stream. For those of you in the dome, if you don't know what is going on right now, 1 million rand up for grabs. The 2 best Dota 2 teams in South Africa are on stage battling it out. The biggest prize pool we've seen in South African esports. Come on through to the Telkom stand, support. It's going to be an epic second match. I cannot wait. Let's just give away that prize now. So, if you've been on the stream, of course, Telkom Gaming, we've been streaming this the whole weekend. We've got a PS4 up for grabs. They have given me a winner, a Mr. Aaron Christian, ACZ. You just won a PS4. Well done. I would tell the crowd here to give you a round of applause, but they won't because they didn't win a PS4. No more clowning around. See what I did there, Wilson? Let's go back to our panel.
Thank you, Sam, and that's for at least one really happy viewer. But we've got 4 really happy viewers right here. Okay, so there's a lot to talk about in this game. There's so many critical moments that really just buggered things up for BVD or made things go incredibly well for WRG. Let's focus on Schlinks for a moment. Schlinks, what was his positioning like? What was his effect upon the game?
Perfect. He was actually behind this other support. We've got Whelp there, right? Here's the Oracle. He has to make sure that the Sven, for example, if he gets arrowed, just help him out with it. Let him escape properly. And when there's a Chronosphere, you can never catch Schlinks as on the Shadow Demon. It's just almost impossible for Donny to. Mostly because he's always behind, more behind than he's supposed to be. And every time he does chrono somebody, like a Slaughter, for example, he is always there, or the Shadow Demon is always there to counter it with the disruption on his teammates. So it's just brilliant from things.
I think 90% of the time he caught the Sven and he got the Oracle.
Yeah.
So then even when Donny was like, oh, okay, cool, I'm not going to kill the Sven. He's got so much armor. I'm going to go kill the Oracle. No, never mind. JK, disruption saves him.
Yeah.
You just can't. Donny couldn't do anything.
Precisely.
I mean, I've never seen an ultimate rendered absolutely useless in a match before.
Do you think Donny could have done something differently there? Or do you think that was just WRG being too good?
Pretty much the situation that he was in, he needed to catch both supports in his chrono. Yeah. That was the only way he was ever going to get damage off from that chrono, be able to actually kill someone, is that he needed to catch the Oracle and the Shadow Demon. But the positioning was just so perfect. They had Santo down at the bottom, and they had the Oracle behind him, and then even behind them they had the Shadow Demon. So it was just this layered sort of approach that WRG took, so that no matter how Donny went in, there was just no way for him to get a good chrono.
Yeah, and then you sort of that Slaughter weaving in and out, causing mayhem. Like, what do you do?
Yeah.
Well, that is the question. What do you do as BVD? I mean, that setup, it's not the first time we've seen it, surely. Well, the game against APG, in fact, I believe the role that Schlinks was playing in this game as an SD was actually fulfilled by an Elder Titan, where he was supposed to stomp in a Chronosphere to stop the damage, to just put that man to sleep, let the Chronosphere cool off, and then bugger on. But unfortunately, it didn't work out because the Chronosphere kept landing on both the Elder Titan and the target.
Yeah.
In this case, this is not something new.
Yeah.
This is not something, it's an amazing, strategy never done before. So what does BVD do differently?
I think they have to approach the draft differently. Yeah. They cornered themselves in their first 3 picks to what they were trying to achieve in their draft. And I think WRG left it really open. They did pick up the early Castaway Tinker, but it's one of his signature heroes, and it wasn't banned, so why not, So I think they just have to keep their first phase open, maybe pick a core, maybe an offlaner, something like a Darkseer for Donny, and a support of some kind, and go into that second phase being able to be reactive to what WRG are doing, because that's exactly what WRG did to them in that draft.
Yeah. Well, BVD, I mean, is always a dangerous team to go up against. It's been 5 years since somebody's taken the crown off their head. We might see it now. They're now 1 game behind. Psychologically, do you think they have the stones to stick it through?
They did against APG.
They
right?
did.
Separate games, but I think, since this is the grand finals after all, and as you said, 5 years in a row, can they pick up the 6th? I mean, wow. The first game, I mean, they did try to bring it back. I'm not going to say they did it right. It's just that they held the top and mid-raxes. Yeah, it was on for a bit, and then they all bought back at a stage as well. And, just so challenging. And I don't think that BVD will play... No, actually, I think they'll play better and in the early game as well for the second game. But it's really unpredictable right now. They just need to sort out the drafts more, as the Demonic said. Yeah. But let's see how it goes. I mean,
so you both agree that this was lost on draft?
I know not many people thought so, but yes, I thought that was lost on draft. I mean, those two support heroes are something that I've seen before in the past, and it's just, especially when it comes to that sort of Chronosphere, and it was just a beautiful counter to everything that Bravado were trying to do. And even though Bravado executed well in some points, they just didn't have enough, at the end of the day, to bring it home.
Cool. Well, I mean, the second game is coming up. Let's quickly, because I'm sure the players want to get on with it just as much as we want to watch it. Let's quickly go through this. What do we see happening in the second game draft? I mean, you say there needs to be something different. What do you think?
I don't think you'll see a Void Skywrath opening. That's for sure.
Let's start with that. Okay. And? Something more aggressive?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Shadow Demon band in the initial phase. Just taking a guess there. Otherwise, I feel Bravado Emotion might decide to pick up that Shadow Demon for themselves, because it's providing problems for them over and time again.
Absolutely.
What a hero.
Yeah, probably involvements with the Shadow Demon and the Oracle. I don't think they will leave one of these heroes out in the second game, but really, it just depends on what they want to pick for the other heroes as well. I mean, if we do skip an Axe ban with these two teams, it's going to be first pick. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, well, the dirty last question, really, is a prediction. Now, psychologically, obviously, BVD has always been very, very strong. That's the only way you stay in the top on 5. And Demonic is sitting here with a huge smile on his face. First ban, SD.
I'm a wizard, Harry.
Yeah, it should be it's going to be either Oracle, OD, or an Axe ban.
I want a prediction on the match.
On the match,
game
sure.
2.
Yeah, I think if BVD won game 1, WRG would actually bring this back, and then it's going to be a very exciting game, game 3. But I think since WRG won the first game, they're very confident. The opposite for BVD, at this moment. So I think it's a more chance to have a 2-0 on WRG, but I really won't call it right now too early. BVD is going to try to come back for the second game.
Okay, all right. Sargon?
I'm going to stick with WRG.
Again?
Yeah.
You think this is going to be a 2-0 series for the grand final?
I think Constantinople is falling, and I think it's going to be a beautiful fall.
All right, and last but certainly not least.
I am going to go with the same prediction. WRG. 2-0.
Well, we'll see what happens. The draft well underway. We see the Drow, the Shadow Demon, and the Kunkka band out. And joining them in the no longer to play pool will be the Outworld Devourer. And we saw an Outworld Devourer destroy a very well prepared team just the other day. So, I mean, the draft is still wide open. Bravado are going to have to come to the drawing board with something a little bit different this time. Any thoughts, boys?
I love what's happening, and what happened in the first draft as well. BVD have taken a long time to pick their heroes, whereas WRG clearly have a plan. Their overtime was barely used in the first draft, hasn't even been touched in the second draft. We were already well into Bravado's overtime on the first pick. You know, we've used almost a minute of overtime, and they haven't even gotten past the first ban phase. So I begin to suspect that they may be a little bit snumped here.
Yeah. How much of this is scant as well? I mean, that discipline, I mean, they have plans for everything. They know what they're doing.
Yeah. It's so nice to have this, like a sixth person in the background, sort of like an observer as such that can see from the outside perspective, what you're doing wrong. And Scant, who himself has worked at the Shanghai Major, has worked at international events, happens to be one of the geniuses behind Dat Dota, the stats site. And he knows a thing or two about Dota, let's put it that way.
Well, these guys know a thing or two about Dota too, and out comes the big red angry man in the form of the axe, joined by the other side by an Oracle, and here's something I haven't seen in a while, the Bat Rider.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Bat Rider can just cause absolute mayhem, come at you from any direction.
What's the role of the Bat Rider?
Well, if he's gonna, I assume could be mid, but probably in the off lane.
What's his purpose?
Yeah, his purpose is just to get behind the line, come from the sides. You basically jump in, blink in, you lasso someone, you pull him out of the, you've used your force staff, take him back to your side, and you quickly dismember that poor individual, and you have a 5v4 on your hands. It just immediately deletes someone.
Yeah, I think it's in a way a great counter to the Axe as well. Axe blinks onto Oracle, for instance. Bat Rider takes him back into WRG side, take down the Axe, turn into a 4v5, and then, win the team fight from there. I mean, that is what paradise is for WRG right now. But let's not call it off, because BVD, come on, guys, the bans, you didn't see an Axe ban. It's most possibly that you see one of these two teams pick up the Axe.
Yeah.
And they did take, as Demonic said, a minute to think about that. So it's really dangerous to see what happens. But wow, that big bat support just got picked. One
of my absolute favorites, the Disruptor.
Yeah, wow, really strong.
Yep, has great team fight ability in the use of the kinetic field in the early stages of the game to try and kite people about, make sure he can't really get caught up to. The Glimpse obviously is one of the most incredible spells out there, bringing people to where they were 4 seconds ago, and the team fight that he contributes comes from his level 6. That Static Storm, it's a huge silence and a one hell of a nuke in the early stages of the game. I love this hero. This is one of my absolute favorites. If anyone ever visits my profile on Dota, you'll see Disruptor, Cockle, Disruptor.
He reminds me of a general in an army, He sits in the back and he really controls that fight.
Right.
If you want vision of that bat, you're going to pop your Q on him. You want to send someone back. Bat blinks in, cheers, glimpse, back you go.
Yeah.
He has everything in his arsenal to really help manage, control, and dictate the flow of a fight. Oh, he's a great hero.
Yep, certainly. But what he does lack sometimes is the damage. So BVD must be looking for something damage-orientated, right?
Definitely. They've got the Axe. They've got the counter helix for sure. I'm just... I don't know what damage hero they want to pick up right now. It's still Oven. They have the Axe and a support. So unpredictable right now. The ban is just... I'm surprised that they thought so long to realize, okay, maybe a Castaway Invoker ban is a good idea. They have 20 seconds left for the reserve time. So it's a bit time constraining right now, but I don't know. BVD has a plan. I just think that they're just discussing right now to see what heroes are they going to pick to use it.
All right. Well, I mean, we still have a Tinker out there.
Yeah,
I mean, another Tinker.
The reason I don't see much reason not to go for a Tinker. He can get he can become a little bit problematic with the Disruptor, especially with the Glimpse. If they get some of those sneaky wards in the jungles, you know, you can actually catch out the Tinker quite effectively.
Yeah.
But you know, at the same time, the Disruptor can also just explode to a Tinker if the Disruptor hasn't had a pretty good start. So we're going to see the PA come out, which I imagine will be a targeted ban towards that mid lane. Just because I think they might do something like a Tinker again.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I would think as well.
Yeah.
Playing as a Disruptor, especially against the Tinker, I mean, this goes one of two ways, as you put it out.
Yeah.
It either goes, you have control of the map, you're going to glimpse him around. The other way is that you're under-leveled and 2 rockets just completely wrecks you.
Well, we see the Huskar ban come out. Why? From the side of BVD.
Well, you kind of asked me just now that they wanted a damage dealer. Huskar, probably a good ban, like in a sense that White Rabbit is able to pick this hero up. Maybe because they have the Batrider. Batrider can fall back to a support if they really need to, after he picks up the Blink Dagger and the 4-star, for example. And this actually creates the space for Huskar pick. Meanwhile, Bravado Motion, I think they want to give flares something more standard, you know, like a Sven pick, for example, for them to pick along with the Axe and the Disruptor, and hence I think they just think that the Huskar is not going to suit this group, especially the Axe and Disruptor so far.
I think Wings Gaming, I believe it was, that showed us at the International 2016 Shadow on that Huskar, showed us exactly why Oracle Huskar is a disgusting combination. There was a particular fight that I remember by Roshpit, but it's also with the Batrider, who also makes fire damage deal additional damage. Combine that with the fact that Oracle is going to make that Huskar not die for 7 seconds, attacking at incredible speed. It's just not something you generally want to deal with.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, I mean, the play field is still open as the Warlock comes down for the side of White Rabbit Gaming. That's going to buy them a little bit of team fight of their own, is it not?
That is an interesting. I mean, I was speaking to someone the other day about Warlock, and you don't see him often. You don't see him picked up that often anymore. Yeah. But when you do, it's by teams who usually have been trying something and have been using the one facet of the Warlock skills to just completely destroy fights.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see what they're going to do here. I mean, we all know those golems in the early game.
Yeah.
If you drop that rock, I mean, someone is going to be in pain.
It's going to be horrible for Axe to initiate, right? Yeah. But also, we had Lucker on the panel yesterday. He said to beat the Axe on the offlane, make the Axe stay half the HP or lower than that. Make sure he doesn't have that space to create that farm himself and get that blink, 8 minutes into the game. That's bad news. But meanwhile, we've got Demonic here shocked at the Storm Spirit pick.
Well, I'm not shocked because of the Storm Spirit. What is stopping White Rabbit Gaming from picking an Anti-Mage right now? That's what I would like to know. It happens to be a great counter to the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit jumps in, takes an ulti. You've got Warlock and Oracle, who are 2 brilliant defensive supports and can keep that Anti-Mage live.
Well, the possibility is that this is a very, very aggressive lineup. This is a lineup so far just out of the 3 that want to get all over your case.
That actually supports Demonic's opinion, right? Because now you have 3 or 4 heroes. That space creates space, and then there's your Anti-Mage to farm up. They've got no reason not to ban. Not to pick the Anti-Mage, but now they did pick all their roles except for the carry, right? So Bravado would probably think, wait, maybe an Anti-Mage is a good pick after all for WRG, so they have the perfect slot to ban him out. But I don't know, it's just so different right now with the lifesteal as well. So, man, what's this? Good combos coming in for BVD.
Oh, we're going to see the lifestealer Storm Spirit bombs from half a mile away.
Well,
classic.
Yeah, it's like the tier 2 picks. I mean, not the tier 2 picks, but the 3rd and 4th picks.
I haven't seen this done for a little while.
And it's going to be done by some of the masters of Dota here in South Africa. What do we think about that? Timbersaw, what role is he going to be playing in all this?
I think he's most likely going to take that mid lane. He doesn't do too bad against the Storm Spirit in mid, and he will get enough out of that lane to have a decent mid game. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually try and kill him quite early. But then again, they don't have that much magical burst, which is like pretty good for killing the Timbersaw in the early game. His reactive armor, makes him very tanky and hard to kill. But Storm Spirit and Axe and Lifestealer, which are two of their cores at the moment are two strength heroes, and not really much of a fan of Timbersaw either.
Well, the Lifestealer was picked into the Timbersaw, so clearly Bravado Emotion have a plan of sorts, as the Skywrath Mage was banned out by White Rabbit Gaming.
I think that's a good solid ban, actually. Because, I mean, if BVD had to pick up a Skywrath for that magical damage, that Timbersaw doesn't like that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that would be something that would
It's
absolutely...
also a very good, strong silence.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that's a really good ban. Ursa banned by Bravado.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also...
Could we see an Ursa out of here? Would we have seen an Ursa from White Rabbit Gaming? I don't think so.
Well, Ursa's really good against the Lifestealer, right? I mean, 1v1, Ursa's one of the few cores that can absolutely just...
Oh, yes. Finally, I get to watch this man in action. The Undying in the hands of Bravado, which is going to be glorious to see, a glorious thing to witness. However, I'm not sure if he's really fits all that nicely in this
Three
lineup.
strength heroes now on the side of BVD into a Timbersaw. That is brave, my friends. That's all I can tell you. Very, very brave. And again, I mean, they can pick up an anti-mage. They've got so many choices now on the sides of White Rabbit Gaming.
Well, let's talk about it. What choice would you go for? You want anti-mage.
I do want anti-mage, yes.
Anti-mage is perfect.
Yeah,
I mean,
great.
As everybody is saying anti-mage, out comes the Weaver. So I guess we're going to have to sit here and suckle on our thumbs and wonder why didn't we get it right. Nonetheless, taking a look at the drafts quickly, I need some predictions from the three of you. Reigns.
Well, as Demonic says, 3 strength heroes from Bravado Emotion, and we've seen previous matches, ACG from Aperture Gaming, he did the Timbersaw show, and I can't see why Castaway can't do the same. So, wow, I think I'm going to go for WOG to win this game.
Welcome to Camp WOG.
Welcome to Clan WOG. You're obviously...
I'm firmly in WOG's
Still
camp.
WOG.
I think this is a bit of an outdraft, to be honest. I think White Red Gaming are going to win this quite easily.
Right, and Sargon?
Constantinople falls 2-0.
So, I'm going to have to be the dissenting vote because I know the boys from BVD. If anybody can bring it back, they can. I will never, ever discount them out of winning a game. You never know. White Rabbit Gaming might just fall asleep at their PCs. Not likely, as there's so much on the line here at the DGL Masters. Let's hand you over to the big boys, Hellburn and Prof. Take it away.
Welcome back, guys. This is going to be an absolute crack. I want to say that the cast is pretty brave, thinking it's going to be a whitewash here, because I think Bravado, although they have got a pretty difficult draft to really get right, it's still Bravado Gaming. But let's be honest here. Bravado, the kings of Dota, but the Barbarians are at the gates. And White Rabbit Gaming are really in a... like with this draft, they're in a good position to take this.
Yeah, I fully agree with Demonic. I think it is brave to pick 3 melee strength cores into Timbersaw, particularly Castaway, because I mean, he's going to be sitting in the middle lane, getting a lot of experience, getting a lot of farm, and when Flares gets anywhere near him, it's going to be very difficult for him to be able to kill. It's not only that. I mean, White Rabbit Gaming have a lot of highly mobile cores here. The Bat's going to be moving around pretty he's going to be pretty difficult to catch. The Weaver is not really going to care about any slows, and BVD don't have a massive amount of lockdown, if we're honest. Storm Spirit, obviously, he's going to try and get up the electric vortex as soon as it is possible for him, and the Axe as well. He's going to need to be landing some very good calls. If he doesn't land those, I think White Rabbit Gaming just outmaneuvers BVD every single team fight and kills them off with some ease.
So, I mean, you mentioned, but what made you think that Bravado would pick such a... I mean, is there something here we're not seeing? Perhaps there's like a secret to the strategy, or do they just decide YOLO?
I don't know if it's a full YOLO, but BVD, I think they're just going back to what they feel is comfortable. And that might be the best way to play it for them right now. We know that White Rabbit Gaming, I mean, they've shown a very good drafting. As we said, Scant is well known in South Africa as being one of the best drafters in SA. BVD have had at times had issues in the past with their drafts where they seem to get by purely on the raw skill level of the players, but they seem to lack that tiny bit of strategy when it comes to the draft picks.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Otherwise, I mean, let's just once again take an opportunity to just look at what a momentous occasion this is. I mean, this is effectively the first stage of the future of SA Esports for both CSGO and Dota 2 and specifically. Yep. But at Bravado Gaming, they've, up until this point, we can literally say that they have been, I don't want to say the past and they're about to be beaten, but they have been the past. They have been the guys that have led up to this entire moment. How tragic would it be for these guys if at this moment in the esports history in South Africa they were to fall?
Yeah, it would be, I think, a brutal loss to the team. They've done so well for so long that that would be a difficult. I think that would be a very, very bitter pill for them to swallow to lose at this stage. But I mean,
to swallow, Prof.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, on the other hand, White Rabbit Gaming, they've tried for so long. Do they finally find redemption on the grandest stage of them all in South Africa?
A dream story versus a nightmare story, right?
Yeah.
Well, time will tell. BVD are down one game here, one game away, or WRG, from becoming your Digital Gaming League Masters champions. I tell you what, either way, whoever wins this in the end, it's going to be one incredibly memorable moment, and hopefully one entertaining matchup here. Bravado at the moment hiding out in the jungle, but they may not be aware that there is a gank squad, WRG, heading towards the jungle. Can they find anything here?
Well,
I guess they just might. BB, he's going to be spotted out here, and he is well out of position here. They're going to line up a stun on him. BB struck down in place, and well, Santo giving some body blocks even. There's no way out of that one. You're done. And WG will once again find first blood on the support of the Bravado lineup.
Yeah, and that is just fantastic play there by White Rabbit Gaming, catching out BVD, and poor old BB actually ended up moving a slightly closer, securing his death than... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, BVD started off with the RNG in game 1. White Rabbit Gaming wins that early trade again. So twice now in 2 consecutive games have they picked up the first blood before the runes have even spawned. Actually, no, that's a lie. They grabbed the rune the first game and then instantly killed Odu afterwards.
Hey, Prof, great news, by the way. We haven't missed first blood yet, so we're
winning. We're winning.
Assuming, well, if there's a third game, we just got to get through one more. And if there's, if this is the last one, then, yeah, good job done, well done, high fives. But personally, I mean, we get this privilege where we get to say we want to see game 3. So
yeah,
Bravado, they're well, they got a job to do against this lineup. And the thing that scares me most is a castaway Timbersaw. It's not like it's, you know, a Timbersaw that hasn't been proven in the past. It's a monster.
Yeah, I mean, he is up against Seam, so it's going to be a bit rougher for him than usual. Yeah, I don't think he's actually run the Timbersaw against BVD on... I think he's only run it once, and it didn't go so well for them. So BVD, they will be looking to strike back with a vengeance here in game 2 and get us to that game 3. Santo actually running the offlane. They're running a dual offlane here with Slinks as well. Actually, an aggro trying to get as much farm for Chidawi as possible.
Oh, he does get caught on the sidelines. This is a pretty interesting one as well. I mean, would you strike Warlock as an aggressive laning hero?
I mean, they can certainly do enough damage here, but...
I thought Odu gets... this is adding up. This man, he has many decays. This thing, by the way, he's hitting for 81, right? But if you look at the HP on his opponents, they're getting drastically reduced. There's only 500 HP on these players at the moment. He gets to the point where he just one-shots you, and he just needs to keep spamming decay away.
Yeah, Odu is going to catch a root there from Whelp, and... I mean, the trades are coming through. Whelp doing as best he can with that reduced damage now to try and zone out players just with the pure right clicks. And BVD not really in the kind of position to try and contest this. They do have Habibi as well as Odu in the area. I mean, Odu is certainly a very, very strong laning support, but Habibi less so. He can do a significant amount of damage if he grabs that Thunderstrike, but it's a very, very expensive spell that you don't want to necessarily just start spamming on the opponent as Santo starts working on flares here.
Actually, Flair's getting very, very light. Don't think he wants to dive this because he is himself under a lot of pressure with that Thunderstrike on top of him. But, I mean, do you think that that's the reason that they've done this? They see the Disruptor as something that they can bully and... Oh, Odu, he could be brought down. He's getting very, very low. They are going to toss down the field as well just to bail him out. But there's a lot of HP missing on these Bravado heroes in this bottom lane. It's starting to get a little bit dodgy.
Yeah, it is getting very, very dodgy. Flares does still have some regen, so it's not the end of the world here. And Odu continues to get off those decay stacks, grabbing another 2 on Santo as well as Schlinks.
I'm scared to look at the other lanes because that's the moment we're going to see a kill. And once again, Santo does get a little bit of damage onto Odu, but he just casually drops.
Santo just gets popped there. A second decay stack, along comes the Thunderstrike, and that's the end of the Weaver. And that is not how White Rabbit Gaming wants to start this laning stage, as they lose another hero. Donnie up on top lane is against Chidawi, so they're obviously trying to get Chidawi some farm as well. But Donnie is more than happy, and this should not be going his way. I mean, Chidawi is a massively at an advantage against
BB once again gets engagement, but they're going to turn their attention to Santo for the meanwhile. Flares pretty much out and about there, but they're going to try to get the kinetic field down to save Santo. He is around live for the time being, but can can they find anything else here? I mean, the Undying is hitting like a truck at the moment. Does not want to overstay his welcome though, as he is getting quite a bit of damage from both Fatal Bonds as well as the just right clicks from both Whelp and Schlinks at the moment. But this lane is really explosive at the moment. Once again though, is this just attrition? Do you just, okay guys, stock up on those healing cells and tangos?
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, this is not a complete train wreck if you're crushing the safe lane, and the problem is they're not really crushing the safe lane. Chidawi's doing well, but unfortunately, I mean, Donnie's already ahead of him in CS, and that should never be happening. And Axe should not be able to utterly destroy a Batrider as well as, as Donnie is doing right now.
I must admit, there are a few things that terrify me less than giving Donnie a good start to an early game.
Yeah, I mean, in SA, Donnie is probably the one player that you don't want to give a good start in the lane. He takes full advantage of it. He's absolutely, I mean, he's an outright bully if he's given the chance. And right now, it's not looking great for the safe lane. As it is though, in the other lanes, it's not looking too shabby. It's going about even in the mid lane where Castaway is tangling with Seam, but bot lane, it's even at the moment only because of that first blood that they did grab. So Santo is going to have to try and turn things around here as he does get off another set of the bugs. But okay, well, creeps seem to be helping out BVD. I mean, we were talking about the RNG guards being on BVD's side. It seems like the neutrals are on their side this game as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we need to account for, right? I mean, in the previous series, we did, or match rather, we'd see a lot of like interesting little RNG quirks, I guess you could say, that have been you know, making impact in this game. But top lane Chidawi, as you mentioned, you know, he's sitting actually, he's 14 for 0, up against 22 for 2 on that axe. It's really bothering me a bit. I mean, if Donnie does get that early blink dagger, I mean, whatever build he chooses to go with regardless, he can just, he's the kind of player who takes the game away from you.
Yeah, he like, the problem is that we saw his axe yesterday, and he pretty much won the game with Odu 2v1, I mean 2v5 almost. And that is not the kind of prospect WRG wants to allow themselves to open the door to. And right now, I mean, Seam, you can't rotate off this
lane. In the bottom lane could be in a little bit of trouble here. They're going to drop the Tombstone as well to help bail him out. But now Schlinks, he's going to be the focus of attack. Can he TP out in time? Schlinks, no, he's not going to make it. Will be brought down in the end. Santo, he's going to try to back in, try to see what he can get out here. Odu is actually a little bit weak at the moment, low on HP, no mana. Does get one hit to the back, but I don't think they really want to go in there with flares. Pretty healthy and ready to fight, and while Seam also in this round, but Castaway joins the fray as well. Flare's getting very low. He's going to just rage and TP away. Seam, he still wants a piece of Whelp. He's going to be careful. Castaway really wants a piece of just thinking about tossing the Timber Chain, but for the time being, he'll be happy to back off and, well, gets the ruin for his trouble.
Yeah. Very, very well played there by Castaway, knowing that he had to get involved in that fight.
Or, sorry, top lane, Donnie being right down. Chidori says, well, that's how we'll deal with that problem. Nice start, but some of that goal is going to be shared with me now.
Yeah, and that is exactly what I've been looking for from Chidawi. He should have done this, I think, probably a level or two earlier, but as it is, he does finally get the kill, and now he's off to a wonderful start. Should be, you know, a good timing on the blink dagger if he can continue this, but...
Oh, Seam in mid lane getting damaged heavily by Castaway, but not quite enough to finish the job.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it seems like BVD's lanes that were not doing too badly have suddenly gone heavily in favor of White Rabbit Gaming, with the top lane death on Donnie, and mid lane seems actually been pushed back. So Castaway is going to open up a significant lead here in the mid lane if given some time.
Flares does take quite a bit of damage from that little spawn and germinated attack from the Weaver. As they will, in fact, once again, stopping pressure onto Whelp. There's a lot of back and forth going in here. You can see the magic ones and all these heroes are very, very critical. But actually, just the... Well, we do see the two, in fact, on the Bravado side. Yeah, Sony is just going to rely on that decay to keep his HP up, but... Well, oh, Santo could be in trouble. He actually went in there with the Tsukuchi, and he should be brought down. Seemed to even get involved for that kill. 4 people in the bot lane from Bravado, and do they want more? Is there a glimpse available? It is, but can they reach him? They're going to drop the tombstone. Now they're definitely going to be able to reach him. Eventually, gets glimpsed back, seems waiting with arms and... Well, not so much embrace, but it's...
from Castaway and friends, though, as Castaway rotates in, not going to be able to get anything ever in mind as Whelp comes in with a wonderful setup there, and that is going to be an easy 2 kills for White Rabbit Gaming in response. 3 actually as Donnie goes down again. Seam is now in trouble as Habibi also trying to run for the trees. White Rabbit Gaming seemingly in complete control here. Chidawi has arrived, and he's going to just start throwing out the tar stacks. Habibi is going down. No longer is he going to cause any troubles for the White Rabbit Gaming side.
Seam hiding the bushes for the time being. He does have a little bit of mana. Is also going to use some of those those souls, oh, excuse me, souls, bottle charges just to get out of trouble with Santo. Once again, he sort of started all that, and it worked out quite well for WG in the end. We're sitting here in 8 minutes, 7-5 in favor of WG. That's a nice action-packed game, but let's see how it's all actually reflecting. XP-wise, WG have about 1,000 advantage. That is significant, and the gold draft also sitting at about 1,000. Not bad either. So advantage currently going the way of WG. As far as net worth goes, they also have the highest man on the map, and that's that Timothy Castaway. Looked really good so far. I mean, I think he's almost unlucky to be 1-0-1. He could have had a couple of extra assists or kills if things had been, you know, a little bit more in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't think he's too stressed about that. He's done very, very well in the mid lane. He's slowed Seam down. Seam hasn't. Seam actually has almost the exact same stats as him, but I think Seam needed to get off to a much better start than he has this game, because BVD's safe lane is under some pressure from the White Rabbit Gaming side, and they still don't really have a lot of control for when White Rabbit Gaming does come online. I mean, Santo's been dropped for now, but once he's up and running, it's going to be a nightmare for BVD to try and hold him in a fight.
Fair enough. Bottom lane as well, Flares getting a little bit of harassment from Shidawi here. He's made his way down this side. He does have that S2 up, and he's not too far off a potential blink dagger should he want it. But what we might not know is he does have some enemies around, and he will in fact try to use the Firefly, try get away from Flares, who does rage up, and there's a lot going on here. They're going to be able to bring down Jidari almost certainly, but they might be able to get a little bit more. Habibi actually taking a lot of damage from that fire. He's got to get out of it. Habibi move, but Chidawi is still standing for the time being, running away, and Flares just melting down, but they will eventually pick up that kill. But I tell you what, it's costly. There are a lot of low HP heroes on the side of Bravado right now.
Yeah, and it took an inordinate amount of time to actually bring down Chidawi there, and it's a pity because he's so desperately looking for that blink. Might actually very well go for the 4-star first. We have seen some players try to go for the 4-star ahead of the blink, and right now still holding on to about 1,200 gold, so I think he's still just trying to make that decision.
Fair enough. Towards the mid lane, Castaway, he's got his arcane boots up, he's styling, got 55 CS, highest on the map. Where does he go to from here?
He's definitely going to be building in towards the Bloodstone. I think that's pretty much standard these days, and it also just allows him to sustain so much longer in these team fights.
Across the river, Seam, I mean, he's also a big fan of the Bloodstone, does have that soul ring up already, so I think we can expect to see him go that path as well. But I mean, I think the big thing really is, if you're taking a look at the sort of net worths and whatnot, the guys who really are suffering right now is...
Seam getting caught out top lane. Santo and Whelp busy working on him, but he will get himself to safety after killing off that very, very annoying bug.
So the thing I was going to say is Donny actually, he's a little bit further behind than we'd expect him to be. I mean, Batrider,
it's the 2 kills that actually went up against him.
Yeah. But he can now just make his way to the jungle, find that... I mean, I keep thinking Blink Dagger, so I expect that will be the case. There's a nice stack from him as well to help him on his way. And then I think Bravado can start throwing a lot of action down on the map. Seam actually picks a fight with Santo. He's doing quite a bit of damage to Seam. Actually, Seam's can't overstay his welcome, but does do a lot of damage himself. He doesn't get it off the time lapse.
Yeah, I don't think he expected Odu there. I mean, Odu came in with a decay and an instant soul rip on top of that, and you know, I think Santo probably just expecting he had a little bit more HP, and Odu abused him of that notion or disabused him of that notion very, very quickly.
What's awkward about that though is we've actually seen that twice now from Santo, where he sort of died in a manner of almost like by underestimating the damage that his opponents can output. So I know that he's been changing positions a lot across the year, maybe just still adapting slightly to some of the newer roles to, or rather newer heroes to him, that he's just trying to get a gauge for what the HP is really like. Yeah. But certainly he's got to make sure we can't make that sort of mistake too often against Bravado. They will lap it up and crush you for it. At the moment we do have Mr. Storm Spirit himself with a tasty treat for Chidawi and friends, and they're going to get caught embraced by an internal golem as well now, as the Habibi Disruptor does toss down his ultimate as well. Flares running for the heals. He realizes this is no longer the fight he wants, and he does have some angry WG players beaming down after him. Seen trying to bail out his buddy with a couple of remnants as well. I think that might just be the end of it. He's got to be careful of that golem. It is really not something to be trifled with early on in the game. They do finally manage to bring it down. A lot of heroes gathering around this area, but not actually much death and mayhem.
Yeah, Donny's actually rocking himself the Blink Dagger at the moment. He might very well catch Santo, but he doesn't have enough help here to finish off the Weavers, so he'll leave it at that for the moment. And BVD, well, they've evened it up at the moment, and they are slightly ahead in terms of net worth. But when I say slightly, I mean slivers of gold here.
Oh, that's the kind of game we like, though, Prof. I mean, XP-wise as well, it's not a huge amount, at about 750 or so to Bravado Gaming. And as you mentioned as well, the gold graph is bringing it up. It's almost dead even, and that's beautiful. And we can all appreciate some good Dota. So, I mean, we've left the laning stage, started moving towards the earlier stages of the mid-game here. I guess that's fair enough. Who do you think has the advantage going into this passage of play?
Right now, I think White Rabbit Gaming coming out of the laning stage slightly better, but it's all going to hinge on the initiations. Donny does now have the Blink Dagger, as does Chidawi. So it's really who makes the more like the bigger impact in the next 10 minutes or so.
Well, Donny has obviously revealed that Blink Dagger at some point already, but he is hiding out, seeing if he can find any new clients to dismiss like he did in the previous one, and he's going to have to find one. Chidawi, he gets caught out here, but the glimpses, well, okay, that happens.
It's okay. I mean, it's not the kind of initiation you want, and I think upon realizing that White Rabbit Gaming had a lot more friends in the area, I think BVD will be okay with that. But White Rabbit Gaming, they now know that the Blink Dagger is on the field for Donny, and they're going to be playing a lot more carefully. Chidawi almost getting caught there. I think it's unlikely they would have killed him. I don't believe they had enough damage to finish him off there. But still a bit of a heart and throat moment when you realize that I've just been called by an axe. That's somewhat problematic.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Donny was, he was paying attention to that anyways. Exactly what he's looking for is that sort of type of engagement. So, getting it right is obviously very important, and he did just that. But what it means is that they do have a little bit of space now, because the Bat Rider has a fairly long cooldown, and they're actually going to go in here onto Whelp. He's going to have to use the false prime himself, but it doesn't matter because he gets cutting bladed anyways. Seam, he wants out though. Chidawi wants a piece of them. Castaway is going to get a huge shot come through. It's down on the side of the disrupt LT anyways, but Seam now, he's being run down. He does have that tip. Will manage to get onto the other side, but he's going to be followed onto it by Chidawi. He's getting very, very low. Can he finish the job? One more hit required, and will be there 3 for 1 for the time being, and it looks like that's going to be the end of it. But WRG once more, as we saw in game 1, start making these favorable trades pretty much as soon as these two sides clash.
Yeah, it is unfortunate there that BVD tries to take a fight under the tier 2 tower. I mean, White Rabbit Gaming prepped that. They have been committing hard for any time BVD's decided to take a fight. So just a massive misplay there by the BVD boys. And White Rabbit Gaming, I mean, I don't even think you could count on them screwing that one up. They just played that to absolute perfection. And Chidawi, that predictive blink over to try and catch out Seam, also magnificent plays there by him.
Can you imagine how these sides are feeling right now? I mean, WG must have the tails up in such a big way. They know that they have the advantage here. They have been trying to do this for so long, for years, to finally conquer Bravado Gaming. And
Donny make a play though.
Donny actually catches out Chidawi here. It's going to be a pretty hard way to keep him alive. He's going to get dunked anyways. Now, caught in the sack field, Santo trying to get out of dodge, whilst Whelp's running for the hills at the moment. There's probably a glimpse on line anyway, so he's definitely not getting out of here and will be brought down. Bravado strike back, but the Aegis was secured into Santos, so it's not all bad news. Oh, Castaway though, he's still in it. The Timber Chain available. Does get some damage, some distance apart, but will be brought down all the same. Bravado claimed quite a few for that Roshan in the end. I tell you what, that's a pretty solid response.
Yeah, that is a very, very solid response there. And I almost thought that they might have stuffed that up, not realizing that the rush was on jumping on the Bat Rider, but feeling that the guys in the rush probably weren't as problematic as that Bat Rider was. Remove him from the field. Santo can't really do a whole lot. He's on very, very low HP, and the rest of White Rabbit caught with their pants down and dropping 3 there in response.
Bravado do feel like, I don't know, they have these flashes of this absolute brilliance where they just seem to come and catch teams unaware. It almost like feels like WG probably just weren't expecting them at that time, and really did get, I was like all sorts, and they weren't well positioned, and they just got caught out and brought down in the end quite easily. Bravado need more of those sort of fights though, just to secure themselves that position. I'm also still really worried about this Castaway Timbersaw. He is starting to build up momentum. He's almost finished his Bloodstone as well, and after that point, just the ability to just remain relevant fights without running out of mana. As you can see at the moment, it takes a lot for him to just toss out a chakra and bring down a creep wave. Once that Bloodstone's completed, you could get the point where he can just pretty much keep the thing on.
Yeah, it is going to be a nightmare for BVD if Castaway gets a hold of him. He will just eat them alive in these fights. So, White Rabbit, prepping for the middle tower, and I mean, BVD is going to do what they can to try and defend you, but White Rabbit, I think, has this more than ready for them. Chaotic offering also available if the fight wants to be taken above BVD, and that's definitely not the kind of area you want to be hanging in.
Let's see, we're going to try pull the creep wave off that tower to buy a little bit of time. He is fairly secure as long as he doesn't get caught up by the lasso. I mean, they don't have a huge amount locked up. Okay, well, get caught up by the lasso. See him being pulled in. He's just taking all the damage in the world, and he'll get brought down. Nice, easy pick off for WOG, and I guess...
Castaway, take a bow. Sorry, not Castaway. Apologies. Chidawi, take a bow. Because that was BVD getting caught, and Seam in particular getting caught there. Not expecting that, and that's twice now that Chidawi has had Seam's number in one of these fights.
And the punish is real. They're going for the tier 2 as well here. Even if they didn't finish the job, they're going to get a lot of damage onto it regardless. Bravado, I don't think they want to defend this at all without Seam. It's just not worth the risk at all. But we do see Habibi. He can catch somebody out. Give him a glimpse, he says. Does actually have range. He needs a sight, though. And he can pick somebody up. And they will actually be able to pull back Schlings. It's not the biggest kill in the world, but they'll definitely take it.
Yeah, they'll accept that. White Rabbit Gaming, I think, will also accept that. You know, they saw the multiple TPs coming in. Warlock didn't use anything important, and none of the other players went down. So White Rabbit would be like, sure, we'll give you that present, BVD, but you know, stay on your toes, because we are very, very soon going to be having a go to Seam, trying to have a tangle here with Santo, as Santo actually uses the magic wand to keep himself alive there.
Yeah, so Seam's actually heading for the Orchid Malevolence here, teams. I feel that this might be a little bit slow, though. I mean, it's not like he's far off the pace, but I think just by the nature of how many items he's already had to pick up, you got to be worried that those BKBs start coming out.
He's not that far away. I mean, he's about 700 gold short of it, so it's slower than you'd expect. But he has died twice, and he's been involved in a couple of the kills. So
it's also excellent, though, regardless against both Weaver and the Timbersaw.
No, it's fantastic against the Timbersaw, and it's very, very good against Weaver. Although slightly less effective if he does go for something like the Lincoln Sphere. He's going for what looks to be the Desolator first, though.
I mean, that's an interesting selection. I feel like the Dragonlance in particular has opened up a lot of builds for the Weaver. Before, it almost felt like you had to find some sort of BKB item to just build, just keep you alive.
Yeah, I mean, the choice was usually Desolator or Lincoln Sphere first. I mean, you definitely pick up both, but Desolator or Lincoln's, and then you can go from there.
So let's talk a little about the structures on the map right now and maybe some of the control. Both teams seem to be respecting their side of the map for the time being. You can see White Rabbit Gaming and Bravado both on their respective sides doing a little bit of farming. What are the key items that these teams are looking for before they engage? I mean, there is the Aegis on Santo. Why aren't they using it?
I mean, the problem is that they're a bit scared at the moment. BVD can obviously counter-initiate with a big axe call, and then you're in a rather large problem, particularly if the Undying's in the area. He drops the Tombstone on top of you. So you don't want that. White Rabbit Gaming wants to prep a team fight.
Odu in the top lane, caught out here, and he's got a lot of enemies around him. Brought down very, very swiftly in the end. WG, just keep the clock, or the scoreboard ticking. I always like to say clock, don't I? I think we just replace it with a big clock. It all makes sense to me. BB, though, he's in the surrounds here. He might have picked off a little bit more than he can choose. Santo and Whelp just bullying him at the moment. Can they finish the job? Yes, they can. Go the way of Whelp once again.
Yeah, poor old BB just got destroyed there. And these pickoffs are biting into the side of BVD as White Rabbit Gaming like a rabid pack of wolves here. And tearing at all sides. I mean, BVD just knocked off Kilter, not really 100% certain how to play this, as both supports going down, but the cores are not immune to it either.
Simo has picked up the Invis Rune. He's going to make something of it. Castaway is there. He has finished off that Orchid, as mentioned, but I don't think he can bring something down alone. He's got to get, I mean, a support, obviously, but he's got to find somebody around, maybe the Axe, for example, and then find off a nice, tasty target. That would really do a great deal for them. But, I mean, this story would be nice. But I don't know if he has the
he doesn't
guns
have enough
to
to kill Chidawi. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to kill Chidawi by himself.
Let's see if Seam agrees. For the time being, it looks like Seam agrees, but he does have some friends conversion. Odu actually smoked up, making his way towards it, and they will now engage onto Chidawi, but they will be the Oracle support. But he gets caught up by Whelp, or Whelp gets caught up by Donnie on the sidelines. They do, in fact, free up the Batrider, but it's very likely come at the expense of Whelp's life. But where are the rest of the WD players? Will they rotate? Will they make something of this? False promises applied to Whelp. Something seems brought down. Odu now running for the kills as Castaway, as friends are just swarming him. Odu does effectively Duke. I mean, it was made a little bit easy for him, but he is just limping away for the time being. Castaway unable to finish the job thanks to the Undying Tombstone.
But BVD split and kill separately. I mean, divide and conquer there. So White Drive Gaming actually fighting 2 fights. One in the top lane took place with Flares as well as Donny, and that resulted in a double kill for the BVD side. So I think they won't mind too much that Seam went down there, so long as he holds off the defenses for the 2 big boys on the side of White Rabbit.
Yeah, it is all very, very even at the moment. Donny, can he find something tasty to pick off? Shadawi, oh, they blinked the wrong way. He realizes, cancels the call. But he would have loved to have picked that on. Whelp, though, not in a great position. It does have the Glimmer Cape. Going to use it and try to sneak his way around. Oh, does Donny find him? They're right next to each other. And Donny, yeah, he's found him now. Whelp, caught in the bushes at the moment. Flares, he wants a piece of this as well. But Castaway, can he help out his buddy? There's the false promise as well. They're going to drop the Undying Tombstone once more. The backline is absolutely deleted. And it looks like Bravado say, that's enough for us. We're going to get back out now. But they do in fact catch out Donny. Donny trying to limp this one away for the time being. People banging on him. But he is very, very tanky with the Vanguard at the time being. Does manage to juke the Timber Chain, but catches a bit of the chakra. Turns around though. He's thinking about the call as well. As now Schlinks on the sidelines, going to start helping out with that upheaval.
Yeah, well, Castaway is now actually fighting a battle all by himself as the rest of the team is not really wanting to commit, and BVD turns it around with an easy kill there on the Timbersaw, and they could look for more. Seam zipping ahead. He does spot Whelp. He probably will spot Santo, and that'll decide whether or not he continues that quest.
Well, Bravado nudge ahead here. Once again, let's take a look at the XP and gold graph. XP sitting at almost 3k in favor of Bravado, and the gold graph sitting at about 2k. So they have managed to do a good job of just, I don't know, keeping things going. They had like a few passages of play where it looked like WG were gaining momentum, but right now it seems that Bravado have found their way back in, and it's really WG's move now, I guess.
Yeah, it really does seem to be WRG's move. They've lost a couple of team fights, but that lack of committal there, I mean, Castaway kept going. The rest of White Drive game didn't look at all interested, and BVD still, I mean, they have a mobile hero of their own in Seam. He arrives, and all of a sudden Castaway left to the Wolves 3v1, and not the way you want to be playing on a snowball hero if your team's not committing with you.
Well, Donny, the only man brave enough to stick around in the jungle, he will actually make his way over to the neutral pack. But oh, he's going to immediately found out here. Shadawi uses the Firefly, and they're going to get the call as well onto it. They're doing a lot of damage to each other, but Schlinks will start helping out. Donny, very, very tanky though. Shadawi has to be careful, but enough of the WG players surrounding him to bring him down without too much effort.
And a very, very big pick off there by White Rabbit Gaming. Misplay by Donny, hanging around far, far too long. And good defensive. Oh, no, that was just placed there by White Rabbit Gaming. So that went down before or after Donny was killed. So
Santa in the bottom lane has, as you mentioned, finished that Desolator up now, so he's going to be hitting pretty hard. It's actually really good as well. I mean, the Axe, for example, is certainly a hero that likes to build up his armor, so just to reduce some of that, get a little bit of extra damage out.
It's actually also very, very good against the Lifestealer. Lifestealer doesn't have much armor, especially when he's getting initiated on without the armlet toggled. But Weaver also highly mobile, and his usage of the Desolator is just absolutely magnificent. The double strike with the Geminated attack is wonderful.
I think it's really critical that they find a couple kills on him as well, just to slow him down a bit. He isn't exactly the most farm person on the map, but you got to start worrying that at some point Weaver's going to pick up those items, just make him really hard to pin down, and he can very easily deal a lot of damage. Shadawi though, he's going to go for BB, but I think it's going to go awry, and Seam comes back in, he catches up Castaway, there's a self-fuels I believe, but there's also the false promise. Can they do enough damage to bring him down? Flair says he can, he's going to keep beating down him on the sidelines. Santo also getting low, he will be brought down as well. Flares does actually fall though, as Castaway still alive somehow. It's 3 down on the Bravado camp. Seam still wants Castaway, he doesn't want to die though. Seam running for the hills at the moment, he's trying everything, he doesn't have enough legs, he's brought down, it's 4 for nothing. Only Donny running away, and sure, he's going to get out of it, but it is absolutely a massacre, and WRG and their fans are going to be smiling all the way to the bank, and the bank, well, that's at Roshan right now.
Yeah, White Rabbit giving magnificent plays there as they turn that around. It looked as though Castaway was dead straight out of the gate, but yet another magnificent save from Whelp there with a false promise, keeping alive Castaway. Timbersaw somehow able to survive all of that initiation, all of that damage, and in the end, BVD losing 4 with I don't know, it just seems as though White Rabbit Gaming has an answer to every single big team fight in this series thus far.
The kings of SA Dota are bleeding right now. And WRG, they certainly haven't won this yet, but they are definitely looking very, very promising right now. Prof, maybe you can give us your thoughts as we go over a replay of what just happened, and whoa, how did WG just stay in there?
Yeah, you can see like they try to initiate on Shidawi once again, but unfortunately Shidawi goes away. This is the magnificent play there. Keeping the Castaway alive is just, that's the game-winning play there. You can see the rest of the team trying to take out the rest of White Rabbit Gaming, but with Castaway coming back to half HP, he's then able to just turn around the whole fight. And BVD, they just don't seem to have enough answers for White Rabbit Gaming doing the seam. Eventually runs out of mana, and that's the final cherry on a very, very tasty cake for White Rabbit there.
Tasty indeed. Seam though, once again, under a little bit of pressure from Santo. He scouted him out in the jungle and did manage to do a little bit of damage. A little bit of fun happened, by the way. Donnie managing to survive after finding himself on a cliff with Firefly. But, you know, able to TP away in the end. So, WGA at this point, the momentum must feel in their favor, even if it's not, right? Because after a fight like that, you are feeling pumped.
Yeah, definitely pumped there. As I mean, it's not only that, you get the Roshan off of that, you're going to probably take out the bottom lane tower very soon. And it also just creates that doubt in BVD's mind. I mean, they were starting the comeback, and now all of a sudden they've taken another punch to the nose, and it's like, okay, maybe we can't do that again. And I mean, White Rabbit Gaming, they're looking very, very solid here. If they continue this, then BVD are going to, I think, start digging themselves a deeper and deeper hole. They have to play these team fights a lot better, and it's been a consistent problem the whole weekend, is that their team fights just have not been great. White Rabbit Gaming, on the other hand, have been stellar.
I think that's fair enough. It almost feels like there have been cracks in the Bravado sort of armor, if you will. They don't take anything away from these guys. I mean, this is a seriously powerful side right now, but it does feel like WRG are just edging away. They fell back behind for a little while, but almost immediately caught back up, and they're going to catch something else. It's Donnie in the bot lane. Do they have the guns to bring him down, though? If they do have that Dessa working overtime, he's going to try to get as much armor out of the deal as possible. The support's coming in from the Bravado lineup. Castaway in the front lines, though, does get caught up by that BB Disruptor. Santo will be brought down for the first time, but does have that Aegis available. Can Castaway stay alive this time? Not today. And now Santo and friends, they're going to have to back off. Shidawi seems to be the target of Seam. He just wants to beat this man up, and he will get caught up by the open wounds as well from flares, and that's going to be enough to secure 2 kills. Castle will be back on the deck in a couple of seconds, courtesy of that Bloodstone, but Bravado do respond well. That was effectively an engagement picked up by WG. They did commit the lasso to the Donnie Axe, and in the end they walk away, I guess, with something for their efforts anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know if that was worth it. White Rabbit Gaming, I mean, I was just praising their team fights, and then they make a bad decision before the team fight even starts to jump on a solo axe very, very close to a tier 2 tower. BVD, pulling a White Rabbit Gaming of their own, multiple committals on TPs, and all of a sudden White Rabbit Gaming ends up trading both the Timbersaw as well as the Batrider to that cause, and I think the Aegis as well went down.
Yeah, they did in fact lose the agent, but on that note, though, Santo actually has just completed the recipe for his Lincoln Sphere, so he's going to become a much more challenging target to deal with in the next fight. You do still have the Disruptor who will be very good against him, should he be able to latch the Static Storm on him, but that's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, that definitely is a lot easier said than done. And I mean, the thing is, White Weaver could realistically go for the BKB if he genuinely feels it's necessary. As it is, Radiant's Courier just gets killed. Fantastic play by Santo in this ward, setting it up as he kills 4,600 gold. That is actually a completed Bloodstone for the Storm Spirit.
Ah, that hurts, man.
Yeah, that burns. That burns because Seams now has to wait an extra almost 3 minutes for the Bloodstone to come back.
I mean, there's very likely to be at least one fight in that time, and all of a sudden you're going into it like sort of underutilized, effectively. This money just literally, it's not accruing interest. It's just being wasted right now.
Yeah, that. Seam, I can't imagine he's very, very happy with that. But again, good warding by White Rabbit Gaming to, specifically, you get that ward down, being aware of what's going on at the BVD secret shop all the time.
So at the moment we see that Bravado are looking a little more defensive, whilst WG a little bit more adventurous, spending a little bit of time in their opponent's jungle. They are in fact going to smoke up as well, start heading towards the jungle. Santo's kind of showing himself. I mean, this could be the oldest trick in the book we're about to see. Split the attention, but the lines in fact have been drawn out perfectly. Seam knows exactly where they are. And they're going to start moving to the other side of the map. And it looks like WG are going to respond to that by just pressuring this tier 2 tower. Bravado can put a little pressure of their own though in the mid lane. And they do in fact have Odie as well heading up towards the top to just get that push going. But they will almost certainly lose this tier 2 tower in a couple of more seconds.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't even think BVD is going to be able to get the mid lane or any real trade, as White River Gaming almost certainly will TP en masse to defend.
At the moment, I mean, do they just keep on going? There's been no presence of Bravado shown just yet. You see a couple of TPs heading towards the side of the base of WRG as Chidawi starts getting himself into position. He wants to find Tasty morsel, but it looks like Bravado is going to back off. That is actually a lot of time that they've spent just sort of hanging around and getting pretty much nothing for their efforts.
Yeah, BVD, I mean, they're still farming while they're doing it, so, you know, it's not absolutely nothing, but it's certainly very much a waste in comparison to what White Rabbit Gaming has gotten. They've farmed themselves a tower. They immediately going to come clean up here. Not even really any damage was done to the tier 2s in mid or on the top lane, so BVD still seemingly very, very gun-shy of White Rabbit Gaming at the moment.
Odu not in a great place, and he's going to get scouted out here. The flame break will connect, and Odu dismissed. WRG, one man up to start moving down this top lane.
Yeah, I think that's also a big part of the BVD team fight. The Tombstone not being available now is a bit of a problem for the BVD side, as White Rabbit Gaming starts pressuring this top lane tower, and they are looking for. They're definitely looking for the tier 3 in the near future. Probably going to be waiting around for Rosh to respawn, and then they'll make the plays. But for now, just get the area ready, take some more real estate, and work off of that base.
The team has in fact completed a Bloodstone as well now. It's in the base. We'll start making its way out to him. I mean, it's 35 minutes in, so it's not like it's an amazing time on a Bloodstone, but do you think he's going to get a huge amount of value out of it? Just, I mean, if it just comes to the respawn timing, maybe the fact that there have been quite a few team fights and it's likely to pick up again in a couple of minutes?
The problem is that ideally you get the Bloodstone as early as possible, and you pick off these low HP, you know, easy to kill heroes like the supports and all the rest. White Rabbit Gaming, I mean, sure, you can start picking off the supports, but it's at that stage now where the big team fights are not really 100% in BVD's favor. So if you die, Bloodstone charges go to 8, and all of a sudden it's a much bigger stress for the BVD side than they would like. I think the Bloodstone is a bit late, but it's the best possible item you could have picked up right now.
I mean, not a Lincoln Sphere, BKB? You're definitely happy with this one?
I think it's going to give him the most. BKB, he never really wants to buy a BKB. Lincoln Sphere is okay, but it's only really going to save him from the bat, and Chidawi hasn't really been initiating on Seam as such. It's been more on Donny and Flares when available.
Well, BVD squad are looking for something, anything, just to get a little of their own back, but it looks like WRG are going to be a little bit too safe for them. They're all sort of heading back here. What are they going to do at this position? I mean, we have Chidawi, he knows what he's doing. He's looking for a victim. He's popping the Firefly and trying to find something of interest. Bravado are pretty much stacked up towards the mid lane though. Chidawi smoked up. He's going to go for it. He catches up Donny. It's a hard target. He gets immediately glimpsed. Donny's going to be okay here. And now he goes in with Call. It doesn't latch though. He's pretty far forward for the time being. Seen though, onto the back line with Flares. They're going to bring down the Warlock. Santo now, and Fred's trying to get some damage up. But Whelp, he's also fallen. Bravado pick up too. And on the sidelines, they're going to try bring down Chidawi as well. They do have vision of them, but he's too far back into the base. Oh, don't stay corrected. Hello, Glimpse. You're back out here with us, buddy. And now this tier 2 tower looks under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and now that Bloodstone looks a lot better of a purchase as they grab 3s up to 15 charges. And White Rabbit Gaming, you know, that's a lot of their team fight gone. They have no more initiation on the Batrider. They don't have the Golem for another 12 seconds. And BVD will be doing as much damage to these towers as possible.
Man, you're about to see it. Bravado in a place they know all too well. Sieging a high ground. WRG taking a lot of damage onto this tier 3. It is hard to push up against the Timbersaw, and Chidawi is very, very strong at the moment. He will, in fact, have quite a bit of damage. They're going to commit the Warlock ulti as well here. Flares, he's being dragged all the way into the other side. He is completely isolated. Absolutely nowhere to go, but the other way, Castaway, he's actually going to be brought down to his knees. Santo now trying to finish the job with Seam, but he's going to try and get far away. He actually gets brought down by a neutral creep. In the sidelines, though, we will see the Disruptor also fall to Chidawi, and the Gem along with it. So Bravado, they pick up a tier 3, but there's not out of the woods just yet. In fact, they might just find Odu, and he does have a very important friend inside of him, so they want to protect them. And, well, I guess now you're going on a bit of a dewarding mission.
Yeah, well, the gem was actually dropped there by Seam, and Chidawi's going to spot that, pick it up, and he will happily accept that from the BVD side. As BVD, again, making a mistake, hanging around slightly too long as White Rabbit Gaming initiates fantastically the chaotic offering to just prevent any sort of save from BVD as they pull Flares deeper into the base. And Castaway tries to take out the back lines. Doesn't quite work, is forced to commit suicide in the end as he finally pulls through.
Man, this game is absolutely action-packed. Well, but right now we do have a slight little pause in the action. So let's take a look at the graphs. There is just nothing in it. XP-wise, 1,000 in favor of Bravado, and the gold graph, it's called naught. It's not naught. It's more than 1,000 in favor of WG, but it's close enough. It's going to change a little bit more because Seam is absolutely destroyed, and they want Odu with it as well. Nice little package meal as Odu does get brought down, but now they're going to have a couple jump in as well. It's Chidawi and Castaway going man-to-man with a Bravado squad. There's only 3 of them left though, but everyone is getting low. Castaway will be brought down here, and Flares trying to beat up Santo, but he uses that Sakuchi to get himself out of trouble. Well, shows himself though after the Glimmer Cap. They're doing a lot of damage to Donnie on the sidelines. Can they finish the job with him? Flares trying to help out his buddy, but Donnie, he might just be brought down here. 1 or 2 more hits required. Donnie will fall, and now Chidari, he's running away from Flares, but Santo and Slinks are beating down on him. Flares just absolutely monsters that support hero, but Flares, can he get out of it? He's so low, it's so close, and he's going to omelet toggle through it for the time being. Flares survives. The action rages on because we do have Seam back in the fray. Whew. That was fun.
Yeah, a little bit. White Rabbit Gaming, I think, hearts in throats. Not really the kind of situation that they thought they were getting themselves into. There's Donnie arriving with Flares very nearly turns that fight around. Both the supports getting absolutely manhandled by that Lifestealer, and Castaway also getting finished off there. I mean, both of these mid laners have very, very low charge on their Bloodstone as the fight just seemed to be going backwards and forwards each time. It seemed to be trading team fights.
Well, I guess we have a slight delay, a slight little silent moment in the game. I mean, that happens from time to time, I guess. But so let's take a look and see if we can check out that fight again. It was pretty epic, and I'm sure, Prof, you'd love to chat us through it. Yeah,
Seam gets initiated on here, so he's immediately gone from the fight. Odu is basically just buying time for the rest of his team, and here comes that massive Donnie call as he does as much as he can. Flare starts focusing down on the weak heroes, brings Castaway down very, very low, almost kills off Whelp as well. Castaway then gets turned around on and finished off as the supports just seem a little bit unsure of what to do. Whelp trying to dodge around. They're going to turn around onto Donnie here as White Rabbit feels they do have control of the fight. Flares filling up in the background. Donnie again buying more time as Chidawi almost goes down. Flares is going to turn around here as he sees a very, very low HP.
We're going to need back live, guys, because we do have a fight raging on right now. Castaway in the front lines at the moment, trying to go onto Odu, but he hasn't found a great entrance yet. He might get caught up by Donnie here on the sideline. Seam going very deep. Will actually pop a smoke as well, catching out Whelp on the sidelines. He's going to try and get out of trouble, but Chidawi also going to be bailed out by the Golem, but there's so much damage. There's a great ulti coming up from a BB. Schlinks is down. Can they bring down more though? Bravado on the front foot so far, but Castaway, he's going to turn around to what he can. Donnie getting very low, will be brought to his knees as well. Flares going to town on whatever he can find at the moment. The big Odu Undying on the front lines, leading the charge so far. It's going to be 2 for 1, and I do in fact think that does once more favor Bravado, and it opens up the big man, Roshan, and of course, double damage there. And Flair's going to lap that one up, and Roshan, he is not long for this world.
Yeah, BVD once again taking another team fight, and I think that's the first 2 team fights in a row victory for either team here as White Rabbit Gaming getting caught with their pants on. They're going to try and do whatever they can to defend here as Santo is going to jump in.
Does he get it? No, he does not, but he does get a friend with him. He's going to latch onto Seam at the moment. He gets a decent amount of damage out. Seam fighting the actual rush bit, but I guess that's going to be the end of it. There's just not enough left here to really have an effective fight towards the mid lane. They're actually going to be a little bit careful because this range Rax is starting to take a little bit of wear and tear from just natural push. But the Aegis now safely in the hands of Seam, and we've got to say, man, this is probably one of the single best heroes in Dota to have a Aegis on.
It might very well be actually the best, as Seam is starting to build up those charges once again. He's building himself towards a Lincoln Sphere, does now feel the necessity for it, but somehow these two sides just cannot find a crack in each other's armor big enough to win this game, as Odu now heads to the top lane here with Flash trying to defend. BVD, well, they got a couple of big items coming up in the future, but White Rabbit Gaming do have a chance. Timbersaw, however, has not had the greatest of games. 6, 6, and 13, but a lot of those kills have come at the cost of some significant charges on that Bloodstone.
Well, let's throw this one back to the crowd. It is stacked over here. We have a great one. Now let's be a little bit more friendly now, guys. But let's hear it first for Bravado Gaming. Give us a cheer, boys. I feel like it's got to erupt then for WRG again, right?
Should.
Well, so let's put it to the test. Let's hear it for WRG. I think we know who the fans like more.
Yeah, we definitely do. We have BVD locked and loaded with a Nakes bomb. Then we've got Odu also hanging around in the area. All of them are smoked as BVD looks for anything out of place here. White Rabbit Gaming got to ping it out. Do they take the bait though? They've done it once and it didn't work out so well for them. But this game, it appears as though, well, this time should I say, they a little bit more, or a little bit less trigger happy, should I say?
Yeah. Let's see how this all tussles. These teams are starting to move in the general direction of each other. And you know that only means one thing. Gian Bravado, silence the fans. The crowd out here at least. Or will WRG get a big team fight off? They're going to go in the sidelines. Shadari, he caps out Donny. Seam goes the wrong way. There's a timid chain waiting on the high ground. Donny's getting very low. He walked off the blade now. He's going to be able to survive through it as well for the time being. The Disruptor has fallen though. A BB out for this one. They're also going to finally bring down Donny. The Warlock comes at the expense. Well, with the false promise, he's trying to get out of it. A lot of damage being applied to Odu from Santo for the time being. He has to back off though as Seam comes in to help out. At the moment, 2 down for the Bravado roster. But Odu is so low as well. Yeah. WG have the front foot advantage right now, but Seam, he still wants to fight forward.
Yeah, Santo hanging around the back area, just trying to look for a gap here. As Odu's just going to TP himself to safety. BVD, Seam, as well as Flares will head back to the farming area of their own jungle.
Bravado don't seem to have a huge amount of, I don't know, like control on how their lanes are pushing out at them. I mean, look at this massive stack that is bolted way in towards the bottom lane. I feel like, is that maybe just a little bit of nerves? It's not something you really see from Bravado in particular, where you have these almost like unnecessary pushes finding their way towards you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one of the reasons why White Rabbit Gaming didn't feel the need to take that bait on Donny in the mid lane. Bot lane was fairly strongly pushed towards their side, so they realized, you know, there's no way BVD will push up the mid lane if their bot lane is that close to their own base.
Santo managed to find himself a little bit of extra gold from the bounty run as he considers taking a visit to his opponent's side of the map, but changes his mind and rejoins his friends Castaway and Co.
I see 2 purchases on the Bloodthorn at the moment, one on the Lifestealer and one on the Weaver. I think Weaver's perhaps slightly early. It's not a bad item by any means, but it is very, very expensive. So usually you'd like to just get something else. I mean, in particular, you could have upgraded something instead of the Ring of Aquila. The fact that he still has a Ring of Aquila at 46 minutes is a bit confusing, although it does provide a bit of armor bonus to the rest of the team. Not much, though.
Well, Bravado quite now.
That scan from the Dire.
It's just too good. And they're gonna find Odu alone though. And they're rarely literally going to find him alone. And then they might just get a surprise. BKB pop from Judawi. He managed to get down the tombstone. And in comes Seam. They're going to get the Undying for free in the end. Judawi though does get contacted with Donny. And there's a Golem flying through. LT flying through from BB. They do manage to pick up the Weaver. That's a huge one. And now on the sideline, Stinks getting very low. Seam trying to finish the job as Stinks does what he can. Gets as much possible damage out of it. Judawi wants out. Donny says no. Get back here. And WG dropped 3 for the Undying. Castaway will find his way back home, but this should be some sort of objective in favor of Bravado Gaming. This tier 2 is not long for the world, even though the Aegis does in fact, I think, expire there. On the Seam. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's definitely gone.
It's gone, but BVD have opened themselves up a small gap as I think we're ready to go for a replay of that fight. It seems to be a little bit... Yeah, there we go. So, I mean, again, starts on Odu, but White Rabbit Gaming just not aware that your BVD is in that area, so they think it's maybe just Odu alone. Again, a fantastic hold on Santo that he's able to do absolutely nothing in the fight. Donny getting a lucky spin to finish him off. Jidawi trying to TP out of trouble, but Habibi, after a couple of iffy usages of the glimpse earlier, has just been magnificent to getting them back, and Donny with the dunk to finish it off there.
We'll see him back live. He wants a piece of Castaway. He's caught him up. He's silenced him. He will self-heal though, but Whelp in a little bit of trouble. They're going to back off. They don't quite want it, but Bravado, they are beating down on these melee racks. They're going to get it. WG, they don't buy back on this one. They don't have the buyback on the Batrider. The Weaver does have it, but opted not to.
Yeah,
that's a big loss.
The problem is there's no point in buying back there. BVD can only take the mid racks. If they try and force the tier 4s, White Rabbit Gaming has more than enough time on the death timers to get themselves back to safety. And the tier 2s mean that BVD can never push the other racks on the other lanes.
It's going to be a little bit dodgy for them right about now. The XP graph, it's pretty much all strange, but we do have another engagement. Bravado all over Castaway, and he is dismissed once more. 60 seconds. He does have a buyback, though he may be forced to use it. He's probably going to have to because Bravado can just walk up. There it is. Bought out. Will Bravado be satisfied?
Yeah, I think they'll be more than happy with that. They all have taken down the Rosh timer, so they know he's coming up in the near future. They've got themselves a buyback out of the Timbersaw. I mean, he's already... I mean, the problem is, like, the Castaway Timbersaw has just not been much of a factor in these fights of late. 8-7-13 is not the greatest number of deaths for Castaway, and the problem is he's just not sustaining very, very well. And BVD has masterfully controlled him in some of these fights, constantly focusing down. He's very often spent half of the fights in the Yule Scepter just trying to keep himself alive, and burning the Oracle ulti on him as well just to keep him up is becoming a problem when the rest of the team gets focused.
So, I mean, how big of an impact do you think this is actually going to be? I mean, obviously it's the consistent pressure coming in, but do you think, I mean, it's quite late in the game, 50 minutes, of course, right? Do you think WG really mind too much about this? It's obviously a nasty knock, but...
Mid-racks, it's the easiest lane of rack to defend, and they certainly have the heroes to just clear it out very, very quickly. So, it's by no means the end of the game. I think we've seen many, many teams come back from one racks down.
Yeah, I mean, I recall between these two sides, we've seen base races where teams have had like 3 racks down and still managed to win. So definitely don't count them up for that one alone. But it is obviously almost like a sigh of relief from Bravado. Like, okay, we've done it, guys. We've gone up, we've got our racks. We just have to repeat that a couple of more times, and then we're in business, and we're down to game 3.
Yeah, BVD I think are back to that stage where they're feeling a little bit more comfortable. White Rabbit Gaming know they're under the pump now, and it's all about how they respond. They've shown a great response in game 1, but they need to bring it back in game 2. And if they can 2-0 BVD, I think that is going to absolutely draw an enormous roar from this crowd.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that, but I want to hear extra loud Bravado supporters then if Bravado do manage to take this game back and bring us to a third and final game.
Well, BVD is pushing in that top lane. They've now taken out all of the tier 2s that remain as White Rabbit prepares for the siege of the long night, I think, as BVD is getting ready. They're probably going to grab themselves the Aegis as soon as possible, and will then use that to power the siege.
As things stand, 51 minutes in, 31-31, the XP graph, 4,000 in favor of Bravado Gaming. The gold graph, almost 10, but that isn't a lot when you're this far into the game.
No, not a lot at all. And BVD will be very, very keen to expand that lead. White Rabbit, on the other hand, will be just as keen to reduce it as much in the next fight. White Rabbit almost certainly will not contest this Rosh. And BVD will be picking that up. Donnie just going to be farming up here quickly as White Rabbit just spreads out, tries to find as much farm as they can, trying to get buybacks if possible, because they know BVD will be hanging around the pit.
Well, Roshan once again, center of attention for the side of Bravado. Shouldn't have too much problem bringing him down. Flares, cancel the TP. I guess that's just probably a misclick on the armlet or whatnot. But that is actually something to take note of, because he's a little bit less capable of getting around the map. We can infest in about 14 seconds, so there is still that. And now we will have the Aegis going the way of Flares. And I believe that's actually a pretty interesting one. Odie's got the cheese, Flares has the Aegis, and our Storm Spirit, who's, I mean, holding a casual plate mail at the moment, and a gem without it.
The thing is, you can just siege with the lifestealer. You can just send him onto the tower. He starts whacking on the tower. White Rabbit Gaming has to respond to him. Whereas Steam, if he goes down early, like, they can pull him very, very far into the base, and there's not a whole lot of response from BVD at that stage.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, there is a line of intent drawn out by Seam here. he's going to start making... He wants to go bottom. Like, that's pretty clear. It's a pretty solid line. And we'll see if the rest of the Bravado camp agree. Flair is actually making his way to the top lane, so maybe not.
Yeah, not quite. BD will just push out the lanes. They know that the mid one will push normally. They'll push out the bot and the top, and then that should start the siege. For White Rabbit Gaming are getting ready. Seam completes himself a Shiva's Guard. Doesn't actually have buyback, so they might just make certain that they secure the buyback for, well, a number of their heroes, as I think the only one that has it right now is Flares.
And yeah, they're just not really very many buybacks right now. It's just a big red no. No, Weaver says yes. Flares and friends have made their way up to the top lane. There is a decent bit of momentum coming in as well from the bottom lane for the side of WG.
Yeah, White Rabbit definitely will push it out on the bot lane, try and just threaten that tower trade. But the problem is the hero that needs to be able to trade the towers is the Weaver, and he doesn't have the TP boots, so he's got no quick way of getting back unless he drops the boots. And that is a worrying situation for White Rabbit Gaming. They're basically all in on the defense here.
Yep, Flair's going to use that rage, and we've seen this before. He'll just back out, rinse, repeat. And this is really clever as well. The Lincolns is being applied to him as well. What is happening on the sidelines here? They've caught out Chadawi. This is huge. Does he have buyback? No, he does not. Bravado Gaming have a huge opening here. Last time this happened, they didn't even bother fighting, but 2 racks down is absolutely monstrous. Bravado just have to slow siege now, I guess. I mean, not slow siege.
Santo, they've got Santo. Santo's going to get caught out here. Out comes the Golem to try and slow things down. Flair's taking a ton of damage. He's going to go down now, but that's only the Aegis. Oju is forced off by Castaway now. Out comes Hadonia again with a fantastic call. That's going to end off the Weaver. Instant buyback from him. Castaway now caught out under the Disruptor ulti, and that'll be that as Santo immediately reappears but runs for his life. Odu and friends all backed off. They've only popped the Aegis. They've got a buyback out of the Weaver already, and they might very well consider that well worth the effort. Well, they'll wait for the next creep wave and lock and reload that Nakes bomb.
Yeah, exactly that. And Donnie, though, he's on the front lines. Glimmer caped up. He wants to find something. Castaway would be pretty good. He doesn't quite catch it, though. Seam wants a piece of them, too, as well. They get inside deep into WOG base. Self-Fuel's going to protect him for a little while longer as they try to keep out the tombstone, trying to fight their way through it. But Flares and Odu caught in a massive shock. Castaway wants a piece. Doesn't matter, he's still not there. They've taken a huge amount of damage. Seam goes down to the low ground, but Castaway follows forward. Can he catch anything? He can't catch Odu. It's just going to be the support for the time being, but he desperately wants more. He's going through, might find Habibi. Habibi, though, manages to blink away and should be fine in the end. Seam also safe and okay. Just the loss of the one support in the end. Gets the buybacks. Racks are still standing. WG is certainly still holding strong.
Yeah, good hold there by White Rabbit Gaming. Does cost them a buyback in the end and a couple of deaths, but still, DVD not quite happy with that, I think, as they don't get what they want. They didn't even get any of the objectives which they did jump. I think a little bit too greedy to try and slow down the Timbersaw.
Speaking of which, he's down to 6 Bloodstone charges. Not where he wants to be. Seam has made his lane up to 14.
He's actually improved on those Bloodstone charges. He was at 4 for quite a while.
Well, I mean, I guess not much better then. It's certainly a case where he wants to maybe ask Seam just to meet at mid and swap them out.
Yeah, that's not a worthwhile trade for Seam, I don't think, at this stage. As BVD.
What if he asks really nicely?
Nah.
WRG smoked up at the moment, heading towards the opponent's jungle, but they're not going to find anybody. They even commit a scan here, just trying to point out where exactly. In fact, I believe it was the Bravado team that scanned, and at that, oh well, do they want Mr.
MVP Courier?
It could be MVP Courier. I don't think WG wanted though. In fact, it might have even spotted out the flames from Firefly.
I don't think it has. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit too long on the smoke anyway. It's about time, so they get out of trouble.
But Bravado, they're going to respond in kind now. They obviously know this has just happened. They want to see if they can retaliate and catch WRG sleep. In fact, WG quite broken up at the moment, but once again, Bravado going the wrong way. In fact, WG even drawing the lines. That's where they are. The pingers are coming out, and they certainly know what's going on. Castaway and friends, though. Okay, this is pretty mean. They're going to catch out Castaway. He does have a buyback, but if they can bring down, it'll still be pretty huge. They don't get anywhere close to it. They don't commit to that fight at all. And looks like on the sidelines that they will, in fact, find somebody. It's the Batrider brought down. Welp in a lot of trouble. He's going to get the Ghost Scepter off, though. Santo gets bashed up. Can they finish the job? No, they can't. The time-lapse is out. They drop down the Warlock ulti as well. Flares takes quite a bit of a beating. Habibi's ulti, they're raging in the middle of it. Can they get people out there? Flares very, very low. Able to survive for the time being as Santo tries to find a way back in, but the Glimmer Cape onto Seam doing a lot of work for now. Jam on the deck, just a Batrider down. Bravado still have all but 2 ultis available to them, and WRG actually down to just the Timbersaw, who can really, there's no cooldown on that. Yeah. So Bravado can totally go back in here.
They do get the Oracle ulti up though, so that's going to be a wonderful bit of news for the Timbersaw, since he can get a lot more aggressive, but he does get caught up now. Do they have enough to finish him off? They get off the Oracle ulti, keeping him alive for a little bit more, but Donnie's charging into the backlines, trying to keep them distracted. BV, though, not interested in heroes. They want buildings, and that will be that. Flares already taken out the range. Castaway is trying to work on the Flares, though. Flares going to turn things around, and Castaway might have taken a little bit too many steps, and that'll be the end of that. Down goes 2 White Rabbit Gaming heroes. Santo now gets caught out by Seam. Along comes Donnie. He gets the great call. Santo's gone. White Rabbit Gaming going to buy back on Castaway. They're going to do whatever they can here. Castaway once again in major problems. Schlinks and Well doing whatever they can. Castaway just getting absolutely ganged here as 4 heroes decide to beat on him. He's going to run for as long as he comes. Along comes a Batrider. Pulls Flares into trouble. Do they have enough to save though? Down goes Castaway in backplay. And along comes the Seam, and that'll be the end of that. Warlock, Timbersaw in the grave, and the GG is called. We're going to game 3 here, boys.
I gotta say, this is exactly what this tournament deserved. A final that goes all the way to the end. Bravado versus White Rabbit Gaming. They've been queuing up against each other for the past year, and we're going to get to see them one more time here at the Telkom Digital Gaming League Masters. So do not go anywhere. The decider is up next.
I actually think at the end of the day, it came down to, execution. WRG had a really good draft to deal with, but Habibi, definitely my man of the match there. Just unbelievable work done on that disruptor. Catching the Weaver in every single team fight is what he needed to do, and it's what he accomplished, and it played a huge factor in that win.
Well, the disruptor was picked up long before the Weaver. Do you think that maybe that was a mistake on the part of WRG, picking up a Weaver into a disruptor?
Well, we know you didn't feel very strongly about the Weaver, but I think maybe they could have picked up something differently, or alternatively, if Weaver had got an earlier BKB.
Yeah.
I mean, BKB completely cancels, the effect of that ulti until you get an Aghanims. Maybe that would have been the play. Those earlier fights maybe wouldn't have gone so terribly, and WRG could have just then played properly.
Well, brilliant plays from both sides, but ultimately BVD walking away with it.
Yeah.
What was the key plays, the key playmaker for the side of BVD this time round? Usually it's Odu, actually.
I think it's more to Donnie in this game with the axe. Yeah. I think he just focused on getting more armor, and then we saw that fights where the Weaver, as well as I think it was not the Oracle, but who was it?
The Oracle.
I think the Oracle wasn't there in that fight, and that's why.
It was the 3 cores. It was they didn't have their support.
And then Timbersaw came into the fight as well. They did not have the Oracle to help him out with, and I think they tilted a bit over there, WRG that is, and from then I think Odu got back on track, and then just obviously with Odu to help there as well, but I think Donnie really just from the mid game onwards played like a beast there.
Well, let's talk about the Oracle. This is now the second time that WRG have tried to field it out, and this time didn't quite work out. Why not?
I don't feel like it didn't work. Yelp did some incredible. There was one particular team fight bottom where he managed to keep the Timbersaw alive through a disgusting amount of damage. So I'm not sure that it was a fact that Oracle can only accomplish so much. Slowly more into BVD's favor, just because the Oracle pretty much was the only sort of teammate trying to keep his trying to help his team and trying to keep them alive, whereas the Warlock was just trying to stay alive more than anything else.
Do you think WG maybe had an opening throughout that game that they could have taken advantage of? I mean, BVD is famous for taking its openings and capitalizing on them as best they can. Do you think maybe WG missed a trick along the way?
Well, I feel like there was definitely spaces in that mid game that WG definitely could have pushed. I mean, I thought for quite a while that they had that in the bag. But I think what happens is BVD often do this thing where they, for the first half of the game, they just target the wrong people. They just don't even, they want to kill the cause and that's it.
Yeah.
And in the second half of that game, you'll notice they start going on the supports. You know, like you said, Warlock is running around in circles trying to stay alive. And the Oracle now goes from saving Timbersaw with all that damage is going on to trying to save himself or save the Warlock, which is not optimal.
Well, I mean, this is game 2. This is a best of 3 series, so the next one will be the decider. And I told you I'd have a heart attack if it got to this point. I don't know what I'm going to do, but it's going to be damn hard to stay alive, I tell you that much. Now, WRG obviously don't want to replicate what happened here. They've got the coach, as you've mentioned.
Yeah.
What do you think he's going to be whispering in their ears?
Well, I think, for starts, I think the Sansa started off really slowly. I think he's going to need to change that. Maybe not play the aggressive off lane. Let Sansa play the safe lane again like he did with Sven on the first game. And then just play what the strengths were, right? That the first game was pretty nice, and then the second they tried something different. Although Chidawi played brilliance on the Batrider, I don't think it lasted too long. Lifestealer bringing up the Bloodthorn as well, I think that also changed a lot of things towards BBD's side. But yeah, I think just keep the confidence there, that the composure of the team, and just make sure to go, what the strengths are on game 3.
I actually disagree a little. I actually think Chidori had a pretty disappointing game.
The whole game.
In general, he was constantly getting initiated on, and then getting glimpsed. He was initiating the storm, getting glimpsed, and then nothing accomplished. That's initiation down for 90 seconds where he can't do absolutely anything. And it was sure he had a great time in the top lane, but I mean he was also initiating on the wrong hero. He needed to go onto that disruptor because the disruptor continually killed that and shut down the Weaver and Timbersaw, inside that ulti. He needed to be going onto those supports and getting rid of them. And he was a lot of the time going on the Undying, which sure, I mean, Undying Flesh Decay, you can get a lot of strength stacks, but ultimately the Habibi was sitting at the back of the fights just glimpsing and having a great time. So like he needed to go onto he just having a fun guy, exactly. So he needed to go onto that. And I think they're going to come back and say, listen, guys, perhaps we weren't initiating the right people there. Perhaps we should focus, pick out who we're going to target in our team fights, because it was really messy.
Do you think that was him making that mistake of not jumping on the right guy, or do you think it was more a matter of BVD placing their heroes, much like we saw WRG placing their heroes, in just the right spots, so that the Bat didn't really have an option other than Undying?
It's a combination of both. I mean, there was that one particular fight in the top lane where they WRG had just used scan and they'd seen that BVD was there, and then they saw the Undying, not realizing that the rest of the team was actually just a little bit further back. Obviously Chidowi immediately ultis, and then his team and the Weaver gets caught in the Disruptor's ulti, and things start falling apart really quickly. So it's a brilliant play coming out from BVD as well as WRG not quite executing their team fights as they should.
So do you think a different item progression on the side of WRG may have saved them from this abysmal fate?
Well, again, I think, as we said before, on the Weaver, definitely maybe. You could have got a defensive item that could have avoided all of this. But you did, as the one is saying, you did have the heroes that should have also been avoiding, at least stopping that Disruptor ult. So I think it's a bit of both. Use the heroes in a better way, or the way you drafted to use them.
Do you guys think that maybe Castaway's role could have been amplified by the way WRG played around him? Or do you think he just had too rough a lane, didn't snowball well enough?
I mean, generally, as long as the Timbersaw is keeping up with everyone else, it doesn't fall behind. He does fine. I think he needed his item progression was slowed because he needed to get a couple. He was kept on getting caught in the Disruptor ulti. Needed to get that Yule Scepter to actually keep himself alive long enough. And even then, the Oracle's ulti was constantly being cast on him because he was getting caught in that ulti, instead of being cast on something like the Weaver to kind of keep him alive.
I'm hearing a lot of disruptor. Does that mean that we feel that maybe man of the match sits there?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, not even a doubt, right?
Yeah, at the beginning, Demonic was like, Habibi played brilliant.
Yeah, that summed it up.
Yeah, no, of course, because as you said, cancelling every single Batrider ulti if you can, and then
I'm
just
noticing a
get away,
trend.
glimpsing it away.
Yeah, well, look, I'm noticing a trend. We've got Schlinks from WRG was our man of the match for the first match.
I was waiting for this.
And now the support for the side of BVD.
We're not doing too bad giving
like
credit
the
to the
support.
Yeah.
Look, they've had outstanding games. I mean, they really have. I mean, a lot of what the cores have been able to produce have literally been down to their supports either holding the line or effectively getting off their spells. I mean, give credit where credit is due.
Absolutely.
When Donny has a storm, everyone says Donny had a stormer. These supports are really dictating the way that these games are going.
Right. Well, we talk about tempo of the game. Sometimes it's usually set by somebody like the Axe. Do you feel the Axe was responsible for setting up the tempo of this particular game?
I mean, absolutely. Bravado wanted to go quite aggressive because they knew that.
And they did.
And that they did, yes. I mean, and Donny does like being aggressive, is known for being an aggressive player, and did exactly that. I mean, his Axe has been known to be very aggressive, even in the worst situations. So I feel like he just decided that this was the time to go ham, and that's exactly what he did.
Yep, certainly. Reigns, I mean, what an incredible match. And now WRG are sitting with the loss, that sour pill slowly burning away in their stomachs. How do they bring this one back?
Well, it really depends on how they draft this one. It's really difficult to say, but what happened there was it just a little bit
Just looking at the booths, we see some consultation going on. BB looking actually very quiet there, sort of scans.
And to be honest, at the end of the game, we saw scenes of BVD celebrating inside their booths. I haven't seen that in years. Usually they win, they quietly sit back and go, okay, next game.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of prize money on the line.
There's
200,000 Rand first prize.
That's right.
200,000 Rand on the next game.
Right. So the next game is coming up, and we're going to lead you straight into the draft. For the interim, though, we'll see you shortly. Welcome back, Bravado versus White Rabbit Gaming, and this is the deciding match, the deciding draft. Both teams, I expect, are going to be taking their sweet time, putting a lot of thought into this, and so far, pretty standard stuff. OD, first man out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised for Bravado Motion to once again first ban that Shadow Demon. I just think it's a hero that they're not very interested in letting go. I would be interested to see if they let something else slide this time. I think we're going to see the Axe get banned, most likely from the side of WRG, maybe as a second ban here. And Bravado Motion, interestingly, going for that Kunkka. It's a hero that they really, really don't like, hey?
Yeah, I'm finding that rather surprising. I mean, where do we see this Kunkka? We had a joke, Kunkka mid double Daedalus.
It's not happening, unfortunately. If it's a Kunkka, it's going to be definitely towards one of the supports. Well, particularly is a really good aggressive support. So I think Demonic spoke about it yesterday, where you pick up the armlet, for example, destroy the backline supports of the other team. Big advantage from there. So I don't think Bravado wants to go towards that route, but they left the Shadow Demon once again. It's like a likely game 3.
But there's a ban that's possibly out of a fair amount of respect there.
Yeah.
There's a fat Tinker ban on the second ban from BVD as the Shadow Demon falls yet again into the hands of White Rabbit.
I actually think it's a bit of a trap. I actually think they wanted to keep Shadow Demon and Axe in the pool at this stage, so it decided to go to get rid of the Tinker, so that they knew that White Rabbit Game will most likely be picking up the Shadow Demon, which gives them the opportunity to pick up that Axe, which, as we know, Donny is not a bad Axe player.
Yeah, well, that raises another interesting question. Why not ban him out in the first phase?
On WRG.
On WRG.
That's a good. I mean, that's a really good question. But do you ever want to let draw through? I mean, is that an option?
You will have first pick as White Rabbit Gaming.
Or seem a seam out will devour.
Yeah, I mean these are these are scary options. And
no, absolutely. Well, stuck between a rock and a hard place by the sounds of things. We did see the Shadow Demon perform beautifully up against the Faceless Void, so I don't suspect that a Faceless Void will be coming out for BVD this time around, Reigns?
I don't think so. Oh, there we go. As Demonic calls it, there's the axe pick. They could have still banned the Shadow Demon in place of the Tinker, but I think Bravado wants to go towards maybe, I don't know, a DPS kind of thing. Wow. Ooh, wow, surprising. But otherwise, I think something like Laser, that type of thing would hurt a lot on BVD's side, depending on what heroes they pick. But that Invoker, it's the first draft within these 3 games that Bravado picked a mid instead of off-lane support, and then, go for the course later. But otherwise, both of these guys, wow, with Morphling up here, Santo Morphling,
the big guns come out.
Big. Wow.
No one is holding back here.
I actually really enjoy this. So ban the Tinker, pick up the other castaway hero in the form of the Invoker, leave the Shadow Demon because you know White Rabbit Gaming, which gives you the Axe and Invoker pick, and then White Rabbit Gaming obviously responding with that Morphling, which is not a bad hero in this meta at the moment, and pretty good, but not too bad against either of those.
It does look like that the options for Castaway are slowly but surely running out. They certainly weren't too afraid of Castaway's Timbersaw performance in the previous game.
Yeah, I don't really know what he's going to go. Yeah, I mean, they might leave his pick for quite late in the draft, I think, just to see what he has to work with. But then you run the risk of them banning out even more of his heroes. And often in games, the last couple of months, you'll see when teams play against White Rabbit Gaming, they do just often ban every Castaway hero. It seems to be one of the ways to deal with the team. So it seems that BVD are going down that route again.
Well, one thing is certain, it's not going to be the Castaway show we always look out for this time around in Game 3. Well, the remaining bans are as follows. It's going to be an Oracle followed by a Dazzle, so BVD really taking out those hard defensive supports. And on the other side of the coin, an Ancient Apparition taken out, joined by an Anti-Mage. Now, third pick up for Bravado Emotion. Given the bans, what do you expect coming out here?
I can tell you one thing for certain: White Rabbit Gaming will be picking a Storm Spirit in this draft.
That's a very definite call.
Well, banning an AA and Anti-Mage.
Yeah, it's pretty suggestive.
Pretty suggestive, to say the least. Yeah. I think that's what you want as your mid hero here.
So, do you think BVD might opt to pick it up, or there we go, a Disruptor, who also does fantastically well against a Storm Spirit, specifically to bugger up that Thought?
I mean, it's Disrupt is obviously really good against a Morphling. His ulti and that silence is, stops him from doing exactly what he wants to do. So, I mean, Nabibi, my MVP for last game, so he's most likely going to be taking that role again. So I'm really not that phased with the Disruptor pick. It's pretty much in exactly what they're going for at the moment. And ooh.
Okay, so the Faceless Void is the response from White Rabbit Gaming. Reigns, Axe, Invoker, Disruptor, these are all characters that can commit quite a lot to a team fight. And what do you do up against that sort of nonsense?
I think Faceless Void is an interesting pickup. We've mostly seen him, I think Chidawi is famously on it, so I'm going to be surprised if Chidawi goes back into like a carrier, but it's not going to happen. He's probably going to play the off-lane Faceless Void, probably pick up that Lincoln's since it's pretty much essential. Can escape from the Disruptor if he picks up that item. But otherwise, I think it's going to be like a 4 protect 1 kind of thing. Hey, like kind of just make sure that Morphling farms up maybe the shotgun or beyond that even, and then have the Shadow Demon to go with you and try win the Raxus from that way.
So is the point of this Faceless Void to basically disengage a fight safely?
I think it's just general control, across the game. I mean, you've got an Invoker and a Disruptor, and guarantee you one person who does not want to get caught in a chrono is Invoker. A lot of what he does, he requires to be in and out of fights, casting spells constantly. So, I really think that that pickup. I really think that the Void is going to be your control, and something is coming which is going to hopefully just decimate them in that chrono.
Certainly, Winter Wyvern picked up by Bravado Emotion. That is one hell of a draft, and we're only 4 guys in. And White Rabbit Gaming have got to be shaking their heads, wondering what the hell do we do now?
I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Elder Titan pick up here, maybe. The Shadow Demon Elder Titan is pretty good. Obviously, with the Faceless Void throwing down that ulti, you can get rid of a lot of HP. And armor was a bit of a problem in that last game, and Elder Titan, not with that aura of his, not too bad at sorting out that armor problem.
Yeah, it does solve that problem, but the other problem I'm seeing here is Disruptor, Invoker, Axe, Winter Wyvern. These are all guys that can deal a fair amount of damage in the early stages of the game.
That's the problem for WRG, obviously. WRG wants to play a later game, and I don't think Bravado wants that to happen. So I think Axe is going to play, how Don he usually plays the Axe, just be more aggressive. And with the supports there as well, Disruptor and Winter Wyvern, just breathtaking. And a Magnus, what is this, a jungle Magnus?
I heard a sigh, I didn't exactly see who it was, but why are you sighing to that Magnus?
I'm definitely not sighing to a Magnus. I used to play sub for a friend's clan. I had a very entertaining Greek man and called him the Magnus, and I just get excited every time I see the Magnus getting picked. And I mean, obviously the cleave not bad, but there's some extra disable coming out from White Rabbit Gaming. I actually wouldn't be surprised if Bravado Gaming run a dual lane here in the Axe Winter Wyvern. It's a disgusting combo to run in that off lane.
Why is that?
You can creep skip, and with the Winter Wyvern's heals making him take no physical damage, the Axe can still spin in that heal, even though he's not able to move around. And it's really hard to deal with the early game heal coming out from Winter Wyvern. And on top of his like really cheap and efficient spam, and then you've got an Axe running at you, and even if you think you could kill an Axe, you've still got the Winter Wyvern that can heal him up and keep him nice and healthy. It's just frightening.
It's often the same idea behind Axe and Oak as well sometimes, because you can also go with the Winter Wyvern slow, and that slow is just so pervasive that Axe is on top of anybody that you go on. It's just so dangerous.
Not to mention, of course, in the late game, she can offer up the poor man's black hole, as it's coming
But this Magnus, though, I mean, I'm really interested in it. Do you think that they want to now go counter initiation? So when the Axe blinks on you, he's going to catch a 1 and 2. The whole team comes in, and they thought, well, how do we deal with that? Maybe we put a Magnus in the field. So the Magnus jumps, counters that initiation. And that could be really scary.
Well, the concern there is Disruptor tends to do very well against heroes that rely on mobility. Thanks to the glimpse as the final bans did come out. It's going to be the Skyroth Mage followed by the Spectre. But take a look at the final pick from WRG, a hero that possibly needs no introduction and has one hell of a win rate, the Omni Knight.
This is very, very interesting. Does this mean Castaway is going to play Morphling? This is I have so many questions right now. Santo, Magnus mid, and then off lane Shidawi, Demonic.
I mean, I'm not sure. I do like the Omni Knight pick. Repel extremely strong against Invoker, Disruptor, Winter Wyvern. These are brilliant. I mean, and the physical damage is on Bravado Emotions not too much. So Omni Knight in that respect, the Guardian Angel is not going to be too much work. But I think the Repel on the heal and this movement slow is just an incredible like utility, and I'm so glad that Omni Knight's getting picked up again.
Well, following the Omni Knight is the Omni Slash from Juggernaut, and that is an incredibly strong draft from the side of BVD.
Yeah.
And White Rabbit Gaming have got their work cut out for them if they want to decrown the Kings. And in the interim, however, while we wait for everybody to just crack their knuckles, I'm going to need a final prediction. This is it. White Rabbit Gaming or BVD?
I was hoping you'd not ask us those questions.
It has to be.
Giving them 20 minutes, I'm going to go for Bravado's side. Bravado, yeah.
Okay.
I am actually going to go with the Bravado Gaming here. I think that they have a slightly stronger draft in this situation. They have good answers to pretty much everything that Magnus that WRG can bring to the table. I think that Bravado are going to take this.
Also, White Rabbit Gaming with Castaway picking the Morphling. This is actually very risky because Magnus is now played on Santo, and Santo needs to create that space.
Right. And final prediction?
I'm going to go WRG.
WRG, just straight.
I
believe in the dream, boys. Over to you, Shoutcasters, Halberd and Prophecy.
Thank you very much, Wilson. I got to say the dream is real for both Bravado Gaming and WRG to be the first champions here at the DGL Masters. And what a fantastic bit of fun WRG are having. I mean, Magnus and Omni Knight, Prof, that seems very, very dangerous for an event of this sort of scale and grandeur.
Yeah, this is Mike dropping his our production director there. So White Rabbit Gaming are getting ready here. They do have the smoke up and running. And do they get caught out by this? It's pretty interesting that both teams have decided to role swap some of the players. Donny will be the carry this game on that Juggernaut. And White Rabbit Gaming, did they catch Donny? Not going to get lucky this time. And BVD has spotted out, so lots of pings.
So, I mean, this Donny Juggernaut is also pretty interesting. I mean, he's been playing such fantastic Axe this game, but it's actually going to go into... Okay, let's like, get out of the jungle. Thanks, Axe. Flares this time around. Now, here's the thing, right? Flares is actually the guy that I think we've almost expected to pick up the Axe in these previous matchups. So, it's pretty interesting that he is now the guy that is taking this one up.
Yeah, I have often seen... I have often seen BVD do this, where they run Donny on the Juggernaut when they pick it up. It's either Donny or Seam, and then they usually shift Flares into the offlane role on that Axe.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely moved things around, but okay, let's just enjoy this for a moment. Just gaze upon it. The Seam Voker.
Yeah, it's been a rare beast, and we are finally lucky enough to see it. White Rabbit Gaming also role swapping Santo now in the mid lane. I mean, he was a superstar mid laner just last year before being picked up by White Rabbit Gaming in originally the support role. So he's certainly experienced enough to be handling this, but it does remain to be seen whether he's going to be able to get the Magnus up and ready for these team fights, which are going to be so critical for White Rabbit Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually a huge amount of team fight from both sides as well. So I think we may find that this game becomes quite entertaining to cast with absolutely crazy team fights, which is what we all love to enjoy. So I like to abuse our audience and make them help make the cast good. So let's hear it, guys, for one last time for both these teams. WG and Bravado, the finalists here, both deserve a lot of love. Give us a roar. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful indeed. As we do get ready, Chidawi causing Donny no end of problems here, and the knife fight, as it is, not going to work out in the end, as Donny cops a lot more damages than he was expecting. There actually gets a stun for his trouble as well, and it will eventually probably bring another support up here, since Habibi is getting zoned fairly heavily by Schlinks at the moment.
Yeah, BB, it's down to 2 tangos as well, so it's pretty much even. The difference though being that Schlinks does have that capability of just healing up, does apply the repel to himself, and just starts beating down him as well. I mean, I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy for this lane, but it is entirely possible that somebody dies here. But it's more so somebody making a mistake more so than somebody, you know, like just engaging or whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing for White Rabbit Gaming is not to forget about the Seam Invoker. He's obviously going for the Quas-Tech Sword, which means he does have the Sunstrike available. You get into any sort of fight and you're low on HP, you have to be deathly afraid of that Sunstrike arriving to finish you off.
Just a quick correction, it's called the Seam Voker. There's no in involved anymore. Just he takes over it, and I mean, the Seam Voker in its natural environment can be found enjoying the spoils of victory over the many dead corpses. But bottom lane, we do see a little bit of action here as Whelp is in quite a bit of trouble. Flares, the tower's not helping Whelp out at all, but Flares does actually get brought down, in fact. I said it wasn't helping because I was expecting a spin, but the spin never came. And unfortunately for him, even the Winter Waven, that combination that Demonic and I, for the record, both quite enjoy, receives the other end of the stick this time around.
Yeah, White Rabbit Gaming 3 for 3 on First Bloods in this series. They are 1 for 1 with those First Bloods. And we're about to see if they can finally complete the prized victory over the Bravado side.
So, let's chat a little bit about Santo here. I mean, you mentioned that he is quite an experienced player. He's played in various roles in his time. Now, he's actually, I mean, he's kind of one of the guys that we used to speak about in the same sort of breath as Gasway and Seam, right? I mean, he was very good. So, as you mentioned, it's a role he will be able to handle. But what is he actually supposed to be doing in this game? What is his core function? I mean, and let's not just leave it down to, oh, he hits people with RPs.
Like, he desperately wants to find enough farm to get a decent timing on the blink. If he can get the blink up early, then he's going to provide a lot of initiating power on top of just Chidawi. So White Rabbit Gaming has dual initiators here with the Magnus. If he can get a fantastic RP into the setup for Chidawi, then I think it goes even better for White Rabbit. But I think he's probably going to be the counter initiator. Chidawi will start the fights. Santo will follow him up afterwards.
Well, Jadawi exchanging some blows in the top lane with Donny, and there's a little bit of an RNG battle here as we see the time lock going up against the crit, and Jadawi actually in pretty low here will get healed up. Strings can't help out too much more from that, so it does look like Bravado are getting the advantages in the lanes right now. And bottom lane Castaway also getting very, very low. There's a lot of action all across the map. We'll try to make sure we don't miss any of it, but I kind of feel like, just based on like the amount of damage the two teams are doing, that Bravado might be getting to a slightly better position. That said though, I really have to credit Santo. He's got the highest last hits and most denies in the game, and he's a meaty hero up against Invoker. The Invoker.
Yeah, he's doing very, very well here, which is exactly what they need him to. He's gonna... Like, the thing is, he can go very, very utility. Doesn't need a massive amount of farm. They will need to buy some time, however, for the Castaway and Morphling. He's not going to be ready to fight anytime soon. And I'm glad, for one thing, is that White Rabbit Gaming is again running dual defensive supports here. Shadow Demon as well as the Oracle did so fantastically well in Game 1. Game 2, you see, we saw that without that additional defensive support, it almost seemed as though White Rabbit Gaming didn't really utilize the full effectiveness of the draft, but they've got Whelp again on the Shadow Demon, as it looks as though we might see a attempted kill here on a BB. Well, Blaze is going to wander into the area, and that's going to decide the fate of that fight.
The Flares also picking up the Iron Talons. He's pretty happy going to the jungle, but right now he wants a piece of cast. We're giving him a little bit of a right click, but it's going to be Whelp who's the recipient of that battle hunger. Not too much you can do about it, as Odu also going to start burning him down, doing quite a bit of damage as well. Well, got to be careful, because although he is, you know, it's Odu who's actually potentially a little bit of a problem. Will actually cold embrace himself to buy a little bit of time. Castaway will actually waveform all the way through and survive that little tussle in the end.
Well, I mean, for now, it's a fairly passive game, and we do have the first blood, but outside of that, both teams just looking to make certain that the heroes that need farm are finding it. Donny is looking fairly healthy, 36 and 5, second on the log, right ahead of his own mid laner, but Santo doing wonderfully well in the mid lane here.
Dowie as well, going to join in on this top lane, and he could actually get caught out here. Does have the Thunderstrike on top of him, so it makes time walking quite difficult, as you can get glimpse out, and he actually very cleverly waits it out, give a little bit of extra time. But this is only level 1 glimpse, so it's pretty hard.
He's going to pick up the second level now. If Chidawi's not aware, he could be in a lot of...
Yeah, Chidawi is in a lot of trouble. I think he is aware, because he's getting hit by the blade storm. He's pulled back as well. The connect field's down as well. Chidawi, nowhere to run, does get away from the Sunstrike though, as he does just, well, I guess walk this one off in the end.
Yeah,
but
that needs to be slightly better planned there by BVD. As it was, Chidawi is now aware that this lane got a lot more dangerous for him.
I think if Seam had of...
Oh, Chidawi. Quite a bit
living on the edge.
Yeah, he is living a bit on the edge there, particularly with that Invoker on field of play. But Invoker doesn't have the Sunstrike available at the time.
Bottom lane, we do see the disruption going on to Flares here, and Schlinks and Whelp do try to bring the man down. Waveform connects, but he's just a little bit too tanky for them, it seems. Does have quite a few Shadow Poisons on him, though, as Odu gives Castaway a couple of taps.
Yeah,
Probably don't want to overstay a welcome, though.
The problem for them is that, like, starting it off with the disruption is actually a bit of a, you know, not really the best idea against the Axe. He's going to get additional spins, and when you already have your Omni Knight in close range, he's going to be taking a lot more damage than he really wants to. So it's a difficult situation for White Rabbit Game to effectively initiate on the Axe at the moment, particularly with Odu backing them up.
Castaway has got himself his own axe now, and they're going to actually once again toss out that disruption. All the axes in the world right now. Flares starts taking quite a bit of damage. He's going to waveform. Can they get the heal? Yes, they do. Flares will come under cold embrace. Quite a bit of attention still being given to him, though, but he should be able to just walk this one off in the end again.
Yeah, and I mean...
So top lane, I think Chidawi might be in a little bit of trouble here, actually. There's a very interesting position from Habibi. He's not giving himself away just yet, and then he does actually pull him back, but he gets the Chronosphere off instead. And I think that was a pretty smart move, because that was a bait into the Blade Fury, and of course that would have been the end of his life. But on the other side of the map, we do have some of the sports. Well, going to walk back the old-fashioned way, whilst we will see the Omni Knight die to a neutral creep instead.
I mean, the thing is, BVD will have the timings now. They know that the Chronosphere is down, so they know that I mean, obviously he's going to have the Chronosphere, but with that down, White Rabbit Gaming, you know, the next fight that they wanted to possibly take is now off the cards. They won't be using it, and unfortunately, it's going to set some things back. It does mean that Magnus is likely to get a couple more items before he is required. As he's jumping up to Seam here. Seems more than happy to just try and turn around and have a go at the Magnus. Magnus not coming out the better of this at all, as he takes quite a bit of damage. Doesn't use the ult, he uses the charge though, as he almost charges himself into the tower range.
He's really done very well in this lane. I mean, he only has 1 level in Skewer, so he's effectively going for a more farming-oriented build. Sorry, top lane we do have once again Shidawi in trouble. He's pulled all the way back. Starts going the other way though. Can he get away from Donny, who has been pretty lucky with his crits earlier on? Can he get a couple of lucky ones out here? Does have the phase boost, so he will be able to catch up to Shidawi, who's running with those power trades. But Shidawi will go down the low ground, and he'll be okay. But towards the mid lane, the disruption comes out onto Seam, and he is going to get absolutely destroyed. But Flares also comes in to help out. Santa will get out of the way for the time being. Flares very hungry for something. There's a lot of Bravado players, excuse me, White Rabbit getting players here at the moment. But there is a support coming from Odu. He doesn't connect with the dunk though, and Santo and friends will be able to walk this one up, most likely. Well, you've got to be careful. That Winter Wyvern hurts, and he's going to pick it off. Probably just a little bit too cheeky with the Shadow Waves there.
Yeah, and a lot of rotations from White Rabbit Gaming, a lot of them also coming from BVD, and in the end, a big win for White Rabbit Gaming there as they take out the Invoker right after he gets the Midas though, which I think they'll be tiny bit happy with, or sorry, a tiny bit disappointed with, and if they could have slowed that down, it would have been a lovely, lovely situation for them.
So let's take a quick peek at the XP and Goldgrass, see how the situation is playing out. It's about, oh, this I love. This is good. Good men. 300 experience in favor of WRG, and the Goldgrass doing about 750, so game is dead even. I guess we expected as much, but this is exactly the sort of 10-minute mark sort of graph we want to see in an event of this nature.
BVD placing a lot of pressure on the mid lane. They will grab the first tower of the game there with those Forge Spirits helping them out. Seam and the Quas Exord is doing quite a bit of work. Donny continues to farm away fairly quietly. I mean, they've had, he and Chidawi have had a number of tussles up here, and right now I think both of them will be okay with the situation that it is in. Chidawi has found a lot of farms, so he's building towards a slightly different build here. Obviously, Chidawi plays it on the off lane, but Donny plays it generally in that safe lane role. You can see the different builds here. Chidawi going straight for the Vlads, whereas Donny traditionally opens with the Wings build of that Lincoln Sphere first.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting that I believe it was some of the WG players actually chatting about that exact thing. So interesting to see that Chidawi himself opts for a different build to that. But he has got some friends, and they're going to get the Cold Temple from him. Oh no, that could end up tragically. If they aren't able to pull him back, that's a real whiff spell over there from Habibi. It's got a pretty hefty cooldown as well, and this does open some interesting doors. Chidawi, can he get off some sort of magical chronosphere? They're going to drop off that healing ward as well to help him out. Fortification is used though. Chidawi repelled up. He's got an option here. He can go in. He goes in. He gets 3 of them. We do have Donny on the sidelines, so he's going to start playthrough, but they're going to go with the massive RP! They get everybody, the waveforms there! Seam gets destroyed, Donny! He's got nowhere to go, and it is WG absolutely all over Bravado Gaming! Man, oh man, that was amazing prophecy! WG picking up 4 there, and Bravado, well, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, if Bravado didn't know about the Wombo combo, WRG certainly invited them into that, and BVD are going to be very, very upset with themselves if they fall for that. And I think we are ready to go for a replay.
Please. Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, set up everything here by a perfect ulti from Chidawi, and you can see Santo just holding on to it as I mean, do I need to say more?
Nope, Santo, we just watch now.
Yeah. Santo, you absolute beauty, but Chidawi, I mean, there's a reason that he hasn't been allowed to get his Void in half of the games at this event, and certainly showcasing the exact reason why. But BVD, that is some very, very poor positioning on their part.
I mean, I kind of saw it coming though, right? And but it was really the RP, the follow-up was just, they were just lined up like dominoes, and WG collected.
Yeah, very, very easily there.
So, Tier 1 tower does fall as well, as you have that explosion of action, things quiet down a little bit more. But, I mean, what is the next objective? You see that Bravado themselves have taken 2 Tier 1 towers, and there's something to note about that. You'll notice that Bravado came straight back in there. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about why that is, Prof.
Yeah, BVD realized that without those big ultis up, I mean, a White Rabbit has to fight around those ultis for the most part. So if they don't have them, that's the perfect time to take advantage. And we can see here Chidawi has been punished for that wonderful chrono that he did just land.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. That is a massive flaw. So WG, they look so strong for a moment, and then they're just sort of like, okay, well, you can have our tier one time. I mean, obviously, I think if we take a look at the gold graph, it should favor them quite heavy. Oh, I mean, yeah, brings them up to 3,000 once the tile falls, all the way back down towards the 1,000 mark. Close to 2,000 to be fair, but in the bottom lane here, Donny in a little bit of trouble here. It's that correct, it's Welp in trouble here. Is actually once again trying to juke his way into the tree line, but he is just absolutely overflown with Bravado heroes. A huge actually rotation for just the one support hero in the end.
The thing is they're going to secure the tower off the back of it, so it's more than worth committing to the support there if you know you're going to force the tower. They have Odu just hanging around in mid lane at the moment, and they'll probably TP in to help him out very, very soon. Otherwise, Castaway might very well attempt a bit of damage onto the Winter Wyvern.
So I have some excellent news for everybody. WOG have the LTs up again. The one man that's missing his, by the way, is actually the Schlink's Omni-Knight. Do you have any insight into why it is that he would opt to ignore Guardian Angel?
He just wants to make absolutely certain that he's a little bit more, all-round this game. The Guardian Angel, at the moment, is not desperately necessary. You have to have some form of repel. The armor that the ulti provides is really, really useful once the Juggernaut starts doing more damage. And the armor is also just countered by the axe. Like, you can have 1,000 armor axes still doing the exact same amount of damage to you. So, right now, not 100% necessary. Just complete your other, max out the purification, get probably another level of the repel, and then Guardian Angel.
Okay, and itemize. I mean, he's at the moment got very little, but I guess goes for a soul ring or cane boots, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that kind of thing. It's not. It's a very bare bones type of support when you do run him.
Towards the bottom lane, though, we have Donny and Habibi. They've smoked up, and they're trying to find a new victim. Glimpse is in range of die, and he actually may have popped that too soon. He's been pulled all the way back. There's disruption on the side. That's going to buy him a little bit of time, but he will pop out on that same side there. Jadawi should be able to run this one off in the end.
Yeah, very well
clever work by Welp.
Yeah, great play by Welp there, as he realizes he needs to get back to wherever Chidawi ends up, and gets that kill. Magnus getting a kill onto Flares. Used the ulti for that as well, so great play there.
So a little bit about this build. I mean, we don't see a huge amount of Magnus lately, so do you see the Echo Saber coming up? Obviously, it's generally something that we do see melee calls like to pick it up, as well as a Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
But do you have any thoughts on just the build, the way he's playing his game, etc., that solo RP?
I mean, the thing is, Echo Saber gives a lot of strength. It also gives intel, which is one of Magnus's big problems that he's a bit low.
Gets caught out here. He does actually commit the Cold Embrace, will heal himself up, but it's just WG all over him at the moment. OU runs for the hills, but is just too many, and looks like WG will be able to also put a little bit of pressure onto this tier 1 tower.
He's also keeping it busy for the Rosh though, and definitely a worthwhile try. They'll lose the support, get the Rosh, and I don't think they're going to defend, or do they defend? They're going to need something great from Flares. As it is, he's not going to get the impact.
So Flares himself, he's 0-1-3. So we've seen better performances from his axe, from the early stage. Donny also 1-1-1. Do you think there would have been any difference if they had swapped these roles around and had Flares continue on with the one position and put Donny on that on the Juggernaut instead?
I think Donny's probably a better jug from what I've seen. He's certainly a more regular jug. Flares tends to play things with a lot more micro. I mean, saying that, Donny does probably have to micro the healing ward, which I know he's not the biggest fan of.
Admin.
But, yeah, it's admin. But, I mean, the thing is, I think the drop between Donny's axe and Flares' axe is not as big as potentially what you're gaining from Donny getting the Juggernaut.
Well, speaking of the Juggernaut, he's actually going for the Sunjin Yasha, I would imagine.
Both these heroes are spotted here by White Rabbit Gaming by this ward, so I do wonder exactly what White Rabbit Gaming is planning here. As Schlinks completes himself the arcanes, he's still looking for that level.
So, I think I have a grip on what this game is currently playing out as. Bravado, they don't really want to fight WG with the LTs up, so they're just going to try and maximize efficiency around farming and whatnot until they either see a potential opening, maybe split WG around the map where their combo is not as effective, and then bait out some of those ultis and get the fight then. Well, they're going to find an ulti right there. Flares gets engaged with the Chronosphere. He is really tanky. The Castaway will come in with the waveform as well, though, and he is trapped. cannot get out of there. There's going to be even an illusion made of him. They will bring him down. And that's a nice, tasty kill from him. It's actually a mega kill as well for Castaway.
Yeah, so he's building up a very, very nice bank. Still not quite at the top of the net with. That is actually owned by his Magnus at the moment, which is very, very well played by Santo. He's got himself the Shadow Blade as well. So, you know, they have multiple methods of initiation. Blinks, leaps. Oh
wow. That hurt. That hurt a lot. And it looks like he's interested in more, but he may pick up too much more than he can chew. And they're going to give it to Omni Stash to him as well. You're going nowhere!
How many times did he attempt to charge in that whole little sequence of events there? It is quite funny to see that as Santo gives a massive amount of money towards Donny. Schlinks gets caught out, takes quite a bit of damage from the Winter Wyvern. Donny might just run him down there with the right clicks. He does not juke into the trees. Out comes Chidawi. Chidawi does not have the Chronosphere available, and that'll be the end of the Schlinks Juggernaut. But a good ulti from the Winter Wyvern though is going to keep well contained, and that'll be the end of that. Morphling though is blowing away Odu as Chidawi trying to hunt down Donny. Donny gets out the...
Oh, RNG on his favor again. Actually, it's the other way. It just favors Voids, I think.
It does seem to. I mean, we've seen a large number of Voids this series get ridiculous in numbers of bashes with very, very low chance.
But this is a really solid response by Bravado. They cooled things off after that massive team fight. They found a bit of a break, I guess. I mean, if you take a look at the XP and Gold Grass once more, it has settled quite a bit. XP 2,000 favor WG, and as well as the Gold Grass, you know, about 3,000 more. But actually went as low as 0 before, so game is certainly on. This is going to be very, very close, I imagine.
Yeah, it is definitely close. I mean, particularly the farm is in the right hands for White Rabbit Gaming. Their support's obviously dirt poor, but Castaway is getting very, very close to the shotgun, and BVD's still in that area where shotgun is going to take out a number of their heroes and do significant damage to those that survive it.
Well, on the hunt, we will find Santo. He's with Castaway. He just wants to find that tasty disruptor again. Yeah, I'm sure he enjoyed that. 10 out of 10 would find again, I guess, in the jungle. Donny, though, getting a little bit of healing as well. He's moving towards that Diffusal Blade. Interesting that he went for the Sanjin Yasha and not the more common sort of Manta style on the Juggernaut. Why do you think that might be?
I think he wants to fight a little bit more early. It also gives him a lot of additional movement speed, so he can run down the White Rabbit Gaming heroes as soon as they try to get out of trouble, and it gives him a decent chunk of HP as well. So for the kind of fighting that White Rabbit Gaming wants to do at this stage of the game, it's a very good all-round mid-game item.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm actually genuinely quite a fan of Santo. What are you up to, friend? Are you going to commit to this? Doesn't look like that. Donny is actually pretty isolated for the time being. They do quite a bit of damage to him with those illusions. He's going to start backing.
I think he got a call from his team there, like Donny, you're like very, very far ahead, friend.
Yeah, and Aegis actually used. They're going to go in with the Magnus, I believe, but yeah, there we go. They're going to commit with that RP just onto Flares. They pull him all the way back, but he actually gets healed up. There's a Chronosphere onto 2 on the sidelines. They're going to toss in the Tornado to disrupt it. Habibi will fall though. Odu doing what he can as seen backs off on the sidelines. You will hear the dunk at least as the disruptor will be dismissed. And Santo now trying to limp out of their flares, actually getting pretty low. And he will turn their attention to trying to bring down the big red man, but they're not actually able to do so. Donny with the Omni Slash doing quite well. As you see, addendum
well,
A.
Castaway is busy killing Chidawi, and that'll be the end of that. Seam as well as Odu, they might very well find themselves a Morphling. Do they spot it? Do they have enough to finish him? No, they don't. He's going to keep himself out of trouble there. A 3 for 2 in the end. BVD starting off pretty poorly. White Rabbit Gaming, great initiation, but turning around, unfortunately, at the end there, as White Rabbit Gaming lose Chidawi. They lose the Magnus as well for a second time, and the big initiation just not working out that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to the fact that the RP for one, it seems like maybe they were trying to apply the actual disruptor sort of logic, where you just drop one ulti to ensure the kill on one hero.
The thing is, they also had to commit a hell of a lot to actually kill the disruptor. They got the chrono, I think it was on the disruptor, and I believe it was the Winter Wyvern, and along comes Seam with a very, very long range tornado, just disrupting them for that half a second. Habibi only dies after the chrono actually ends, and they get the Winter Wyvern to safety. So well played by BVD there, as they rescue what could have been a very, very sketchy situation. Although Castaway does pick up another kill in that fight, so he's continuing to grow, staying ahead of the pack. But they are a pack that is closing distance fairly quickly on him.
And once again, we return to a state of a little bit of silence and bliss, like peacefulness in the land of Dodo. Shidari will pick up the bounty and maybe might be interested to just check up what's going on towards the top lane. Santo, actually, once again, in visiting around, he's been almost like constantly spamming, like trying to find any sort of opening on an opportunity. But it's actually quite difficult, because once again, you can see that at the moment by the positions on the map, WG, they're sticking together quite a lot. They don't want to give too much away, and Bravado are doing the same thing. So it's hard to find that little pick off of what. Once again, actually, both these teams do have excellent team fight. Obviously, WG have the overt wombo combo, but Bravado, if they catch WG in a good position, get the right target, they can actually destroy them.
Yeah, the thing is, BVD has better split push at this point in the game. Morphling doesn't yet have the illusions up, so once the Manta's up, then Shadow Demon can help him out there with the disruption. So for now, BVD going to place some pressure on the bot lane, force Santo down here, but still creating the pressure. Radiant, however, does get the tower on the top lane.
But the exchange is, of course, for that mid lane tower from Donny. He had the DD as well, so making swift work of it. And does actually give a little bit of an advantage to the side of Bravado at this stage, since they do have 2 towers in the bottom lane. A little bit more capability of running around the map. Or, once again, just commit that tornado, try and deal with these illusions. They are quite frustrating. They've had their damage reduced recently, but, you know, just wear and tear will get the better of you if you allow it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's damage reduction against towers, but not a great deal of it. There's Castaway still farming happily along here. 14,000, just shy of 15 in net worth, 7-0 and 2. So he's doing the job that they need, but he has to get some. Well, I wouldn't say get some, but get a bit of a setup from his team, because if he gets that, then he can absolutely wreck the whole BVD lineup.
I mean, you mentioned the Ethereal Blade, but are there any other items you think are quite significant on any of these players?
I mean, I think the once he gets the Manta, he's a little bit more safe from the. Well, he's certainly going to have a lot more HP, and then he can rat a little bit better if they do require it. I think that the rest of the team, I mean, maybe a Blink Dagger on the Faceless Void if he does want to get a little bit longer initiating range.
I mean, I'm always a big fan of it, but there's a lot of options around Faceless Void. He's not like almost like a one-trick pony. He is actually moving pretty fast now that he's got the Yash as well, and the seat could be pretty good. Now he's trying to find an entrance. Odu on the sidelines will potentially find himself in trouble, and he actually might get more than he came for. He gets both the supports, Odu and Hibibi. They're going to just delete Odu for the most part, but he survives. Just 2 little damage. The RP goes, but there's a defensive disruption. Flares in the middle with the Blade Miller. Can he do enough? There's a great, definitely blast to go through, but not enough to save the 2 supports. Donny, though, destroys Whelp on the side. Seam drops the Ghost Wall, but Chidawi goes over with the Time Walk. Now, Donny in a little bit of trouble here. Will be the recipient of another Scepter, shotgun. That took a while. But Seam now under pressure as well. Going to go into the Ghost Walk himself, but all alone here. It's 4 for 1 of them with just the 1 support. Bravado get a little bit hurt from that one. And even though there were some good plays, it wasn't good enough, I think.
Yeah, and BVD, all of their hard work to get themselves that lead has now been thrown away. White Rover Gaming with a magnificent initiation there. It almost looked like they'd whiffed it at the beginning, getting the Chrono on the 2 and only getting the 1 support in it. As I wouldn't say saved, but certainly helped along by Magnus. And once again, Morphling just doing all of the damage that's necessary in that fight, as White Rover Gaming takes a 4-0 trade in the end. Or 4-1, I think it was.
Yeah, it was just a Showdown and only Seam surviving, so it's absolutely amazing for them. The Roshan now under quite a bit of pressure. They're going to toss through the Tornado. The EMP is also beneath it. Shidai will be able to get out of this one. Castaway is just going to have to tank through it at the moment. They're going to also connect everything on top of it. Flares goes and does actually do a lot of damage to Castaway. Can they bring him down? They're going to connect the Sunstrike as well. But Castaway still stands. Roshan's very, very low. Can they do something magical? Castaway starts beating up his friend Shidawi on the sidelines while Odu Glimmer Capes away. They will be able to bring down the Roshan now, and fortunately for them, no more shenanigans on the sidelines. The Odu is also bricked up by well-placed Santo, and now they have a great opportunity to start barreling down this bottom lane and pick up an even further objectives. Both of 2 of the key sort of positional heroes for BVD out in the woodworks. No ways they are fighting into this.
No, not a chance. I mean, they used so much to defend that, and I just don't know if that really was worth it. I mean, you could defend, you could give them the Aegis as well as the tower, but right now BVD giving another 2 kills and a couple of big spells towards White Rover Gaming, so they're going to get the Aegis, they'll get the tower anyway, and there's not a whole lot that BVD can do to stop them right now.
Once again, the tension in the room and those booths must be absolutely crazy. Once again, this side is playing for their stake in this tournament. 500,000 Rand allocated to the side of that, $1 million in total prize pool, and a lot of pride as well. History in the making right now. Bravado, they have been the kings of Dota 2 in South Africa historically, and man, they have been just pushed to the limit by WRG on time and time again, but WRG have never really been able to crack that Bravado code, if you would. At the moment though, they're looking good. They got about a 7.5k lead in gold. Their experience as well is looking similar. They have a good position here, but it's so far from over.
Yeah, it is very, very far from over, and BVD could turn around in a heartbeat. So, White Rabbit Gaming, more of the same, please. You guys desperately need to not make any more mistakes, because we've seen previously BVD rips you apart when you make even the smallest mistake in a team fight. They've been very, very good at using their ultis correctly. Chronosphere into the RP has been a wonderful way of just completely shutting down BVD for about a good 5-6 seconds in any fight.
We're going to use one of the other tools in their arsenal. We're going to use the Morphling Illusion Army, if you will. It's going to start making its way down the middle lane. It's very frustrating for Bravado to deal with this. They actually have pretty good anti-pushes in the form of the Winter Wave and whatnot, but it's just very frustrating. Once again, it's wear and tear, consistent damage onto your structures, and eventually they make their way through. And as you can see, it's really going to town on the side of WRG. Now, Bravado, they're pretty much now inside the base. They need something big here, and it's going to be very difficult. They have to maintain their composure whilst finding an opening very quickly. Otherwise, as you can see, these towers will be destroyed in absolutely no time.
Yeah, and Morphling
well, there it is. Oh, the axe blinks in. The tornado was used at the same time. The communication not great. Flair's almost paid for that with his life.
Yeah, that was a bit of a dodgy situation there for BVD. They have lost the tier 3 tower, but this is the one thing that White Rabbit can do. They can just constantly spam out illusions, send these into the base, and there's not a whole lot that BVD can do to slow these things down.
Will start attaching themselves to the range racks, obviously without the regenerations, but they do actually get the call onto Castaway. He's taking a lot of damage. We will wait for him onto the other side of Flares. The Chronospheres on the backline though does pick up to Odu and Seam. It's a pretty decent one. They're going to pick up the Winter Wave. Now Donnie and Flares in a bit of trouble here, fighting against Castaway. They're going to bring him down for the first time, but he has the Aegis. Shidawi trying to finish the job with Flares. Blinks after him. Wolf be able to pick him up, and now Donnie doing what he can. He's going to be brought down. Once the buyback says like this could be heavy. Once again, 3 down for nobody on WG. They're going to take this Rax, and buybacks, well, there's nothing on the Juggernaut. There's nothing on the Axe, and the Winter Waven doesn't have it either. This could be double Rax prophecy. This could be the end of the series right here in front of us.
Yeah, White Rabbit Gaming they have it on the cusp of it. Sorry, they're basically on the edge of it right now. BVD have no buybacks. They've got nothing left to do. They've got 2 heroes to try and defend against a full 5-man White Rabbit Gaming lineup. Is this the moment that White Rabbit Gaming finally ends the reign of BVD?
The Kings are kneeling right now because WRG are all over them. They're going to pull back Odu. He gets off a really good ultimate, but the tornado disrupts it once more. Bravado falling apart here. They're about to be facing Megas. It's done. The GG's called. WRG are your winners. WRG win DGL Masters. It's absolutely unbelievable. Finally cracking the Bravado code, and at the absolutely best time to do it. Your heart has to go out for Bravado, but stand and cheer for your champs, White Rabbit Gaming. Well, it's time to go to IMC.
We are here at the Telkom DGL Masters. For 5 years, Bravado Gaming has been undefeated. And right now, I have the honor of standing next to Chadawi, White Rabbit Gaming's captain. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling amazing. I don't think the words can really describe it. It's like a one-in-a-lifetime experience. We've been practicing for so long and it's finally paid off. So pretty happy, I guess.
Castaway, come here. You went on Facebook last night and said that today was possibly the biggest day of your life. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, words can't describe it. I feel amazing. On top of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Telkom DGL Masters Dota 2 champions. I give you White Rabbit Gaming! I know how hard you worked for this. I'm so incredibly proud of you right now. Let's go back and take some more analysis of the game.
Each and every single one of us to our knees, to tears, my boys, there at White Rabbit Gaming. I didn't think it was ever possible for it to work, but somehow, wow, what magic. Truly, what magic.
That was exceptional. That was...
I'm actually a bit speechless. I'm not going to lie. I thought that Bravado had a really good strat going into that game.
Absolutely.
But WRG magic. It can only be described as WRG magic. I mean, we were sitting here screaming on the panel desk as we sat and watched. I mean, that particular team fight top. I think the crowd heard us outside. We were so loud. But I mean, just outstanding play from WRG.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Absolutely. I mean, we were worried about the Morphling not gathering enough momentum, not gathering enough farm in the early stages of the game.
And he had a mega kill streak by what, 13, 14 minutes? I mean, it was just perfect. Everything was perfect.
That team fight top just perfectly coordinated.
Exactly, and I think that was exactly what WRG was asking for. They were really dormant, both sides of the teams, until that fight happened. I mean, it was even worth the replay, right? And then from then, it was just so good. I mean, Morphling just played brilliantly. Got a triple kill there. And then from then, I think it was all Santo, by the way, that Magnus. Wow, amazing.
The Magnus.
The Magnus. So, wow, that's just so brilliant there from then for WRG.
Yeah, and this was nothing to take anything away from the boys of BVD. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why they are the 5-time reigning champions of South Africa. They were, I'm not sure what to say anymore, the best.
And we don't have a script for this.
There is no such thing. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing what these boys of White Rabbit Gaming have managed to pull together. And possibly, do you think it's the effect of Scant there?
I do. I think the coach had a massive play in it. You saw in the booths during the games that Scant was having a lot to say, chatting to the guys, saying, "Listen, this is why the game didn't work. Perhaps going to the next game, this is how we counter an axe. Apparently, Magnus is the way to do it."
But it makes perfect sense to me. I mean, again, that axe is going to blink in. He's going to jump in. He's going to call. The rest of the team follows up, right? They decimate whoever's there. When will you not do that? When there's a Magnus sitting behind him going, please, bunch, please.
Yeah.
That was brilliant.
Certainly.
Absolutely.
Well, it sounds like, yep, definitely. The boys from BVD are ready to get their words in. And guys, please give a great round of applause for these boys. They've represented us for 5 whole years, undefeatable. And only today have they shown the cracks. And unfortunately, White Rabbit Gaming was there to take it. But who is here to take the interview is Ryan. So over to you, my friend.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Habibi from Bravado Gaming. I think give it up to the second place winners, guys. Habibi, I watched that game, man. After the first map, it was a little tough. I was like, oh, what's going to happen? Going into the second game, you guys obviously brought that back. Again, it was kind of close back and forth. But, I mean, that must have given you some sort of confidence coming back into the third map then. I mean, you tell me, what do you think went wrong there?
In the third game?
Yeah.
So they picked SD more Void, so it was kind of greedy, we thought. So we were going to like punish their early game and then pretty much take their racks in like 20 minutes. But the Omni pick was kind of, I think that was the turning point in the strat because it pretty much like stops us killing anybody. It allows them to go into late game. So I think that was a really good pick on them, and they played really well as well.
You guys did obviously phenomenally well. I mean, even just to get to the finals here, you guys have worked all year. I mean, you're obviously a favorite to go in as well as WRG. That's why you're both in the finals, right? Thoughts going into 2017? Do you guys know what you have to do, what to prepare, how you can do better or change things? Do you see any changes happening?
I guess the SA scene has been growing like quite a lot. Like ABG taking games off other people, and like obviously WRG winning. It just means that more teams can go overseas, more teams can compete in international levels. So only brightness looking forward, right?
Well, there you guys have it. Second place winners, Bravado Gaming, securing 100,000 Rand for the team. Really well done. Thanks a lot, man. All the best. Hope to see you soon. It's been very exciting, and to maintain that excitement, I'd like to take it over to our very exciting panel. Back to you guys.
Welcome back, and those were very, very solemn words and very wise words from the guy who's usually the funny man, Habibi. What a desperately sour pill they have to swallow today. But actually, I feel that actually almost doesn't matter. Because whatever they say, whatever happened today, for 5 years running, these guys have led the way for South Africa.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. The level that SA Esports, or at least Dota 2 in SA is at, is because of that. Let's not, don't pull any punches.
Yeah.
The only reason that they've lost today is because they were at the top. The competition all emulated them. Everybody wanted to be and beat them. I mean, for the last 2-3 years in South Africa, I think it's been the chant, BVD must fall, BVD must fall. Unfortunately, today is the day that they have, and I think it's, as he said, it's only a good thing for SA Esports. Teams are getting closer. They have been for the whole year. This is it's a bittersweet moment.
It's a bittersweet moment. It's the end of an era in a sense, yes?
Yes.
Well, I mean, BVD used to absolutely disrespect their opponents, and Habibi in that interview just showing how much respect he actually has for the teams that he's playing against here in the Masters. It shows you just how much things have improved here, where we actually have teams that can compete against each other and, as he said, start competing on that international level. Because Bravado Emotion have gone overseas. They've done fairly well in the past. And if we've got teams like WOG who are also able to do the same thing, that's only better and bigger things for the community.
Yeah, certainly. And, I mean, when we're talking about the community, it's not just these two top teams now. Yeah. It's opened the way for just about any team out there to aspire to get on in there, such as exactly that, APG.
I mean, so many young guys in these teams, right? APG, WRG, Castaway. Look at him. It's just so many years to go.
Not even out of school, yeah.
Right? He's just finishing matric.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still remember those days where we were there.
When we
Once
were
upon
good.
a time. Yeah. It's like, oh, we need to win this optical mouse. What do we need to do? Yeah, but, well, these guys have a very bright future. As Habibi says, going back to the game, the BVD, they were quite aware of the draft, right? They had the Omni Knight, they couldn't do anything. I mean, Winter Wyvern, he tried to finish off some heroes, but he was just, countering.
Yeah,
it was just horrible. But otherwise, the draft was great. Like, everything was great. On paper, it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's just execution.
Yeah, I honestly thought BVD had that game nailed down. But nonetheless, it looks like the kings have eventually fallen. The big blue dragon lies slain upon the ground, his head rolling under the feet of WRG. A very proud moment for them, and an even prouder moment for us here at NAV TV and everybody who took part at this event, including the sponsors Telkom. We thank each and every one of you out there on the stadiums, everyone listening on stream. This is it for the Dota 2 section of the DGL Masters. It's now up to all of you to make this grow and work. Cheerio for now from the Dota 2 panel.
Yes, a big thank you. While we're on the subject of talent, I'd just personally like to extend my thanks to all of the broadcast team that have worked on Counter-Strike and on Dota 2. You guys have been fantastic for the last 3 days. Okay, we are up here to do the prize ceremony for both Dota 2 and Counter-Strike Global Offensive for the DGL Telkom Masters for the first season. The first season ever these players will have taken part in a $1 million Rand tournament and picked up their trophies. Before we do that, though, I want to catch up with these two co-hosts of mine. It's been wonderful working with you, Sam and Ryan. What a 3 days.
I was quite excited about Bravado winning the CS and then, of course, being the second winner in Dota, right?
Well, these guys, I mean, what an incredible show. I mean, seriously, I haven't seen some of this. This is the most top-class South African gaming I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We are almost ready to present our first trophy. It is to Dota 2. Before we do that, though, we do have a very important guest here from Telkom. Please welcome Jackie O'Sullivan.
Woo!
It's great to have you here up here from Telkom, Jackie. Jackie, you're going to be presenting the trophies for the two teams. So I just want to have a very quick word with you. What do you make of all this?
It's unbelievable. Every year it gets bigger, it gets better. We've seen a 48% increase in DGL, and you know, we're here to stay. It's an incredible showcase for our product. We know that whether it's LTE, whether it's fiber, or a really good ADSL line, this is where it's happening, and this is where the action is. So we're just incredibly grateful for everyone who's been here to support us, and really kind of pleased that the underdogs won. It didn't happen yesterday in the rugby, but it kind of feels like today we did topple the All Blacks.
Yeah, I think we can take that one, right? Yeah, we can enjoy that one. Okay, first up then, our first team and the champions of Dota 2 for the first ever season of the Telkom DGL. They played absolutely magnificently in the grand final. Please welcome White Rabbit Gaming! Okay, Jackie, please do the honors. The trophy is theirs. Ladies and gentlemen, the champions, White Rabbit Gaming! Okay, thanks very much, guys. Well done. Congrats, enjoy the win. Well done, really well done. Fantastic. Okay, I think the heavens have stopped. Time now to introduce you to our second champion of the first season, this time in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Unfortunately, unlike their teammates who came unstuck in Dota 2, these boys brought it home when it mattered. Please welcome the champions of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Bravado Gaming! The medals have been placed around the necks. Jackie, please do the honors. The trophy. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Oh, you superstar. Oh. You absolute superstar. Congrats to Andreas as well. Well done, Bravado. Jackie's going to present the trophy to the Telkom DGL Master Champions for CSGO, Bravado Gaming! Hey, well done, guys. Fantastic performance throughout the Counter-Strike. Thank you very much, Jackie. And that just about does it for the Telkom DGL Masters.
If you don't mind. If you don't mind, just...
Okay, yeah. All right, thanks,
All right,
buddy.
you're presentable now.
He's got my back and my head. Let's wrap things up. Sam, what an incredible 3 days.
Absolutely amazing. I have been so excited. The whole of today, the whole of the weekend, watching those games, incredible.
Yeah. And Ryan, I know that, you know, as a retired pro gamer, you retired at the wrong time.
Yes, you know.
But all joking aside, it's been marvelous watching
Look,
some of
I
these
am
players.
so super happy for all of them. I wouldn't want, you know, anything more. Like they've come here, they brought it. I've never seen anything more like it. It's phenomenal. And just to be a part of it, phenomenal.
All right, some thank yous as well to throw out for the guys that also helped us support the DGC, which is the Digital Gaming League Championship, which has been going on for the last 3 days as well. So big thanks to Intel, Corsair, Alienware, Logitech and Razer for their support. And of course, I think they need the biggest shout of all, because the people that help make this happen are Telkom, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to say a very big personal thank you to all of the broadcast team that have made me feel so welcome here in South Africa, to all of the Telkom people that have also made me feel very welcome here, and to you guys, every one of you that's come up to me and had photographs and signatures and said hi. You guys have been fantastic. It feels like a second home to me, so thank you very much, and we'll see you next year for more DGL Telkom Masters.
Oh, Paul, we have one more thing. So Wilson, I don't know if you know, but our Dota 2 panelist is actually a circus performer, and he just wanted to thank you for all the clowning around with this gift.
Oh dear.
Just a little sapphire colours there.
That's good. I'm going to wear that to the next rugby game.
Paul Chalone, everyone. Thank you. And Sam Wright. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you, everyone.
Goodbye.
Just before everyone disappears, we have one lucky winner of a Corsair Strafe mechanical keyboard. I don't know if he's here today, but I think he was one of the stream watchers. And well done to Rowan Koala Miller. Well done to you. You should be receiving your prize shortly. Again, thank you very much, guys. Have a great day.
In war, I am the architect of my destiny. In war, I am the instrument of my fate. I am precise. I am driven. I am a fanatic. In war, I am neither your neighbor nor your friend. I am your ally, or I am your enemy. And once the trenches have been filled, the fog has cleared, and the rumble of warfare has turned to whispers. be here, risen above the rest. And you will know me by my rightful name, for I shall be